Hey guys, welcome or welcome back to my channel, a place where we talk all things beauty. We play with makeup here a lot, but occasionally, sometimes we have to face the reality of our very full drawers and do some serious decluttering. I honestly cannot even believe I'm posting this. The short form content girly in me is shaking in her boots and questioning all her life choices. But here we are. This is officially the longest video on my channel, but I know so many of you guys enjoy having these longer videos on in the background while you're cleaning, cooking, or just relaxing, and I'm the same way. And today it's going to be one of those. We are doing my whole makeup collection in one video. So if you've been keeping up with me, I recently posted 5 parts of my Ultimate Makeup Declutter series on my channel. By the way, thank you so much for your sweet comments on those videos. But now that those videos are all posted, I thought it would be really fun to combine them into this one giant marathon declutter video. So in this video, you will see all my full collection before the declutter, then me going through each category and what my collection looks like now. I've actually never done such a large dedicated declutter before in my life. I did a little bit of decluttering here and there, but this time I really pushed myself to be honest about what I actually use and love, and let's just say many products didn't make it. We're talking primers, foundations, concealers, setting powders, my entire cream cheek collection, and the absurd amount of cream blush I have. My bronzers, highlighters, lip products galore, and of course the big one, eyeshadow palettes and eyeshadow singles. And that's where I really surprised myself. It was honestly so much work, but it's just so satisfying and rewarding to see your collection so much more organized and more curated at the end. So if you love declutters or if you're in the mood for a really long, relaxing video to have on in the background, I hope you enjoy this one. Alright, let's jump in.
Hey friends, welcome back to my channel, a place where we talk all things beauty. Happy 2025, happy new year. I thought what better way to kick off 2025 than by giving my collection a little refresh. I've been meaning to organize it and really curate the products that I actually love and use. Now I will be real with you guys, I do declutter my stash here and there throughout the year quite consistently, so this isn't going to be one of those oh my god, I'm decluttering half of my collection or 40 foundations gone type of videos. And no tea, no shade to those who film those videos. Honestly, it's fascinating to watch, but I just try my best to stay on top of things throughout the year. But I still think that it's really important to reflect every now and then, ask myself some tough questions about what I really need, and make space for the products that truly deserve to be in my collection. So in the spirit of mindful decluttering, I'm kicking off a little series on my channel to refresh my collection for the new year. I'll break it down into categories because it's just a lot. And today we're starting with my complexion products. Primers, skin tints, foundations, maybe color correctors and concealers, we'll see. So grab a coffee or tea or maybe even your own makeup stash if you want to declutter alongside me, and let's dive into part 1 of this series. As you can see, we are overflowing a little bit, so let's just go all of them and try to streamline. I will probably start with the newest addition to my primer collection, at least I use this product as a primer. This is Glowy Super Gel from Say Beauty. I have mine in the shade Rose Glow. I've got it in one of those Sephora favorite sets and I've used it maybe once or twice. And I remember really liking the way it looks on my skin, so I'll be definitely keeping this one. Okay, let's address these two. I have Halo Glow Liquid Filter from e.l.f. and this is Soft Glam Filter Fluid from Catrice, and they're basically dupes. The e.l.f.'s one is in the shade Fair. I have no idea what shade of Catrice this is, but the applicator is slightly smaller than the e.l.f.'s, and here is the shade. As you can tell, the Catrice one looks a little bit more natural on my skin tone. The e.l.f. one leans a little bit too yellow. And they are very similar types of products. They are just glowy bases that you can use as your primer or as a liquid highlighter. but I definitely prefer the Catrice one just because it looks a little bit more natural on my skin tone in terms of the shade. Plus, I feel like the formula is a little bit more lightweight and I really enjoy that, so I'll be getting rid of the e.l.f. one. Next, let's talk about the Glow Recipes Watermelon Glow Dew Balm. This is their sunscreen stick. It's SPF 45 and this is literally all that's left. As you can tell, this is a favorite of mine. I love how it sits on the skin. It definitely gives a glowy finish, but as someone with dry skin, that's like a huge plus for me. It sits really beautifully under my foundations and doesn't make them peel. I think I have maybe like 3 or maybe 4 usages left, so I'll be definitely keeping it, using it all the way up, and then putting it in my empties pile. Another one that I'm definitely keeping is this vitamin enriched face base from Bobbi Brown. I have it in my project pan, so it definitely stays. Plus, I love to use it right now in winter because it's like a very thick moisturizer and it just hydrates my skin so well, and plus it smells amazing, so it stays. Here's the one that I didn't even try. This is So Blown Clean Blurring Primer from Caliray. And again, I've got it in one of those Sephora favorite sets and I just didn't have time to use it, so I want to keep it and I want to try it. Oops, forgot about my Glow Recipe Watermelon Glow Niacinamide Hue Drops. It was laying on my carpet. But I have at least 2 more primers with similar concepts, so let's just compare them and let's see which one makes the cut. Let me just swatch this Glow Recipe one. The swatch is so intense, but it definitely doesn't look that intense on the skin when you work it in. Then I have these Sunny Glow Bronzing Drops from Pacifica. They are the same concept basically, so let's give them a swatch. And I also have this Glow Serum Primer from Hard Candy, and I swatched it also on my hand. So we have Glow Recipe, Pacifica, and Hard Candy. And I definitely don't want to keep all 3 of them. I don't know if you can tell, but the Glow Recipe one shears out so beautifully, and that's why I really like it. Whereas the Pacifica's one is much more pigmented and it kind of dries down quicker. And I actually really enjoy this one from Hard Candy. I think it's a really nice, affordable alternative to Glow Recipe. Of course, they are slightly different, but still it's an option, and I think I will keep the Glow Recipe one and the Hard Candy one. I don't mind this product, but yeah, it's just a little bit too pigmented for my preferences. Speaking of glowy things, I have this Yummy Skin Glow Serum from Danessa Myricks, and I have mine in the shade Main Squeeze. I swatched it on my hand, and here you can see the Glow Serum from Hard Candy, and this one is Danessa Myricks product. I don't know if you can tell, but the Danessa Myricks one is more golden and even more glowier. I feel like I reach for them quite a lot and I love them both, so I don't want to declutter for the sake of declutter, so I think I will be keeping all of them, and of course my Glow Recipe Hue Drops. As you can tell, I'm not forcing myself to get rid of products for the sake of minimalism. I will never be a minimalistic girl. I love makeup, I enjoy makeup, so I just really want to make sure I keep products that bring me joy and that I reach for a lot. Okay, I see a product that I will not be reaching for. This is Bronze Plus Glow Drops with Niacinamide from First Aid Beauty, and this is just a mini. I think it came in one of my Ipsy boxes. I've tried it maybe once or twice, but every time it looked hella patchy on me, so this is a declutter. Now, this one is quite old in my collection and I haven't used it for quite a while. This is Photo Finish Illuminate Glow Primer from Smashbox, and it's one of those slightly tinted primers with shimmery particles in it, so it gives you lots and lots of glow. As you can tell, it's quite thick and it also leans a little bit yellow, and I feel like I just have other glowy primers like my Danessa one or even the Hard Candy one that I will reach for over this one. So I feel like I'm better off decluttering it and maybe passing it along to somebody else who would get more use out of it. I'm gonna go ahead and keep this Cloud Glow primer from Milk Makeup. I don't know if you can tell, guys, but there's just a tiny bit left and I love how refreshing it feels on the skin. I think it contains turmeric and vitamin C, so it's supposed to make your complexion look brighter, and it honestly feels like I'm applying skincare when using it. So yeah, I just really want to keep it and empty it eventually because yeah, that's a favorite. Here's the product that used to be a favorite of mine, but I don't know, I never reach for it anymore. This is Face Glaze from In Beauty Project, and as you can tell, I've used it quite a bit. It has this gel cream texture, and it gives you this beautiful soft focus effect on the skin. I don't know, should I keep it? It's getting a little bit old. It still performs fine and smells fine. I think it's worth keeping it. I will try to use it more, we'll try to reach for it more, and we'll see. I love In Beauty Project, and their products tend to work so well with my skin. Hopefully I will be able to fall back in love with this old favorite of mine. The one that I know I'm not gonna be reaching for is this Be Goldy Bright Drops. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. They're getting a little bit older and I just never ever reach for them for some reason. I really like the texture they have. They have this like light gel texture and they're really beautiful on the skin. I think I will try to pass it along to one of my friends with dry skin and maybe they can get more use out of them. This primer from Refi is new to my collection and I'm absolutely in love with the way it makes my skin look. It gives this really gorgeous dewy finish. It makes my skin feel really hydrated, which is not the case with all of the primers here. Plus this roller is so fun to use and it's just so relaxing, so I'm 100% keeping my Refi primer. Okay, Benefit came out with the Professional Matte Primer and I'm someone who has dry skin, so I don't tend to gravitate towards matte primers, but I feel like this would be a good find for summer. When summer rolls in and I'm sweating a ton, I feel like this would be great for under makeup. I'm going to declutter this sample size. I will just pass it along one of my friends. And I'm going to finally open the box and put the full size in my stash. Another one I'm ready to say goodbye to is the original Photo Finish Primer from Smashbox. I promise I don't have anything against Smashbox here, but this one is still sealed, as you can see. This is one of those silicone feel type of primers, and I'm just not a fan of those. I just don't like the way they feel on my skin, so I never reach for them. So while this baby is still new and sealed, I just rather give it to somebody else who would absolutely love it and get more use out of it. I haven't tried this one from Clarins. This is their SOS primer, and I know that they have a whole line of these primers. This came from their advent calendar, and the advent calendar was full of minis, so this is also a mini. But this one says that it boosts radiance, and I'm all about radiance, and I love Clarins, so I'm keeping this little guy. This Easy Blur primer from Huda Beauty is really interesting. It claims to be silicone free, and it has this very interesting, I don't know, sherbet-like texture that honestly does feel like a silicone primer. And as we established, I'm not the biggest fan of those, but I also feel like it really does smooth out my texture, and I'm definitely a textured girl. So even though I'm not a big fan of those silicone feeling primers, I feel like I want to keep this one. Plus, it's relatively new to my collection and I love Huda Beauty, so I think I will keep it. Now let's talk about these three hydrating primers. We have Smashbox Photo Finish Primerizer, Giorgio Armani Luminous Silk Hydrating Primer, and the Positivity Lightweight Hydrating Face Primer from What's Up Beauty. And I went ahead and swatched all of them on the back of my arm. So we have the What's Up Beauty, Giorgio Armani, and Smashbox. I feel like the Smashbox has the lightest texture of them all. It's really runny and hydrating. The Giorgio Armani one has this slightly tinted finish and it's full of shimmer. And the What's Up Beauty has this interesting smoothing, slightly creamy texture. And again, I don't feel like decluttering any of them because I use hydrating primers on a daily basis, so I reach for this quite a lot. So these are all staying. Next I have this Rich Bee primer from Frack Beauty, and I'll be honest, it's getting quite a bit old. It has this really interesting sticky texture and it does a really good job of hydrating my skin, but I'll be honest, for some reason I never reach for it anymore and I just prefer my other hydrating primers. So while I gave it quite a bit of love, I think it's time for it to move out of my collection. I'm definitely keeping my Danessa Myricks Blurring Balm Powder. I've never actually even tried it. It's just a mini and for some reason I tend to neglect my minis so hard. and I love the Nessa with my all heart, so I'm definitely keeping it. I just need to remember to use it, but hopefully after I declutter all my primers, I will have more space, and including mental space, and I will remember to use it. Okay, this is Glow Recipe Watermelon Glow Nest in my dewdrops. For some reason, it's in my primers. I don't know why. It's actually should be in my skincare drawer, so I will go ahead and put it there. But I absolutely love this serum. Okay, this Hourglass Vanish Airbrush Primer has been sitting in my collection for quite a while. I remember using it maybe once or twice and liking it, but the thing with me is I never reach for these minis. Plus, I think it came as like a Sephora perk. And to be honest, I don't really trust Sephora and their samples because some of them came expired. So yeah, I'm fine with letting go of this primer. Okay, next we have this beauty. This is Priming Serum 24 Hours Hydrating Solid Smoothing Primer. Who say that 5 times fast from Lancome. And this is one of those primers that came with a spatula. Of course, I lost it. But look at that texture. I think it's really, really interesting. It's one of those silicone smoothing primers, but it has a little bit of pigment base to it, and I love the way it melts into the skin. I love the satisfying progress on it, and yeah, I'm definitely keeping it because it's been a favorite of mine. This product from Say Beauty, I don't know what's wrong with me. I never reach for it. This is their Sun Visor, and it's like a radiant moisturizer with sunscreen. Oh, I don't know if you can see, but it actually expired in November of 2024. Well, that's such a bummer because I definitely could have passed this along to somebody who would use it more. So this is just a good reminder to be mindful and do these declutters more often. So needless to say, of course, I'm getting rid of it and I'm just throwing it in the trash because it's expired. Well, that was a bummer, but our final product is Skin Luck Triple Hyaluronic Glow Serum Glass, and this one is from Isamaya Beauty. I don't know if they are even still in business. I think they did something really problematic, but I don't remember what exactly. You can fill me in the comments if you want to. But this product actually is really nice. It's full of shimmer that shifts that beautiful light golden shade. It's one of those that has a dropper applicator, and I've actually used it quite a bit. I don't know if you can tell. It's a little bit harder to store. I don't like circles things in my makeup stash, but because of that product and because it's really good and it looks so beautiful on the skin, I think I'm gonna keep it and I'll try to actually finish it completely. And these are all the primers that I'm getting rid of. I'm feeling lighter already. It's amazing what a little bit of decluttering can do. I'll try my best to find new homes for these guys. Of course, not the ones that expired or just really old, but of course, I will do my best and pass them along to my friends. And these are all the primers that I'm keeping. I love that I actually can see everything instead of digging through clutter every time I do my makeup. Now let's move on to foundations, and that one is gonna be a doozy. Okay, so here are all of my foundations. I feel like it's not that bad. I still will declutter quite a bit because honestly, many of them have to go just because they don't match me. And that's the thing with me. I can never shade match for the life of me. So we will be decluttering, we will be going through all of them, and we will find the shades that just don't work for us, and we will let them go. Here are all of my foundations in their glory, but before we start going through them, I want you guys to let me know what tips and tricks do you have for shade matching. Like, do you shade match to your neck? Do you shade match to your shoulders? Because I feel like some people do that. So just let me know because I'm really curious to know. I'll start with this foundation from Il Makiage. This is their Woke Up Like This foundation, and I have mine in the shade 045. You guys remember it being everywhere, and I think they did like a huge marketing campaign for this foundation. This shade is way too dark for me. I could easily go 2, maybe 3 shades lighter, but I'm not even decluttering it because of that. I just really despise how this foundation looks on the skin. Think of it as a typical foundation. It gives this heavy, cakey look. It almost gets worse as you wear it. I remember wearing it at the end of the day, my face looked literally cracked. I'm not a huge fan of this one. It just feels like I'm wearing a mask, so getting rid of it. Okay, Urban Decay was very nice and they sent me 2 shades of their Face Bond Foundation. We have a light cool and light neutral. And they actually sent a form where I myself could pick the shades, and this is what I picked, and they're completely off. This 9 light cool looks way too peachy on me. It will not work, so I'm gonna get rid of it. And this light neutral is slightly better, but again, it's a little bit too dark for me right now, especially now that we are in winter. But maybe I could get more use out of it when it's summer, so I will be keeping this one. Now let's talk about these 2 stick foundations. So I have my Fenty Beauty Ease Drop Blur Smooth Tint Stick, and I have it in the shade 3. And I have 035 in Basma. I think it's just Basma Stick Foundation. The Basma one is just too dark for me. I think it's like 2 or maybe 3 shades darker than my normal complexion. Fenty one is a pretty good shade match for me, so it's staying. I will say it leans a little bit yellow, but it's nothing that can be fixed with other products. And if we compare these 2, I prefer Fenty Beauty one because it's just more creamier and it blends out more easier on my skin. So yeah, letting go of the Basma Stick Foundation. My Makeup Forever HD Skin Hydro Glow Foundation is not going anywhere. I have it in the shade 1N06, and it's pretty much a perfect shade match for me. I think this is the best shade matching foundation in my stash, and I actually enjoy this formula so much. I love the original one, but this one is a little bit more glowier, more hydrating, so you could try this one from my dead cold hands. This is not going anywhere. I love this one so much. Another huge favorite of mine is Yummy Skin Serum Skin Tint from Miss Danessa Myricks. I have mine in the shade 2. This is such a gorgeous skin tint. It gives such a nice amount of coverage, and that finish is just gorgeous. Love wearing it especially during winter times, just because I feel like in winter my skin is so dry and lifeless, and this really gives my skin that yummy skin effect, and I love it. The shade match is pretty much perfect on me, and I can definitely see myself using this all the way up. Okay, moving on to this Always On Skin Balancing Foundation from Smashbox, and I have mine in the shade L10N. And I actually don't mind this foundation in terms of formula. It has this beautiful medium to full coverage, but it still manages to look pretty skin-like. But the shade, even though it says neutral, it leans too yellow on me, plus it does oxidize a little bit and it just looks weird. So even though I like this formula, I will have to let this go. Next we have this foundation from Say, and this is the Glow Super Skin Foundation, and I have mine in the shade 3, and I actually really enjoy this one. It almost feels like it's more skincare than foundation. It's a very liquidy formula, so you really have to shake it up really well to mix all the layers, because it does separate really badly and it looks scary. But on the skin, it looks absolutely beautiful and so thin, and I feel like my skin can actually breathe while I'm wearing this foundation, so I've been reaching for this a ton. Next I have this foundation from Catrice. This is the Nude Drop Tinted Serum Foundation. I actually love the way it looks on the skin. I feel like this is a really good drugstore foundation. It has this really thin serum texture and it looks really skin-like. I will say that for some reason my bottle gets so disgusting every time I use it, and the product gets everywhere and I have to clean it, and that is just so annoying. In terms of the shade, unfortunately I cannot tell you the shade because it is nowhere on the bottle. The only thing with this one that it looks pretty light in the bottle, but it does oxidize so bad, at least on my skin. But because this is a lighter shade, I feel like it ends up looking pretty normal on my skin, and I enjoy the final look overall, so I feel like I want to keep this one. It's the only drugstore foundation I think I have in my stash, and the formula is nice, so this is a keeper. This one is the newest to my collection. This is Easy Blur Natural Airbrush Foundation from Huda Beauty, and I have mine in the shade Shortbread, and I really enjoy this shade match. It's not too peachy, it's not too yellow, it's just right. The formula I would describe is okay. I don't notice significant blurring or airbrushing happening. It's not terrible, but it definitely looks like I'm wearing a foundation on my skin. It's not horrible, so I don't feel like decluttering it, but I just need to make sure I wear it more often because again, it's quite new to my collection, so I just want to keep it and have more playtime with it, so it's staying. This is Luminous Silk Perfect Glow Flawless Foundation from Armani Beauty, and I have mine in the shade 4.5. So many people rave about this one, and it's like in so many people's favorites and stuff. I'm not completely in love with it. I feel like sometimes it looks a little bit cakey on some areas of my face, so but overall it's not bad. But this shade is not for me. It's too dark and it leans a little bit peachy / orange in that territory, and I'm definitely not in that territory, so unfortunately, yeah, I will have to get rid of it because it just doesn't look right on me. Now let's talk about this cushion foundation from Tier. I have mine in the shade 17 as Porcelain, and I feel like that's a pretty good shade match for me. I really love this formula. It's very thin and very pigmented, so I just have to be careful not to over apply because I feel like it just gets rid of every single thing on my face, if you know. So just don't over apply and you're good to go. It gives such a natural satin finish. It looks really beautiful. Definitely keeping this one from Tier. This sheer skin tint from Summer Fridays is not going anywhere. I have mine in the shade 2. And I have this in my project pan. I'm panning it, I'm working on it, so I'm definitely keeping it. Highly recommend it if you're in the market for a skin tint. I feel like it gives such a nice amount of coverage and it looks so nice on. Sometimes skin tints can be so weird and for some reason they're so hard to formulate correctly, but this one I feel like they nailed it. I feel like decluttering this Yensa Super Serum Silk Foundation. I really wanted to love it, and I have mine in the shade Light Neutral, but unfortunately this shade match is kind of weird on it. I don't know if you can tell, but it actually looks kind of gray on my skin, and it will dry down and oxidize and become even more darker. I feel like light neutral is such a broad term that so many brands see in their own way, but yeah, I would absolutely love to try more from Yensa Beauty, but unfortunately this foundation, it has got to go. Now let's address these two guys from IT Cosmetics. I have CC Plus Natural Matte Foundation and Your Skin But Better CC Plus. This one is in the shade Fair and this one is in the shade Fair Ivory. They both are pretty new to my collection and I wore them just a handful of times. But I much prefer the Your Skin But Better CC Plus, both in terms of formula and the shade match. This shade Fair Ivory leans a little bit too yellow for me, while this shade Fair looks a little bit more balanced and neutral. Plus, I just prefer the formula of this one more. I feel like this one leans a little bit too matte for my liking. IT Cosmetics actually puts expiration dates on their tubes. I think they do it because it contains sunscreen, but feel free to correct me. But this one is expiring in 2026, so I definitely feel like my chances are better off with this one. I'm just gonna go ahead and declutter it. I feel like some of my friends would absolutely love to have it because again, it's pretty much new. I used it maybe once or twice, so I will try to find it a new home. Okay, my double wear from Estee Lauder is not going anywhere. I feel like this is such a classic foundation. I actually wore this one on my wedding day. Of course, not exactly this one because I'm married for 10 years now and that would be insane. But I have mine in the shade 1 and 2 Ecru. And actually, this is like a perfect shade match for me. And it's one of those foundations that just work. It's perfect for special occasions and it photographs beautifully. I will say that it's a little bit too much for my personal preferences for everyday use, just because it has quite a bit of coverage, and I'm still mind blown when I ask my friends who are not into makeup, I'm like, what foundation are you wearing every day? And they're like, double wear. I'm like, whoa! It really surprises me because it's not like a skin tint or lighter coverage base, but of course to each their own, and I absolutely love mine. I will say for this price, the fact that they did not give us a pump is a sick work. Like, what do you mean this foundation is so expensive and you will not give us a pump? It still sets my heart on fire, but overall, of course, the product inside is amazing and it's going nowhere. Okay, this one kind of breaks my heart. This is Dewdrop Foundation from Surat Beauty. I have mine in the shade 4, and it's one of those that you twist and then there's like a rubber button and you press the button and squeeze your foundation. I absolutely love this formula, but unfortunately the shade is just way off. It's way too orange on me, and it kind of oxidizes too, and I could probably salvage that with like blue color corrector or something, but I'll be honest, I'm just at that point in my makeup journey where I don't do that anymore. I just don't have patience for things that don't work for me. I just don't want to jump through hoops with my makeup, so unfortunately I will be getting rid of it. And I have these two cushion foundations from Jung Siam Mole, and I think I butchered that, but I have mine in the shade Fair Pink and Fair Light, and this was sent to me in like a friend mail. My friend Pao sent this my way. To be honest, both of them would work on my skin tone, but I think personally I prefer the shade Fair Light. I wore it only maybe once or twice, so no solid opinions formed as of yet, but I can definitely tell you that I like my Tier cushion foundation more than these guys, but I'm still excited to play with it more, so yeah, keeping one and letting go of the other. This Yummy Skin Serum Foundation, actually this is embarrassing, but I completely forgot I have this, so I have it in the shade 4N. And I would say this is a pretty good shade match. I swatched it on the back of my hand and I definitely plan to keep in it. But I feel like this is what declutters are for. We are also looking through everything we have and we are finding maybe some things that we didn't even know existed. Okay, moving along to BB Moringa Ceramide Tinted Moisturizer from Heimish. I have mine in the shade 23 Nude. And Heimish is a Korean skincare and makeup brand, and I have so many favorite products from them, but unfortunately this one, while I love the formula and it has a ton of coverage for being a tinted moisturizer, but unfortunately it just doesn't look good on me shade-wise. It's one of those products that goes so gray on me. I would be definitely open to trying this formula in like a different shade, but so far I don't feel like it looks great on me. You see, I've tried to use it quite a bit, but yeah, I'm ready to move it along because it's just not a good shade match. And the final product in our complexion category is this Red Zone Edit Instant Complexion Corrector from Westmore Beauty. So this is a very interesting product. As you can tell, this is like a green color corrector. It's very creamy and it goes on really green, but once you start blending it in, it turns into this skin tone shade, and I feel like it gives quite a nice coverage. I would say it's like a light tinted moisturizer kind of coverage. I just feel like this is such an interesting product, and I never tried something like this before, where it goes from this color to this natural shade. And it's quite new to my collection, so I just want to keep it in and just play with it more, because I'm someone who struggles with lots and lots of redness. And I'm classifying this as foundation because I would wear it as my foundation with maybe a little bit of concealer and powder. Here's the current situation. These are all foundations that I'm getting rid of, and these are the ones I'm keeping. I kind of surprised myself. I feel like I went in really ruthless and did such a good job of decluttering. And that's it for part 1 of my makeup declutter series. I feel so much better already. It's amazing what a little editing can do. And going through these products reminded me of why I fell in love with makeup in the first place, because it's not about having everything. I think it's about having what works for you, what makes you feel confident and excited. Honestly, seeing my collection curated and organized, it just brings me so much joy. And if you've been thinking about decluttering your own stash, I hope this inspired you to take that first step. Stay tuned for part 2, where we'll tackle color correctors, concealers, and setting powders. Let me know in the comments if you're decluttering along with me, or if there's a category you're especially excited to see next. And of course, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss the rest of the series. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye! Welcome back to part 2 of my declutter series. If you missed part 1, we started with primers and foundations. I will link that video for you guys. Spoiler alert, I actually got a little ruthless. Today I want to keep that energy going and tackle my color correctors, concealers, powders, and setting sprays. As you can tell, we have quite a bit to go through. I cannot help it, I love a flawless base. But I'll be honest, I'm a little overwhelmed seeing everything laid down like that. I feel like it's not that bad with some categories, but other categories are kind of overflowing. So I'll try my best to curate this a little bit and make this collection a little bit more functional for me. But before we dive in, don't forget to give this video a big thumbs up, subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss the rest of this declutter series, because we've got a lot more to sort through. So grab your coffee, tea, get comfy, and let's jump in. Alright, let's start with color correctors. I don't use this as often as I probably should, but I have a decent little collection, as you can tell. But I want to be really honest with myself about what I actually reach for and what's just taking up space. I'll start with this color corrector stick from Bobbi Brown. I have mine in the shade Light Bisque. I have it in my project pan, and that's how much product is left. I really enjoy this formula. I feel like it's really pigmented and I don't need to use a lot. It's not too waxy and it doesn't crease. Plus it plays well with my other concealers. So this one is staying. Okay, this super bright serum silk under eye corrector from Yensa Beauty is quite new to my collection. I have it in the shade Fair, and as you can tell, I've used it quite a bit. It's a little bit of a stiffer, drier formula, and I feel like I get the best results when using it with fingers, because I feel like the warmth of my fingers melts the product into my skin, and I really like it so far, so it's staying. Now, these two camo color correctors from e.l.f. are truly amazing. They come in so many different shades to address all skin discoloration concerns. I have mine in the shade Peach and Blue. The peach one is amazing for camouflaging dark spots and dark circles, and the blue one is a must-have if you want to offset those very warm tones in your concealers and foundations. With that being said, I feel like this peach color corrector is a little bit too deep for my skin tone. I feel like it would be amazing on like medium skin tones. So here I swatched the Bobbi Brown color corrector stick in Light Bisque, and here is the peach color corrector from e.l.f. As you can tell, it's quite deep for my skin tone, and I just feel like I need to use more concealer to cover it. While I feel like the formula is amazing and these are just such an amazing drugstore find, I will be letting go of the peach one just because it doesn't suit my skin tone. Okay, that was very easy. I'm down to just a few correctors that I know I'll actually use, but now let's move on to concealers. Now, concealers. This is where I really struggle, you guys, because I just love having options for different coverage levels and finishes and occasions, to be honest. But realistically, I can't use these many concealers before they expire. So let's get real about what I'm keeping. This Halo Healthy Glow 4-in-1 Perfecting Pen from Smashbox. I feel like it gives a really nice light to medium buildable coverage, and I feel like it's really great for every day. One of those that has like a built-in brush, which of course gets so disgusting. I have it in the shade L10 Neutral, and unfortunately, as with almost all of Smashbox complexion products, it leans way too yellow, and yeah, the color match is just way off. So I'm saying goodbye to it. Okay, this main Match concealer from Coffee Beauty is Stain. I love this one. You know how some concealers can be really thin? Well, this one is, I wouldn't say that it's thick, but it's kind of, it feels silicone-y and it's kind of smoothing under eyes, and I really enjoy that. I have mine in the shade Misty Maple and the shade match is pretty good, so I'm definitely keeping it. I really want to actually pan it completely and use it all the way up because it's a favorite. Okay, this concealer from Lawless, Chef's Kiss. If you like really thin and pigmented formulas that have a really natural finish, you would love this. I have mine in the shades Linen and Cloud, and I feel like Cloud leans a little bit to yellow, plus it's like 2 or 3 shades lighter than my under eyes. And I'm just not in love with that super bright under eye look anymore, and I feel like Linen shade suits me so much more. I'll be getting rid of this Cloud shade, but this concealer from Lawless is going nowhere. This concealer from Benefit, it's their Boeing Cakeless Concealer, and I have mine in the shade 3L01. I've actually never even tried it. They sent it my way and I found it in my backup drawer for some reason, so I want to play with it. I want to see how the formula is because I love trying new concealers, so I'm keeping it. On the other hand, I will get rid of this Stay Naked Quickie Concealer from Urban Decay. I have mine in the shade 30NN, and I feel like it's a pretty decent shade match for me, but you have your doe foot applicator on one side and there's a built-in brush on the other, which I'll be honest, I would never use this brush because I don't even know how to like wash it without getting water everywhere. So yeah, this one has got to go because no matter how I try to use it, it always ends up looking a little bit too cakey, a little bit too heavy, a little bit too dry under my eyes. It's just not my formula, so I'm finally letting it go. This one, We're Even Hydrating Longwear Concealer from Fenty Beauty. I bought it during the Sephora sale, and for some reason, I've never fallen in love with it. I feel like it's mostly because it's really hydrating one, and I feel like these really creamy hydrating concealers, they just tend to crease on me because I have so many lines under my eyes. Plus, I don't know what it is. It haven't been in my collection for that long, but it smells absolutely rancid. I'm not sure how did that happen because I store my concealers in a closed drawer, so I don't know, it wasn't exposed to sun or anything like that. But every time I reach for it and I open it, it's that smell that's kind of throwing me off. And don't get me wrong, the formula is not too bad. I feel like I can still salvage it with like a good heavy duty setting powder. It's just not my absolute favorite again, and I just want to let go of things that don't serve me anymore. So saying goodbye to it. For some reason, I have 2 shades of the Luminous Silk Concealer from Armani Beauty. They are both in shade 4. And I actually don't mind this formula. If you like your concealers to have a little bit of a glowier finish, you would like this. As for me, I prefer my concealers to be more on the natural side versus glowy because I feel like when they are really radiant in finish, they kind of accentuate every pore and line I have under my eye. I just swatched this on the back of my hand, and I don't know if you can tell, but the shades are completely different, you guys, so I don't know what's up with that. I'm not sure, maybe they reformulated the shade range or something, I'm not sure again, but this shade 4 leans a little bit more yellow than this one, so I'll just go ahead and keep this one because again, it's just a better shade match for me. This Bear With Me concealer from NYX is a really amazing affordable option. I like that it has this serum consistency, so it's not too heavy where it will crease, and it's not too dry either. The shade looks pretty natural on me. I have it in the shade Vanilla. The only thing I despise is this pump. I'm just a doe foot applicator concealer type of person, but I have it in my project pan and I'm excited to work on it because again, the formula is really good. So of course this one is staying. This concealer from Il Makiage, I feel like it gives a really nice amount of coverage, but it's one of those that dries a little bit too matte for my liking, plus the shade is just way too off. It leans a little bit yellow/orange on me. I have it in the shade 3.75, but yeah, I'm ready to say goodbye to it. I have another shade of the Yensa Super Bright Serum Silk Under Eye Corrector. This one is in the shade Light, and I kept that one in the shade Fair in my color correctors, but this one, I honestly would treat it as a under eye concealer, not corrector. As you can tell, it's completely brand new. I haven't touched it, so I just rather pass it along to one of my friends and actually know exactly to whom I want to give this to. Very excited to give this one a new home. Okay, now let's talk about the Faux Filter Luminous Matte Concealer from Huda Beauty, and I have mine in the shade Cotton Candy. I wouldn't say that this is my absolute favorite concealer of all times. I feel like it leans a little bit too creamy for my liking, but again, it's nothing that a good setting powder couldn't fix. The shade match is pretty good on me and I've used it quite a bit, but as you can tell, I have another one and I have it in the shade Coconut Flakes, and this one is a little bit darker. I'm definitely keeping this Cotton Candy shade and I will be passing along the Coconut Flakes shade to one of my friends. Okay, this one from Kelly Ray. This is the Hideaway Brightening Hydrating Under Eye Serum Concealer, and I have mine in the shade Dawn, and it's a very interesting formula. It's like color corrector concealer in one, or at least this is how they advertise it. And as you can tell, this is a very thin serum-like texture. And while I don't mind this formula at all, there's something about this particular pink Dawn shade that I just don't like on me. I feel like if I would have it in the closer to my skin tone shade, I would love it so much more. But because of that thin serum-like texture, I think it just doesn't cover my dark under eyes enough, at least for my liking. So while it really hurts me to say, I think I will be moving this out of my collection. I need to look into the shade range. Maybe they have shades that match me better, but for now it's a goodbye. I've been really enjoying this Super Serum Silk Concealer from Yensa Beauty. I have it in the shade Fair 1. I feel like it gives a lot of coverage, but it looks somehow like skin, and I love that it doesn't lean too matte. The only thing is that this shade leans a little bit too light for me. It's nothing too major, and I've been using it so much right now in winter because in winter I'm at my palest. And I really want to try a shade that's darker than a Fair 1, but this one is a keeper. Okay, as you can tell, this Vision Cream Cover 2-in-1 foundation and concealer from the Nessa Myrix is completely sealed. Ring the shame bell. I don't know, it's just sometimes when I have too much stuff, I don't even open new things because I'm just overwhelmed with whatever I have. And this is what I feel declutters are amazing for, because they literally create that mental capacity to try new things. I have it in the shade N02. I don't know if it will match me, but I'm definitely keeping this one and I'm excited to play with it. Next I have these two Tinted Doll Ultra Wear All Over Concealers from Lancome, and I have mine in the shades Buff, and I guess that's for neutral, and Ivory Cool. I really enjoy this formula. It's one of those very thin serum-like concealers. I love how they look on the skin, very much undetectable and so lightweight. Unfortunately, none of these two shades match me. They both lean a little bit too dark for my under eyes, and while I could use them as foundation, again, I just have way too many foundations to do that. Ivory one leans a little bit too pink, and the Buff Neutral leans a little bit too orange. Really sad to let this go, but sometimes that happens and brands send things that don't match. So yeah, that's okay to let go. Saying goodbye to this. Okay, and the final concealer we have is from Jane Iredale, and they're like a clean beauty available at Ulta, and this is their Pure Match Liquid Concealer. I have mine in the shade 4N, and I feel like the shade match is pretty good. This one is quite new to my collection, and I feel like I need more time to get acquainted with this formula. I will say that all times that I've used it, I've noticed that it dries kind of fast, and sometimes when I miss that blending window, it's kind of hard to blend out after that. And the finish leans a little bit more on the powdery matte side, but again, I just want to keep it for now because I like this brand and I want to get to know their products a little bit better, so it's staying for now. Okay, these are all concealers I'm decluttering, and these are the ones that are staying. This honestly Feels absolutely amazing. I'm keeping my favorites and I know that I will get so much use out of them. I've kept a good variety of coverage levels and finishes, and I'm excited to let go of anything that just doesn't work for me. Next up, setting powders. Okay, I feel like I don't have a lot in this category just because for the longest time I was such a hater of setting powders. I actually learned how to use them properly and I love a good setting powder now. I definitely can spot a couple that I'm just holding on to and they just don't work for me, so let's declutter this category. Let's start with this, the Professional Power Powder from Benefit. As far as I remember, it comes only in one shade, which is atrocious. And I actually think that Benefit really did a big one with this powder. Formula just feels so lightweight and undetectable on the skin, and it does such a good job of setting all your creams down without looking heavy or cakey or patchy. It's an amazing setting powder overall and I would highly recommend it. However, because it only comes in one shade, it's just way too dark for my skin tone. It does that thing where it kind of darkens your under eyes, and I feel like overall my complexion in general, so I start with one shade of complexion and I end up with like 2 shades darker after using this powder, and that's just a no-go, and I feel like I avoid using this powder because of that. So I'll just do my best to find a new home to this powder because I truly enjoy the product, and I just hope they expand the shade range, because how is it possible to have one shade of powder in 2025? I don't know. I'm very impressed with this product from Bobbi Brown. This is the vitamin enriched pressed powder and I have mine in the shade yellow. It looks really scary in the pan, and here's the swatch. As you can tell, it's not too pigmented and I feel like it shears out beautifully on the skin. And I've been really enjoying using it under my eyes because I feel like it brightens up my under eyes so nicely. It has this beautiful satin finish without looking oily, or you know how sometimes powders can give you that heavy shimmery effect. I hate that. This one doesn't do that at all. I know it looks like I haven't touched it in a while, but it's just because of the product and the way it sits in the pan. But overall, very impressed with this product. It's staying. Okay, this one pains me a little bit. This is Air Set Radiant Loose Setting Powder from Say Beauty. I don't know if you guys can tell, but you can actually see that it's full of shimmer. I like my setting powders to have that smoothing, blurring effect on the skin. And this one I feel like gives the opposite effect. Kind of accentuates all the lines, all the texture, all the bumps and things I have. Plus, this shade I feel like darkens my concealer a little bit. As much as I wanted to love it, unfortunately, I just don't see the point of this product. And it really pains me to say because I love Say foundation. But I just hate this one, so goodbye. Okay, now this product from Lawless. This is the Perfecting Powder Talc-Free Skin Smoothing Powder. I have mine in the shade Fair. And this is actually like a pressed powder slash foundation. And I tend to use it both ways. Sometimes I wear it on its own for like a no makeup day. Or I would use it over my foundation and add a little bit of coverage over some places. As you can tell by the pan in this one, I absolutely love it. I'm not a powder foundation girl at all, but this one, you guys, it's amazing. It somehow melts into your skin and gives the most prettiest finish. It's truly undetectable on the skin and it's just so easy to use. This is my go-to for no makeup days or when I want to have that a little lighter coverage day. It also comes with a little sponge applicator. Unfortunately, I threw my away, so I can show it to you, but I just never use those types of sponges. Yeah, this is such a huge favorite of mine and it became a staple in my routine, and this is going nowhere, and I can tell you right now that when I'm done with it, I will definitely be repurchasing a new one because I love it so much. Okay, next I have this small sample size of Well Translucent Setting Powder from Hourglass. I know that so many people love this setting powder and I've tried it maybe twice or 3 times, and while it's not bad, I wouldn't say that it became my go-to. It gives me this nice natural finish, and I feel like it's a good option if you're somebody with really dry skin. It also has this slightly shimmery finish, but it's nothing compared to the Say powder, because that one is like a glitter explosion. I don't know, I'm just so meh about this product and I never reach for it. So I just feel like it would be better for me to pass this one alone. I've got this Blur Plus Set Pressed Powder from Tower 28 during the recent Sephora sale, and you guys, it's been such a favorite of mine. As you can tell, the embossing is completely gone because I've been using it quite a bit. I just love how easy it is to use and how effortless it looks on the skin. It gives you this soft matte finish, but it never looks cakey or dry or heavy. I feel like Tower 28 did such a good job with this powder, and I just have so many favorite products from them. I'm excited to keep using it, and it's definitely staying. Fit Me Loose Finishing Powder from Maybelline is such a classic. I've gone through a couple of these. This is one of those powders that will give you silky, smooth and blurred finish. They come in so many shades. I have mine in the shade Fairlight, and I absolutely love this one, and I feel like this is an amazing, affordable option. I mean, it's loved by so many, and for a good reason. I think it's worth all the hype, so mine is definitely staying. I'm definitely keeping my Seal the Deal loose setting powder from Lawless. I have it in the shade Brighten and Translucent, and I'm also working on it in my project pan. They were really generous with the amount of product to get, and as you can tell, I've used it quite a bit. I feel like this powder is really good at controlling the oil, so I love using it in summer. It does such a good job of setting my makeup and holding it in place all day. I'm not sure what's going on because I don't see it on Sephora anymore. So are they discontinuing it? I don't know. I have a feeling they might. I hope not, but I'm definitely keeping mine. Okay, as you can clearly tell, we have a favorite here. These powders from Huda Beauty are the best in my opinion. If you want those super blurred, smooth, set to the guts under eyes, this is your powder. As you can tell, we have quite a range of shades. I have shade Sugar Cookie, Cherry Blossom Cake, and Cupcake. Cherry Blossom and Cupcake are two shades that I use the most, and out of them two, I use Cupcake the most. It's just closer to my skin tone, it looks more natural on, and I love that it has this pink undertone, which is amazing to brighten and disguise my under eye darkness. And I also love Cherry Blossom Cake, which, by the way, on Sephora website is just Cherry Blossom. So I'm not sure what's going on over here on this sticker, but this shade, I do like it. It's sheer soft pink and it's really brightening. So I feel like while I use Cupcake more, I definitely want to keep them both. You know what? I'm also gonna keep the Sugar Cookie shade because while I don't reach for it as much as these two, I just love this formula so much, and this particular shade, it doesn't give me white cast. So yeah, would a normal person keep all three? No. But me, I'm keeping all three. So these are the powders that I'm decluttering, and honestly, it doesn't look like I've decluttered that much, but I genuinely love and reach for everything in this pile, and I'm just happy that I have this small but mighty setting powder collection that covers all my needs without the clutter. Finally, setting sprays. I love a good setting spray to lock in my makeup, but there are definitely a few in here that don't do much for me anymore. First, we have this Set and Protect Matte Sheer Setting Spray from Pacifica. I love that it has SPF 45. I feel like it's a nice way to reapply your sunscreen throughout the day. However, because it has sunscreen, it smells absolutely atrocious. It has this chemical sunscreen scent, and if you know, you know. Plus, the mister is not my favorite. It shoots way too aggressively. So it's time to say goodbye. If you love your dewy setting sprays, you would love this one from Milk. This is their Hydro Grip Set Plus Refresh Spray. One of those bee-face products, and you have to shake it really well before using it. I love a good hydrating setting spray, and it definitely gives me that dewy finish. However, if you're oily, I feel like it might be a little bit too much for you, especially in summer. I've added it to my project pan for that same reason. I just want to use it while it's still winter here and my skin is so dry, but overall I really enjoy this one and it's staying.
Prep and Prime Fix Plus is such a classic product. I've gone through so many of these and I just love how versatile this product is. You can use it before applying makeup, you can use it like sandwiched between the layers of makeup, and of course you can apply it as your setting spray. Sometimes when I go pretty heavy-handed with my powder, I feel like spraying a little bit of this will take away some of the dryness and build up. You can also spray your eyeshadow brushes to intensify that color. I love the packaging. I love how consistent and light the mist is. You can use it throughout the day to kind of refresh your makeup. Overall, it's just a staple in my routine and I always have at least one of these in my rotation, so I'm keeping it. I have another hydrating setting spray. This one is from Makeup Forever and this is their Mist and Fix setting spray. This one is alcohol free, which I love, and I feel like it's a great hydrating setting spray, but it also helps with makeup longevity, where I feel like my MAC Fix Plus doesn't really do that. The mister could be a little bit more fine on it, but overall I enjoy it and I will keep it. Then I have this Translucent Pure setting spray from Laura Mercier, and I love this packaging, by the way, but I think I've got it in Ipsy Advent Calendar. Yeah, I don't mind it. I feel like it's not that hydrating on my skin though. I would actually say that it gives a nice matte finish, so maybe if you're somebody who has oily or compact skin, you would enjoy this one. Gives a moderate makeup hold, and overall it's just a product not for me. I have dry skin and I prefer a little bit of a glow, so I will be passing along to one of my friends with oily skin. This one from Urban Decay is the newest setting spray in my collection. This is their all-nighter, but this one is hydrating one. I absolutely love the original one. That one is a holy grail for me, and I actually just recently finished that one. This one gives you a little bit more of a glowy, hydrating finish, and again, I love that. Plus, it smells absolutely amazing, so I'm definitely keeping this one. When I truly want to set my makeup and make sure that it lasts, I always reach for the Morphe Continuous Setting Mist. I'm not a Morphe person, but this product is truly amazing. I'm absolutely in love with the way how fine that mist is. Look at that. I feel like my makeup lasts a little bit longer when I wear this setting spray. I would say if you're somebody combo or even oily, you would definitely enjoy this one. And again, this is a staple in my routine and I always have at least one of these in my rotation, so this one is staying and going nowhere. Then I have this But I Believe It Skin Mist from Physicians Formula, and this one kind of surprised me. I was expecting it to be like a hydrating dewy mist, but I feel like it gives me a really strong matte finish, plus it contains alcohol, which can help the formula dry quickly, but maybe also drying or irritating for sensitive skin. And I do tend to have sensitive skin, plus I'm not looking for strong oil control or a strong matte finish, so I will be decluttering it because it just doesn't suit my skin type. Next I have Final Treat Hyaluronic Acid Infused Setting Spray from Tease Beauty, and this brand is available at Revolve. I love this one because it actually has skincare ingredients in it like hyaluronic acid and niacinamide. It gives a really nice matte, smooth, lightweight feel to the skin. The mister on this one is amazing. I think I've got it in one of my BoxyCharms, but I'm definitely keeping this one. The setup looks a little bit different. My phone died and I had to charge it, but next I have this Pore Eclipse Matte Setting Spray from Milk Makeup. And this one is really interesting because it contains some quite interesting ingredients for the setting sprays. It has niacinamide and bakuchiol, and it can really benefit those with oily skin or those who look for pore refining effects. It gives a really nice finish, but unfortunately after some time my mister completely clogged. And so basically now it just shoots aggressively the product. And yeah, unfortunately it's just not usable anymore, so I'll be decluttering it. Then I have this mini from Mo Beauty. This is Set It Up Setting Spray. I've got it in one of my Ipsy boxes and overall I don't mind it. This one gives a really nice dewy finish, but I didn't notice any effect in terms of makeup longevity. It doesn't prolong my makeup wear, but it gives a really nice dewy finish. Overall, it's just a nice hydrating setting spray.
Unfortunately, it just doesn't stand out enough for me to keep in my collection, so I will be getting rid of it. I'm keeping my Prime and Fine Dewy Glow Fixing Spray from Catrice. This is an amazing affordable find. It's only $8. I feel like it does a good job of controlling my oils and it prolongs the wear of my makeup. And it also makes my skin look nice and glowy and hydrated, and I really like that balance. There's no skincare ingredients in this one, but again, for the price, I feel like this is an amazing find and I'm definitely keeping this one. Next, I have this beauty elixir from Caudalie, and to be honest, I don't know what it's doing in my setting spray collection. It needs to be moved into my skincare. This is an amazing, refreshing and soothing spray, but it does absolutely nothing for makeup longevity. I like spraying it throughout the day for a light hydration, and I like that it gives me that beautiful dewy finish. And it's one of those that has that oil top layer, so you really have to shake it well. But again, I don't think it offers any oil control, so if you're looking for that, I think you will be disappointed. I feel like I need to move it to my skincare collection because I just feel like I will use it so much more. Overall, it's a nice little skin treat, so I'll be definitely keeping it. And finally, I have Naked Sunday's Hydrating Glow Mist, and this one has SPF 50. This one is amazing for giving you that hydrated, dewy look plus added sun protection. I like that it's not greasy and it can be reapplied throughout the day. They added a tropical fragrance to it, which kind of helps to mask that chemical sunscreen scent. And it has this beautiful light mist, which I really enjoy. I feel like it's one of the best mists with sunscreen on the market right now, so I definitely want to hold on to it. These are all the setting sprays that I'm decluttering, and these are the ones that I'm keeping. It was actually easier than I thought. Now I've got just, the setting sprays that I truly love and actually use. That's it for part 2 of my declutter series. Honestly, I'm so proud of how much I was able to let go of today. Seeing my collection more streamlined and intentional feels so satisfying. It's a great reminder that sometimes less really is more. If you're following along with your own declutter, let me know in the comments how it's going. What's the hardest category for you to declutter? Let me know, I'm so curious. Next up in this series, we're diving into cream bronzers, blushes, and highlighters. So make sure you're subscribed and have notifications turned on so you don't miss it. But thank you so much for hanging out with me today, and I will see you in the next one. Bye! Hey everyone, welcome to part 3 of my Ultimate Declutter series. Today we're going through my cheek product collection. Yes, we're doing all the blushes, bronzers, highlighters, and face palettes too. We've got both powders and creams to get through, and to be honest, I've been putting this off for quite a while because I love so many of these formulas, especially my creams. But today it's time to make some tough choices and be ruthless. Before we dive in, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to my channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss on any uploads. Alright, now let's get into it. Let's kick things off with my powder products, blushes, bronzers, highlighters, and face palettes. Let's just go through everything and let's see what I actually reach for and what can go. Alright, let's kick things off with this You Glow Girl Baked Highlighter from JCat. I have mine in the shade Seaside Frost and I absolutely adore this formula. It's one of those highlighters that looks very natural on the skin, and I love that it's not too metallic. Unfortunately, this particular shade gives me a weird cast, so even though I'm a huge fan of this formula, I will be getting rid of this one. Let's continue with highlighters. We have 2 highlighters from What's Up Beauty. This is their Serengeti highlighters, and I have mine in the shades Wild Acacia and Safari Sunset. These are absolutely gorgeous. They give you a little bit more of a sparkly effect on the skin. I only want to keep one though. I feel like this one, Wild Acacia, is a little bit too icy on my skin. So I'm keeping Safari Sunset and letting go of this one. Okay, this highlighter from Surratt, I hardly ever reach for it. You can basically buy these kind of like refills. They come in blush shades, highlighters, bronzer shades, and I have mine in this shade. And then you can put it in one of these palettes. I just never reach for it. It's a little bit too dry, a little bit too dusty for my liking, so I'm letting it go. Okay, next we have this One Size highlighter. It was their collaboration with Wicked, and I have mine in the shade Define Gravity. This one is just okay. It's a little bit too golden for my preferences, plus it really emphasizes my texture. I think it's a little bit too drying
on my skin, so I'm letting it go. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm just not a big highlighter girl, at least not anymore. So we have this Bobbi Brown highlighting powder in the shade Pink Glow, and I think it's just a mini. This is a baked formula, and I really enjoy how smoothing it looks on the skin, and it kind of melts into the skin. Plus, it's quite new to my collection, so I'll be definitely holding on to it. Okay, I feel like we're doing really good. This Benefit highlighter, Cookie, I think is my favorite in my collection. It's very pigmented. You don't need a lot. I love this shade. It's just so brightening and flattering on my skin. Plus, it's really smooth and creamy on the skin. So this one is going nowhere. Now let's do powder bronzers. I don't have a lot, but I know there's at least one that I will not be reaching for. This is Double Dipper from Half Caked, and I have mine in the shade Miami Beach, and it comes with two formulas. You have your matte bronzer, and you also have a shimmery one. Very pigmented, and as you can tell, this is not my shade. This is way too deep for me. I've used it in one of my try new makeup videos, and when I was editing that video, I was just laughing because it's just way too deep for me. It's not for my skin tone, so getting rid of it. The Hula bronzer from Benefit, such a classic. They just recently sent me a brand new one. I had one of these a couple of years ago and I really enjoyed it. So I think I will keep this one. So yeah, stay in. Then I have these three Cheeky Terry bronzers from What's Up Beauty. They were very kind and sent me 3 of the shades. I think there are 4 in total in the range. They have light, medium and tan shades. These are made in Italy and they are absolutely gorgeous. They have like this interesting marbled effect. They're quite firmly pressed and I would say that they're not very pigmented. And this light shade is truly light. I think if you're somebody with pale skin, you would actually really enjoy this one. And because these are not overly pigmented, I'm also gonna keep the medium shade. I will be passing along the tan shade. It's just a little bit too deep for me and my skin tone. Plus, it leans a little bit too orange for my liking, so it's gotta go. Now let's move on to my powder blushes, and the newest one in my collection is this blush duo from Patrick Ta. He just recently launched 4 new shades of his blush duos, and I have mine in the shade She Left Me on Red. Absolutely gorgeous, vivid, bright, warm tone red. Played with it maybe only a couple of times, but the powder is really pigmented. You have to be really careful with it not to over apply. I almost wish that the powder would be a little bit more harder pressed, and maybe that could help with intensity and make the blush a little bit more buildable, because I just feel it's like wham bam pigment right off the bat. But the cream one, guys, it's amazing. It's not too pigmented and it's really buildable and it gives you that signature Patrick Ta glow. So I'm definitely holding on to this blush duo. It's so fun. Will it last me 3 lifetimes? Yes. Will I use only a tiny amount at a time? Also yes. I just love blush and this baby is staying. Now let's go through my Armani Luminous Silk blushes, and this will be really hard because I absolutely love them. This one is clearly a favorite. Just look at how much I've used it. It is the 51 shade. I absolutely adore this formula. It comes in 2 finishes. We have soft matte. I would say it's like a semi-luminous formula. And there are also a couple of shades in the line that are really glowy and highlightery. And for reference, this is shade 50. I love that they're not overly pigmented right off the bat, and I feel like they are a little bit harder pressed. And I can even get away with darker shades like this. They look absolutely beautiful on the skin, so I'm keeping all 3. But I feel like I'm ready to let go of this one. I love a glowy cheek, but this one, because it's not overly pigmented formula, I feel like it looks more like a highlighter and has less of a blush base, if this makes any sense. I just always reach for the matte formula over this one, so I'm letting it go. This is such a blast from the past. I used to love this blush so much. This is Extra Dimension blush from MAC and it's fairly precious. I love this peachy orange shade. It looks so beautiful on the skin. I love that it has this iridescent pink sheen to it. It's very soft, smooth and blendable, and it's so easy to work with. If you love a really glowy cheek, I would definitely recommend looking into this line from MAC. Mine is really old, but I still want to hold on to it because I just haven't found a formula that I like this much. So I'm keeping it. Another glowy blush I want to keep is the powder blush from Rare Beauty, and I have mine in the shade Happy. Very beautiful soft formula, and I love how glowy it looks on the skin, but it somehow doesn't emphasize my texture as bad. I love this shade from Rare Beauty. It adds so much life back to my face. Plus the packaging is absolutely adorable, so keeping it. Okay, this is absolutely new to my collection and I haven't even tried it. This is a pure pressed blush in Velvet Petal from Jane Iredale. Interestingly enough, it's really tiny. This shade looks absolutely delicious. It's one of those shades that give you that bronzer effect. So excited to play with this one. Definitely keeping it. What's Up Beauty also sent me the Chic Terry blush collection. They sent me all 4 shades, which I'm so grateful for, and I love this packaging, it's so cute. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to try them on yet. We've been so sick, you guys, here throughout all December, and I just didn't have time to try this on. I have filmed some content with these and where I swatched them, and I can tell you that they are also pretty lightly pigmented. This is the shade Peaceful Pizza, and as you can tell, it's very light. Also remember that I had to build up these swatches for the video quite a bit just to make it show up, but this is the shade. I feel like if you are somebody with pale skin, you would actually enjoy this one. I want to play with this, I want to film a try-on, I want to feature them in some type of content, and then probably I will declutter the shades that don't work for me, but for now they are all staying. Next I have this product from Give Beauty. This is the Feeling Cheeky Amplifying Blush Duo, and I have mine in the shade Stars Aligned. Absolutely love this product. It comes with 2 formulas. You have your more pigmented natural finish blush, and then you have your more sheer highlighter type formula. I feel like they did such an amazing job with these blush duos. I truly wish I had more in my collection. I know the shades look pretty similar here, but they're actually different. Here I'm swatching that satin blush, this one. As you can tell, it almost looks like a bronzer type situation. It's a beautiful burnt orange. And the second shade is more of like a apricot with a golden flip to it. I just feel like they complement each other so well, and it looks absolutely beautiful on. I don't see it on Sephora website. I don't know what's happening. Are they getting rid of them? Is the brand going away? I'm not sure. They're still listed on official Give Beauty website, so I'm not ready to get rid of it. I'm keeping this one. Okay, this one from One Size. This is the Cheek Clapper 3D Blush Trio, and it's one of those that comes with 3 formulas. My friend was so kind and she sent it my way in the friend mail. As you can tell, I have not used it, so this will go in my film with try play with bin. I can't wait to play with this Barbie shade. Another blush that I am absolutely obsessed with. This is Signature Ombre Blush from Moira. I have mine in the shade Morning Sunshine. The design is absolutely stunning, well, at least it used to be, but you kind of swirl it all together to create this beautiful light medium pink, and I love that. You can also customize it. You can make it a little bit cooler if you swirl it here, or you can add a little bit of yellow to make it more warm toned. Super silky, it's smooth, it's finely milled, it's a little bit powdery, but it's so blendable, and it wears on me the whole day. This is a matte formula. I'm not a matte formula type of girl, but this one is amazing, so keeping it. Okay, another one I haven't even opened. This is the Luminoso Baked Powder Blush from Milani. I know so many people raved about this one. I've never tried it and I got curious, so I just recently bought it and of course I forgot about it. But yeah, this is going in my to film bin. Stay tuned for the content. Okay, I remember everyone hyping this up. These are monochromatic blush duos. I have mine in the shade Soft Peach, and I feel like it's one of the most known products from Cover FX. So you have 2 formulas here. There's a matte blush and a shimmery one. Formula is amazing. It's very pigmented, blendable, and long wearing, but for some reason I never reach for it. I don't know what's wrong with me. As you can tell, I've tried to use it, but I always skip this one, so I'm trying to be ruthless, you guys, and I think it's time to let it go. Then I have these 2 blush duos from Catrice. This is the shade Peach Passion, and you have your 2 formulas. You get a cream and a powder. Love the cream formula. It's very pigmented, blendable, and I feel like it sets down and doesn't move around. and you get a matte blush, and it's very blendable and not overly pigmented. I also have it in the shade Stunning Strawberry, and this one is definitely a little bit too out there for me. I love Catrice and I definitely want to make more content with this, so I'm keeping both. Okay, as for my face palettes, I don't have too many, so let's quickly go through them. I have this blush palette from Declutter. It's really cute, but it's a little bit too light for my skin tone. These are not blushes on me, of course. They act like a brightening powders, for example, under my eyes. This is a matte blush, and I feel like the formula is pretty okay. It's quite sheer, but buildable. I just don't see myself reaching for it ever, so getting rid of it. Same situation with this one. This is their blush palette in Peach Blending, and again, it's just like, look at how light these shades are. I'm not sure who is able to use it as a blush. I just know it's not me. Getting rid of it. This blush palette from Declutter, on the other hand, I'm definitely keeping. It's in beige nude, and I feel like it's a little bit more pigmented, and I'm actually would be able to use it, so I'm excited to play with it, and I'm definitely planning to film something fun with this. Okay, next I have this palette from Ofra. This is the Midi Palette Blossom Blush, and it comes with 2 blush shades and 1 highlighter. I've just received it in my January Ipsy BoxyCharm, so I definitely want to keep it and play with it because I'm really curious about this blush formula. Okay, I have these 2 play bentos from Kaja Beauty. One of them is in my project pan. I think this one. Nope. This one, Sugar Cookie. I'm actually working on this bronzer. It also comes with a matte corally blush and a highlighter. And I really enjoy the bronzer formula, and I definitely can see myself using it all the way up. As for the blush and highlighter, they are okay. I'll be honest, probably when I use up that bronzer, this will be decluttered, but for now, of course, it's staying because it's in my project pan. As for this Play Bento in Butter Up, you know, you guys, these are very similar. I would say that this trio is a smidge darker than this one. I feel like I don't need them too, so I will keep the one that I have in my project pan, and this one I will declutter. Then I have my 2 beautiful Hourglass palettes. These are absolutely amazing. I used to really dislike face palettes. I just would never reach for them. This actually kind of brought back my love for face palettes. This is what the elephant one looks like. I don't know if you can see, but that bronzer, it's been so well loved. And this is the jellyfish one. It still looks brand new, but I've used it quite a bit. I love Hourglass powders. They look so soft and ethereal on the skin, and I travel with this a lot, so I'm keeping both of these, no questions asked. Okay, then I have one of these customizable face palettes from Surat. How freaking gorgeous is that orange blush? But we have 2 blush shades and 1 bronzer. The formula is very interesting. It almost feels like a cream when you touch it. However, for some reason, I never reach for this palette. I think it could be related to the fact that these pans are quite small. And especially with this shade, I tend to use it as a bronzer. So when I go in with a big fluffy brush, my brush kind of picks up that orange shade. So it's really beautiful. And Surat is very expensive, but it's just not for me. So bye. Then I have this Sculpt and Glow face palette from Smashbox, and I have mine in the shade Back to Cali. You get 2 blush shades, a bronzer and a highlighter, and the rumor has it that this is actually a Becca formula. And I can truly confirm that this highlighter is amazing. The blush shades are a little bit too similar, and I don't like that. But overall, I really enjoy this palette, actually more than I thought I would. And I think I can get lots of use out of it, especially during summer, so I'm keeping it. And finally, we have the best of the best Baked Full Face Basics face palette from Laura Geller. Basically, you can do your whole face with this one palette. You get your bronzer, you get 2 highlighters, blush, and eyeshadows. This was my first product from Laura Geller, and I didn't know what to expect, but I actually ended up really enjoying it. I will say that the eyeshadows are very lightly pigmented. I don't think they will show up on anyone darker than me, but I really enjoy these baked complexion formulas. I remember wearing this palette one day and I got so many compliments on my complexion, on how my skin is glowing and beautiful. I will say this palette is hella bulky and takes up so much space. I just love these formulas, so I'm hanging on to it. So these are all of my powder blushes, bronzers, highlighters and face palettes that are leaving my collection. I feel like I did a pretty good job weeding out and getting rid of anything that doesn't serve me. And here is what's staying in my collection. I feel like I still have so many products, but that's just how it's gonna be. But it feels really good to declutter and keep only the products that I actually reach for. But now let's dive into my cream products. Blush, bronzer, highlighter. These are always a little tougher because I'm a huge fan of cream formulas, but we're doing it. Wow, I don't even know how this happened. I swear I only have one face and yet here we are. I think I will start with my cream blushes because that's just the biggest category in here. So let's go through my cream blushes first. First up, I have these dewy bars from Kaja Beauty and I absolutely love the packaging. I think they always kill it when it comes to packaging. It's so cute. I love these blushes because they give that beautiful dewy, hydrated, almost glossy look, and it kind of doubles as a highlighter in a way. Plus, I actually enjoy wearing these blushes on my lips as well. They don't accentuate lines or texture and they give me that beautiful hydrated look. They actually put an expiration date on this. It says July or August of 2026. So I'm just gonna hold on to them because I love this formula so much. Then I have this Bubble, and I hope I pronounced it correctly. It's their cushion blush in the shade Cherry Blossom. It has this cute applicator that you can apply the blush with, and here's the shade. This formula is really interesting. It has this lightweight cream texture and it dries down pretty quickly and has this shimmery finish. I find that sometimes it dries down a little bit too quick for my liking, plus the shade, I don't know, it just doesn't look amazing on my skin, so letting it go. Lawless Beauty was so kind and they sent me the whole range of their Pinch My Cheeks Soft Blur Cream blushes. This is the shade Valentine and how freaking gorgeous is it? These are so creamy and I love that they give your skin that beautiful blurred soft satin finish. I think that's really flattering, especially if you're someone with oily or textured skin. I love the shade Angel because it's perfect for everyday kind of looks. I think I'm gonna keep all the brighter shades in this line just because in my experience they are kind of like a more white based. That makes these brighter colors more wearable on my pale skin. So I have Gumdrop. I'm also keeping Valentine. Cheeky because it's a perfect purple leaning blush on me. I'm also keeping Duchess and Starburst because it's a perfect wearable orange on me. Cherry Pie is absolutely gorgeous, but I have a pretty much dupe for this shade. This is Yummy Skin from Danessa Myricks and it's in Prima Donna. Now these are different formula wise. I feel like these are more white based, so they're easier to use on pale skin, while these guys are bam pigment right off the bat. Plus these Lawless blushes give you more of a matte finish, while Danessa is definitely more on the dewier side. This is a very hard decision, but I think I will be keeping the Danessa Myricks Prima Donna in my collection and will be letting go of the Lawless Cherry Pie. And then I have these two neutral shades and I feel like we can definitely declutter one of them. This is Rosebud and this is Angel, and I feel like Rosebud is a little bit more saturated and leans a little bit more rosy than Angel. I remember actually doing a try on with these blushes and really enjoying how Angel looks on my skin. So I think it's a sign to keep Angel and declutter Rosebud. Then I have this Whipped Dream blush from Kaja Beauty. I have mine in the shade Coral Soufflé. I remember using this one a ton. It gives this beautiful blurred, soft, natural finish on the skin. However, if you can see the expiration date, this one expired in August of 2024, which is disgusting, so I'll be getting rid of it. Now let's go through my Danessa Myricks Yummy Skin blushes. I have shades It Girl. I adore this shade. It's so intimidating in the pan, but somehow it blends out so effortlessly and it gives such a beautiful glossy dewy finish. This is a perfect Barbie pink shade to me, so I'm definitely keeping this one. Rose and Branch is a perfect neutral kind of shade, keeping this one too. Prima Donna is definitely staying, as we already discussed. Now this Bellini shade, it's a little bit too straight up orange on my skin and I like it in theory. In practice I never reach for it, so getting rid of it. Then I have this trio from Say Beauty. These are minis and I've got them in one of those holiday sets. I find this formula very easy to work with. I love that they are not too pigmented and they work perfectly for my pale skin. I don't know how to describe this texture, but it's almost like a pigment suspended in creamy oil, if that makes any sense. I don't know if you guys can see, but there's literally oil leaking out of the bottle. And it's been leaking for months in my makeup drawers and I don't know how to feel about that. I'm ready to overlook that, so these are staying. Then I have this Love Hit Cream blush from Moira and it's in the shade I Adore You. And I think it's safe to say we know who they were trying to dupe, but I feel like this formula is not my favorite. It has this very creamy, balmy texture, but for some reason it feels a little bit too heavy on my skin. And I just prefer my blushes to be more on the lightweight side, so it's time to say goodbye. Speaking of Tower 28, love this formula. This is the Beach Please Luminous Tinted Balms and I have mine in the shade Party Hour and Magic Hour. This formula has a lighter silicone-free feel to it and it blends seamlessly into the skin. It's not too emollient or greasy. Plus they formulate their products to be safe for sensitive and acne-prone skin. Because these are clean, they tend to go bad quicker than other formulas, but I still want to keep holding on to them because I just love this formula so much. I love my Merit Flush Balms. They give me a very lightweight feel and a natural, slightly dewy finish. They look very natural on the skin and I find that they are perfect for that everyday no makeup days. I have shades Stockholm. This is a new one in my collection. I haven't even swatched this one. This is Cheeky and I absolutely adore shade Fox. All of these are staying. Moira's Soft Blush Balms is an amazing alternative to Merit blushes. I did a whole swatch video on my channel. Definitely check it out if you're interested in this formula. I would say that this formula gives you more of a creamy texture and gives you that soft dewy glow, while Merit gives you more of a glossy finish. And I really enjoy this formula, but I feel like I don't need all of the shades, so let's make some hard choices. I think I'll get rid of the Oh My just because it's a little bit too similar to the Merit's Stockholm, and I just prefer how Merit Stockholm looks on my skin, so getting rid of this one. I will also let go of these two, All That and Lucky Me. I just never reach for them. I'm keeping the shade Fair Play. I have it in my project pan. I'm also keeping the shade Lovecore because I just don't have true brown blushes in my collection, so this is actually pretty unique to my collection. And I'll be keeping the Think of Me because I just love a good red blush, and especially in this formula, so keeping this three. Finally, I will be letting go of Baby Girl just because I've kept so many purple blushes from other brands. I see the one from Danessa, Lawless, Kaja, so time to say goodbye. Almost forgot about this one. This is Talk to Me and it's this beautiful rosy toned shade. I definitely kept similar shades to this one, but I love this formula, so I'm keeping it. Sue me. I completely forgot about this Cheek Slime Lip and Cheek Tint from Frag Beauty. I remember trying this rose body shade and really loving it, but again, I completely forgot about it and I just feel it doesn't stand out in my collection, so it's time to say goodbye. Love these luminous silk cheek tints from Armani Beauty. However, I would say that they actually dry down to a matte finish, at least in my experience. I don't mind that. They're very blendable and pigmented, and they are pretty unique in my collection because I feel like I have so many dewy finish blushes, so these are definitely stand out, so I'm keeping them. Then I have these two multi-sticks from Mango People, and they are a clean beauty brand available at Sephora. I have mine in the shades Sweet Berry and Apricot. I love the minimalistic packaging, and these are very pigmented. I think I will keep Apricot just because this shade looks a little bit too intense for my skin tone. Oh wow, plus it actually smells rancid. I know that they use clean ingredients in their products, so that's probably why, but I'll be definitely getting rid of this one. And the apricot one smells just fine, so it's staying for now. Love this formula from Bobbi Brown. This is their Pot Rouge for lips and cheeks, and I have mine in the shade Powder Pink and Pink Flame. And both shades are so gorgeous and wearable, and I just love this formula. It's so easy to use and looks so natural on the skin, so I'll be definitely holding on to this. This blush from Huda Beauty is one of my favorite from 2024. I have mine in the shade Peach Sorbet. It smells good and I love the applicator and how effortlessly it blends. I honestly want to get more shades, but I'm just trying to be good, but this one is going nowhere. I think I will get rid of the Jen Iredale Glow Time blush stick, and I have mine in the shade Smolder. I just felt like it was a little bit dry on the skin and didn't blend in as quickly and effortlessly as I prefer my blushes to do. Yeah, it just didn't impress me, so I'm letting it go. Big fan of these Cheeky Rose liquid blushes from Winky Lux. How beautiful is this packaging? It's one of those formulas that you have to shake really well before using, and I really enjoy this applicator. I think it's so fun. They blend so easily and give this beautiful, almost blurred finish on the skin. So I'm definitely holding on to these 2 shades. Plus, they were so kind and they sent me more shades. Lovely and Noble, so keeping all of them. I feel like I'm ready to part my ways with this Baby Cut Blush liquid blush from Essence. I have mine in the shade Pinkalicious, and I don't know, it was just okay on the skin. It was kind of thin in texture and it gave matte finish. Plus, I absolutely despise these puffy applicators, so this is an easy declutter. This one, on the other hand, is not as easy just because I paid for it the full price. This is the Beauty Light one from Charlotte Tilbury, and it's in Pingasm. I just never reach for this one again because of the disgusting applicator, plus the shade leans a little bit too deep and metallic for my taste, so as much as it hurts me to say, bye-bye. While we are on the puffy applicators hating train, this blush tape from Tarte, of course it also has this puffy applicator. I have mine in the shade Peach, and again, it just does nothing for me. Plus, I really despise this packaging, so letting it go. These 2 cooling water gelatins from Milk Makeup are new to my collection. My friend was so kind and she sent them my way. I have 2 shades, Splash and Chill. They are absolutely brand new. I haven't even opened them and haven't filmed any content with them, so of course they are staying. This is another blush that I want to really hold on to. This is Glow with Confidence Sun Blush from IT Cosmetics. I will say, the fact that it has 18 grams is kind of scary to me. I've used it maybe once or twice, so I just want to play with it more and form more thoughts on it, but this one is in the shade Sunlit and it's staying. I feel like these Camo liquid blushes are such a solid release from e.l.f. I don't know if you can tell, but they are actually filled with shimmer and they give you that beautiful dewy finish on the skin. I wear this Dusty Rose shade quite a bit and it's such an easy formula to work with. I love it for quick makeup, everyday kind of looks. Don't know what I was thinking when I was buying this Bronze Bombshell shade, but it actually looks really unique to my collection. However, I don't even remember trying it once. Now that I've decluttered quite a bit, hopefully I will use it, so these both are staying. Here we have another affordable option for the Charlotte Tilbury. This is Halo Glow Beauty One from e.l.f. and I have mine in the shade Rosé You Slay. Another puffy applicator that looks disgusting after some time. I'm just not a fan of how this particular shade looks on my skin. It's a little bit too metallic and I find myself not loving metallic blushes anymore. But I feel like it's a good alternative to the Charlotte Tilbury if you're on a budget, but I'll be personally getting rid of this one. Next I have these Blush Affair liquid blushes from Catrice. These are all the shades that I have, and this formula is really interesting. You have to shake it really well because otherwise I feel like the oil and pigment kind of separates. They actually remind me of the Say Beauty blush formula very much, and I feel like it's a pretty good affordable alternative to that formula. In terms of shades, I will be keeping this Ready Red Go shade because I feel like it's a really nice wearable kind of red shade. I have way too many pink blushes, so I'm ready to part ways with the shade Pink Feelings. Not a fan of orange blushes as we already established, so I'm letting go of the shade Orange Fizz. And I will definitely keep this Velvet Rose shade just because I feel like it's so unique for especially drugstore, but it's like a cooler tone rosy shade and I just don't have these shades in my collection. So yeah, letting go of these two and keeping these two. Here's a blush that I haven't reached for in over a year. This is Matchsticks from Fenty Beauty and it's in Strawberry Pop, and it's one of those pH activating blushes. I don't think there's anything wrong with this formula, and if you're in the market for a good pH activating blush, I feel like this is a good option. However, I just don't reach for them and I think it's time to let go. This is from Tristique and it's their blush stick in Moroccan Rose. The packaging is absolutely adorable. It comes with a built-in brush, which I'll be honest, I don't care about at all. And this is the shade. It's really, really stunning. And here is the swatch. However, I just never reach for it. I don't know. I've used it a couple of times and it left me very meh. So I think that's a good sign to declutter it. This Milani Cheek Kiss blush stick in Luminosa is completely new. I haven't even swatched it or tried it. I bought it to do some content with it. I forgot about it. That's the story of my life. So of course I'm not getting rid of it. It's going in my Film With bin. Here's my little Rare Beauty Soft Pinch Liquid Blushes collection. I feel like I used to wear these blushes all the time, but then, you know, my collection got bigger, brands came out with more blushes, and they kinda got forgotten a little bit. Let's go through them and let's see what shades will be decluttered. Let's start with this Happy shade. I love that it's a mini. I feel like this is such a pigmented formula. You only need a couple of dots, but this shade, I don't know if you guys can tell, but it's completely separated, like in color. It's two different shades now, and there's oil on top, so I just don't feel comfortable keeping this one. I will be throwing this one in the trash, which by the way is kind of weird because this blush is not even that long in my collection. I have Chili both in full size and a mini, and I feel like mini will last me a lifetime and then some, so I'll be getting rid of the big guy and keeping the small one. This is Love, and it's like this gorgeous matte terracotta shade. It's been in my collection for quite a while, and I don't know, it still looks completely fine and it smells fine, so I think I will hold on to it. I love this cooler tone mauve shades from Rare Beauty. They are my absolute favorite and I reach for them so much. I have this mini in Believe, which is like a true mauve, and in Courage, soft neutral pink. And I don't know if you can tell, but this shade starts to separate, so I think it's time to let go of this one, and I'm definitely keeping the Believe one because I reach for it all the time. I'm also keeping the Virtue. It's a beautiful burnt peach shade. And then we have these two shades. We have Truth and Wisdom. Cannot find the Wisdom shade anywhere on Sephora or Rare Beauty website. Was it exclusive to some sets? Not sure. I honestly love them both, but I only want to keep one. I think I will keep Truth because I just love how it leans a little bit more deeper and reddish in tone. So letting go of this Wisdom shade. This Dewy Cheek and Lip palette from Danessa Myricks is completely new. It's untouched, so it's definitely staying because I'm really curious about this formula. We'll use it a couple of times and form my opinions on it, but so far I'm loving the shades that we have, so it's staying. This Higher Standard Soft Matte Cream Blush from LYS Beauty is quite new to my collection. I've got it in one of those Sephora favorite sets, so I have mine in the shade Self Love. I've used it maybe a couple of times and I love how natural it looks on the skin, and I definitely want to play with it more, so it's staying. It's been quite a while since I reached for this blush multi-stick from Persona. I have mine in the shade Gem. I'm not a big fan of how this one looks on my skin, plus the formula is just okay for me. It didn't blow me away. I would be definitely open to trying more products from Persona, but this one is getting decluttered. I'm absolutely in love with these Mindy Moment blushes from Coffee Beauty. Here are the shades that I have: Pinky Promise, Blessed Berry, and Lucky Lotus. I don't know if you can tell, but they are actually filled with shimmer and they give you this beautiful dewy look on the skin. These are just so fun. I would be open to adding more shades, you guys. I love this formula so much. These are going nowhere. This one kind of paints me. This is from Amicale and I love Amicale. This is their Desert Date Cream Multi-Stick and I have mine in the shade Spice. Love Amicale, but they specifically formulate their products for darker skin tones. And this is just a little bit unflattering on my skin tone. So while I love this formula, this particular shade is not doing it for me, so I'm letting it go. Okay, now let's go through these blushes from Nude Sticks. I love their stick blush formula. They're very easy to use. I don't know if you can tell. It's actually a matte formula with like a glowy core. They are very creamy and pigmented. I definitely don't need all the shades, so let me just go through them and make my decisions. Here are the shades swatched. So this first one is Sunset Gold and I love the warmth it has. I feel like keeping it. The second shade, Blush Blink, is actually not doing it for me, so I'm gonna declutter this one. There's something about this pink eye shade that I really like. I'm keeping this one. I feel like I don't need this shade. This is Rose Glow and it's one of those mauve shades, and I feel like we've kept so many mauve shades already, so I will be getting rid of it. Okay, this is really hard. I know I already kept such fun pink shades, but I just want to have it in my collection so bad, so I'm gonna keep this one. This is Magenta Magic and it's staying. There's something about this peach pearl shade that really speaks to me, so I'll be keeping this one too. And I know I've said I'm against metallic blushes, but there's something about this, say, glow sculpt in mauve glow that is just so beautiful to me. Here's the swatch and I just love how beautiful it looks on the skin. It somehow doesn't emphasize the texture that much. It's getting quite old, but it's still very unique to my collection and I want to keep this one. I love this one. I've used this Dewy Plum Collagen Cheek Tint from Give Beauty so much. I have mine in the shade Bouquet. It's one of those formulas that have a little bit of an oily feel to it. Think Say Beauty, think those Catrice blushes. It's just so easy to use and it looks so natural on. I feel like it's perfect for everyday no makeup kind of days. I don't know if you can tell, but I've actually used it quite a lot and I don't know if they're still available. I'm not sure what's going on with that brand, but I love this blush and I'm gonna hold on to it. Next I have these 3 pot blushes. So I have 2 shades from Sydney Grace. I have My Love and Strawberry Cheesecake. And I also have this pot blush from Phytosurgeons. This is their Skin Spark in the shade Evaporate. Poorly swatched them on my arm here, but we have Strawberry Cheesecake, My Love and Evaporate. The formula is actually not similar at all. I feel like the Sydney Grace one is a little bit more thinner, lightweight, and it kind of sets down and dries down, whereas the Skin Spark from Phytosurgeons stays a little bit more tacky and dewy. I feel like I've kept something similar from Rare Beauty in terms of this shade, but I'll be honest you guys, I love these formulas and I love all the shades and I just... I know I should declutter something from here. I don't want to. I'm keeping all of them. Then I have this Unreal liquid blush from Hourglass and I have mine in the shade Vision and it's very interesting packaging. You actually squeeze the bottom over here and it dispenses the product. I feel like this is an okay formula. I've used it quite a bit. I don't mind it. Do I want to get more shades? I don't think so, but is it bad for me to declutter this one? No, keeping this one. Okay, this Hydramaniac Blush Glow Hydrator from Urban Decay is not for me. It's in the Red Flag shade and once you blend it out, it gives you this almost orange flush of color. I feel like it would be great for some type of makeup lover. I just know I'm not that one, so it's time to say goodbye. Okay, I know so many people rave about these rose ink blushes, at least they used to. I have mine in the shade Delphine and Heliotrope. This is a stunning formula that gives you that beautiful glowy finish. For some reason, I just never use them. I would rather use my stick blushes or my liquid blushes than these guys. Even though it hurts me because these shades are absolutely beautiful, I will be getting rid of them both. Okay, so here's everything that is staying in my cream blush collection. Now, did I go slightly easy on myself? Maybe, but hey, blush is my love language. It's just so hard to say goodbye to a good cream blush. I just enjoy having all these different formulas in my collection. Did I Marie Kondo the whole collection? No. Baby steps? Yes. You guys don't understand. I'm terrible at declutters. I cannot let go of things. So I'm very proud of the progress I made today, but let me show you everything that didn't make the cut. Now, don't get me wrong. I think these blushes are gorgeous, but I'm just not reaching for them. Some of these will be thrown away just because they're literally old and disgusting, but I will do my best to find new home to these. Overall, I feel like I could have been a little bit more cutthroat today, but that's okay. Now let's go through my cream highlighters and bronzers. Alright, we're moving on to cream bronzers and highlighters now. Honestly, I don't have that many in this category, as you can tell, but I still want to be super cutthroat. So no excuses, no mercy. If I'm not obsessed with you, you gotta go. So let's do this. First up, my Rare Beauty cream bronzer. As you guys can tell, I'm obsessed because this thing is basically on its last legs. I love how creamy and blendable this cream bronzer is. It's one of my ride or dies. It's just so easy to use and I always recommend this bronzer to my friends who are not into makeup because it's just so beginner friendly. This is all the product that I have left and I think it will be probably gone in like a month, but for now it's definitely staying because I'm gonna use it all the way up. This one from Newsticks, basically the same story. I have mine in the shade Tan Glow. You get your matte formula and inside is a glowy formula, and mine looks like a nipple now. I'm a big fan of Newsticks formula, so I'm definitely keeping this one and using it again all the way up, and hopefully it will be in my empties soon. Next I have this Milk Makeup bronzer stick, and I have mine in the shade Dazed, and they were so kind and they sent it my way just recently. Unfortunately, it smells absolutely rancid. It's like oils that are in it have gone wrong. I enjoy this formula and I've actually panned one of these in the past, but because it smells so bad, I don't want to put it anywhere near my face, so I'll just throw it in the trash. I have two liquid bronzers in my collection. First we have Luminous Silk Glow liquid bronzer from Armani Beauty. And this one I got through Octoly. This is Seal Bronze and Protect SPF 50 liquid bronzer. I love that it has SPF in it. Here I swatched the Armani one, and this is the Seal one. I think I prefer the Seal one just of its tone, plus the Armani one has, I don't know if you can tell, but it has a lot of golden shimmer, whereas the Seal one doesn't have shimmer, it just has that beautiful glowy finish. I don't think it's a bad product, but I'm ready to declutter it. This bronze balm from Merit is such a good formula. I have mine in the shade Clay. It's another one that's very easy to use, it blends like a dream, and it's very beginner friendly, I feel like. I really enjoy the shade on me, plus I have it in my project pen, so obviously it's staying. Then I have this cream bronzer from Sydney Grace, and I have mine in the shade Bun Bun, and for some reason I never reach for it. I think it's because of the shade. It's a little bit too deep for me, plus it leans a little bit reddish on me. These are really pigmented yet blendable, and I love that this formula sets down on the skin. I would be open to try this formula in a different shade, but this one is gotta go. I've got a package from Winky Lux recently, and they sent me their liquid blushes, highlighters, and this bronzer. Cheeky Rose Liquid Sculpt, and I have mine in the shade Amalfi, and it's one of those that you have to shake up really well, and the applicator looks like this. I haven't played with it or put it on my face even once, so of course this one is staying. Now let's talk about these two products from Tower 28. These are their bronzer formulas. We have Bronzino and Sculptino. Bronzino is your illuminating formula, and it has golden shimmer throughout. I have mine in the shade West Coast, while Sculptino gives you more of a natural soft matte finish, and I have mine in the shade Getty. Both formulas feel really lightweight on the skin. They have that like gel cream feel to them. They are a little bit tacky, but nothing crazy. Personally, I just prefer the Sculptino on me because this particular West Coast shade, it leans a little bit too copperish on my skin, and yeah, it's just not my favorite on me, so I'm letting go of it. Finally, we have Spectrum Sunlight Cream Bronzer from Phytosurgeons, and I have mine in the shade Rosy Daybreak. This formula is really unique to my collection. It has this more powder-like finish on the skin. I feel like if you're somebody who is oily, you would really enjoy these cream bronzers from Phytosurgeons. I don't know if you can tell, but it's really stiff and hard pressed in the pan. I struggle to get at least a swatch of it right now. But somehow a brush picks up product without any issues. It has this rosy brown neutral undertone to it, and I really enjoy that. I just sometimes struggle to pick up the product, and I have to sit there and like swirl my brush in it for quite a while. And sometimes I just don't have time to do that, so I kind of reach for my other bronzers over this one just because of that. But I still want to keep it because I enjoy this formula and I love this shade. It's literally perfect on me. So yeah, keeping it. Now highlighters. This one's from Merit. This is their Day Glow Highlighting Balm, and I have mine in the shade Kava. So the brand sent it to me, and when I first opened it, it already smelled rancid. I'm not sure what's going on. Is this a thing? Did I just get unlucky? But either way, it's going straight to the trash can because I don't want to put this anywhere near my face because yeah, it smells so bad. Then I have these two pots. This is again from Sydney Grace. This is their cream highlighters. I have Sugar Cookie and Head in the Clouds. Out of them two, I think I prefer the shade Head in the Clouds just because the Sugar Cookie gives me those metallic vibes, and yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Plus the texture looks a little bit funky, so I think it's a sign to get rid of it. Okay, I have 3 shades of liquid luminizers from Rare Beauty: Mesmerize, Transcend, and Magnetize. I'm not big on golden highlighters, so I'll be getting rid of the shade Magnetize. Transcend is really beautiful. It's like a rosy copper shade, but it's a little bit too deep for my skin, so letting it go. And I'm keeping this light pink Mesmerize shade. The texture is very fluid and more serum-like. It's very thin and blendable, and I feel like it dries down pretty quick. So you just have to be mindful of that when using it, but I like that it doesn't lift up my base products, so for now this one is staying. Coco Kind recently brought back their cream highlighters. We have 2 shades. We have Chaga Glow, which is your bronzy highlighter, and My Light is a champagne shade. Here they are swatched on the back of my hand. This is your very traditional creamy blendable formula. I will say that it doesn't really dry down all that much, so not sure how oily skin type would feel about this. But as somebody with really dry skin, I've been reaching for them so much lately. Just give me that hydrated and glowy skin effect, and I'm a big fan of that. I've actually been wearing them together, so this one more closer to the center of my face, and this one more like a glowy bronzer, so I'm definitely keeping both. Next I have this Halo Glow Beauty Wand from e.l.f. Cosmetics. This is their highlighter formula, and I have mine in the shade Champagne Campaign. It's not a bad formula at all, but you guys, I'm just not a puffy applicator kind of girl. Just look at how disgusting and dirty that is. I just never reach for it, so this is an easy pass for me. Another easy pass is this Tower 28 Super Dew, and basically it's like a clear balm. There's no base color to it, there's no shimmer, it's just a pure balm. There's a market for such type of product, and there's probably somebody who has it in their must-haves, but it's not me, so bye-bye. Then I have these 3 shades of Vision Flush Glow from Danessa Myricks. First we have Majesty, and it's absolutely beautiful, but as you can tell, it's not as shiny as these 2. I've been really loving adding it to my other bronzers for that glow, so I want to keep this one for now. Tiara is an absolute perfection in my eyes. It's going nowhere. I feel like I am ready to part my ways with the Electric Love shade, just because it leans a little bit too cool tone for my liking, and if I feel like using a pink highlighter, I'd rather use the Mesmerize shade from Rare Beauty, so letting her go. Okay, this glass highlighter from Rodeo, it's quite new to my collection. I've got it in my Ipsy advent calendar, and this one is in the shade Champagne Glow. I've used it a couple of times, and it's an okay formula. I would say if you're somebody who's looking for a really natural looking highlight, it might be up your speed. It just didn't wow me enough to keep it in my collection, so I'm letting it go. Then I have this highlighter pen. This is Maracuja Juicy Glow from Tarte, and I have mine in the shade Pearlescent Glow, and it's one of those that you click to get your product out. It's a very interesting formula. It gives you this beautiful glow, but somehow it almost feels and looks like powder on the skin. Plus, I really enjoy this shade on me, and this is in my project pen, so it's staying. Winky Lux also sent me their highlighters. We have shades Moonlight, Angel, and Noah. I didn't have time to play with this, and I can already tell that this one, for example, will be a bit too deep for my skin tone, but I really enjoy their blush formula, so I just want to keep this and play with them and know more about this formula, so all of these are staying. And this Diamante highlighter stick from Surat Beauty is going nowhere. This formula is so interesting. It feels almost wet to the touch when you apply it. Super lightweight, and it blends out so beautifully, and it's very thin. And it's one of those sparkly highlighters, and I'm usually not a sparkly highlighter kind of girl, but this one somehow just works, and it looks absolutely stunning on the skin. Keeping this one. Okay, so I've kept quite a few, but look at this pile over here. I'm very proud of myself. I feel like I'm letting go of quite a bit of products. Yeah, that was a small category, but still, progress is progress. And that's it for today's declutter. We did powder blushes, highlighters, bronzers, face palette, cream blushes, bronzers, highlighters. It feels so good to clear out what I'm not using and make space for the products I actually love. Honestly, I think I did pretty well.
I even have some space now in my drawers, and that makes me so happy. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments if you have been decluttering anything lately. I need to know I'm not the only one drowning in makeup. But next we are decluttering lip products, and let me tell you, that one is gonna be a doozy. I have so many lipsticks, glosses, lip oils, you name it, I've got it. So definitely stay tuned for that because it's going to be pretty epic and maybe slightly chaotic. Don't forget to like and subscribe and hit that notification bell so you don't miss it. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye! Alright, it's time. The declutter. I've been both excited and kinda dreading my lip products. This is part 4 of my Ultimate Declutter series, and today we'll be going through my lip liners, lipsticks, lip glosses, lip oils, and everything in between. As you can tell, my lip collection is out of control a little bit. I love my lip products so much, but I think it's time to trim it down a little bit and make it, somewhat more manageable. Am I gonna get rid of a ton? Probably not, but I will try my best to let go of some things. So let's get into it before I start justifying keeping all of them. But before we do, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to my channel, and hit that notification bell because next up we are going through my eyeshadow palette collection. And that one is gonna be a wild ride. Starting with my lip liners, I love a good lip liner moment. And as you can tell, I feel like I don't have a lot of lip liners, but I still want to bring this number down a little bit. So let's go through them. This one is a staple. This is one liner from Tower 28. It's in the shade Work of Art. It's the perfect shade. It goes on with everything. I have one of these in my car. So yeah, I use it so much. So this one is staying, no questions asked. I also have this shade Fill Me In this formula, and I just don't reach for it as much as the Work of Art shade. So yeah, even though I love this formula, I will be getting rid of this one. Moira Beauty was so kind and they sent me pretty much the whole range of their signature lip pencils. This is such an amazing formula at such an affordable price. I truly enjoy these pencils. These are wooden pencils, you have to sharpen them. And I have all the shades that I need. They are that perfect formula that is creamy but not too creamy, and they wear a pretty decent amount of time. I reach for them all the time, so I'm just gonna go ahead and keep all of the shades. Then I have this Ultimate Lip Definer from Becca, and it's in the shade Playful. Rest in peace, Becca. This formula is okay, but I have this lip liner from Hard Candy. This is the Instapout lip liner, and it's in the shade Once Bitten, and they're pretty much that cooler toned cherry red shade, and they are pretty much dupes, so I just rather hold on to the Hard Candy one and let go of the Becca one because it's really old. I'm gonna go ahead and declutter this Hard Candy Instapout lip liner in Kiss and Tell just because I have something similar in terms of shades in my Moira lip liners collection, so this one is being decluttered. I will also declutter this shade. This is Summer Fling. I just never reach for such bright poppy shades for my lips, so this one's gotta go. I feel like I'm ready to let go of the perfect matte shade. It's just a little bit too light and doesn't really show up on my skin tone. I feel like if you're somebody really pale, this would be a great lip liner option for you, but it just doesn't work for me, so letting it go. I'm gonna go ahead and keep these two shades from Hard Candy. This is First Move and Boyfriend. I just reach for these shades the most, so it just makes sense for me to keep them. This is retractable formula, and it also comes with a built-in brush if you want to blend out your lip liner. It's a very long wearing formula, but I find that it sets down quite quickly, so you kind of have to work with it fast before it sets down. I've been reaching for them quite a bit, so if you're on the hunt for a good affordable lip liner, definitely give this one a try. This is embarrassingly old. This is actually from Rimmel, and yeah, it used to be a favorite, but this is their 040 natural shade, but I feel like it's time to let this go. Okay, and then I have this Color Statement lip liner. It's from Milani and it's in the shade Spice. It's a perfect warm tone brown on me. The formula is not the most long lasting, but again, the color is perfect and I overall don't mind the formula. Plus it's in my project pen, so keeping it. Next I have this interesting product. This is Lip Contour Wand from Viewable.
and it's in the shade light medium, and it's one of those that comes with a puffy applicator and it's supposed to contour your lips. I don't mind this formula, and this shade is pretty nice. I just never reach for it. I think it's because of the puffy applicator and the messiness of it all. I just think it's not for me, so goodbye. I was not 100% in love with this e.l.f. Cream Glide Lip Liner. I have it in the shade... Oh, I don't think I can tell you the shade. But yeah, the formula is a little bit too creamy. Oh, I broke it. Perfect. The formula is just a little bit too creamy for my liking. Yeah, I just don't enjoy it. I never reach for it. It's gotta go. This formula from the LYS, on the other hand, is a perfect mix of creamy and matte. This is their Smooth Glide Lip Pencils, and I have mine in the shade Devoted and Driven. And here they are swatched, Driven and Devoted. I feel like I'm gonna go ahead and keep the Devoted shade just because it's a little bit more unique in my collection, and I'm gonna go ahead and declutter the Driven shade. I was not absolutely blown away by this Citizen Lip Stroke Lip Liner formula. This is the shade Char, and it's one of those retractable lip liners, and it's just way too creamy for my liking. And while the shade is absolutely gorgeous and I actually love their Love products overall, this product just didn't do it for me, so I feel like I'm better off without it. Bought this I Need a Nude Lip Crayon from Natasha Denona on a whim, on a sale. This is their shade Ilona. This is such an amazing formula. It's really creamy, but it stays put. It kind of dries down, sets down, and it doesn't move whatsoever. This is one of my long-lasting lip liners in my collection. I wear it a ton, so this one is going nowhere. Okay, next I have Shaped and Sculpt Lip Liner from Hourglass. This is in the shade Flaunt 2. The formula is actually really nice. It's one of the most long-wearing lip liners in my collection. Unfortunately, this shade, it just doesn't look amazing on me. At least I don't enjoy wearing it, therefore I never reach for it. Therefore, even though it pains me, this one's gotta go. Next I have this product from Half Caked. This is the Script Primer and Lip Liner. You have your lip liner on one side, and there's a built-in primer on the other. I actually always forget that there's a lip primer built in here, but the shade is not my favorite. It's hairy. It's a little too bright pink for my liking. The formula is okay. It's not the most long-wearing, but it's not bad at all. I just never reach for this shade, so I feel like this one has got to go too. Okay, next I have these two lip liners from MAC. We have Subculture and we have Spice. I'm gonna go ahead and declutter Subculture just because it's really old. It was one of my first lip liners in my collection, so it's, I don't know, maybe 8 years old now. It's just very dry now, and it takes forever to build up, and it kind of scratches my lips, so not a fan of that. Spice, however, I'm gonna keep. I just feel like it's much more creamier, and I love wearing this lip liner, especially for my fall looks because of that warmness. Keeping this one. Smashbox sent me their Be Legendary Line and Prime pencil. I have mine in the shade Medium Brown. The shade is beautiful, but the formula is a little bit too creamy for me. I just never reach for those kind of formulas. I prefer a little bit more drier formula for my preferences, so this one is gotta go. Next I have this Creamy Smooth Glide Ultra Pigmented... Oh, that's not the name. Next I have Forget the Filler Definer Liner from Lawless. It's in the shade Pink Sleep, and I actually love this shade. It's very unique to my collection. It's like a cooler toned pink, and I just feel so pretty when I wear it, feel really girly, so I'm gonna go ahead and keep this one. Love this Amicale Soft Shaped Lip Liner. I have mine in the shade Rose Clay, and the shade is a perfection. It's like a perfect brown to rose ratio, and the formula is really good too, so keeping this one. I was very impressed by this formula. This is Makeout Club Nude Muse Lip Liner from Frag Beauty. I just didn't know what to expect from this because Frag's makeup is a little bit hit or miss for me, but I was very impressed by the longevity of this formula. The shade 01, it's not my favorite. It's a little bit too brown for my liking, so I don't reach for it as much as my other lip liners, but I still want to keep this one around. Yeah, and maybe next time we do declutter, we will revisit and reconsider, but for now, it's staying. Okay, next we have these two artist color pencils from Makeup Forever. I have mine in the shade Anywhere Caffeine and Endless Cacao. Unpopular opinion, I don't like this. Now, don't get me wrong, I love the shades. Anywhere Caffeine is a perfect everyday kind of warm toned brown, and Endless Cacao is your perfect contour shade. Unfortunately, I don't know, is it because of the formula and the way it's designed to be used on your eyes, your lips, your basically anywhere on your face, it's not long lasting at all. At least on me, it just doesn't last, and it's gone in like 1 hour from my lips, and I just don't care enough to reapply my lip liners. I expect a little bit more at this price point. I know that I had one of their newest waterproof versions, and I love that formula so much more than this. I just cannot seem to find it anywhere. Hopefully I will be able to find it, but so far these two are definitely getting decluttered because I just never reach for them because of their poor longevity and performance. Okay, and finally our last product. This is Refi's Blur Liner. I have mine in the shade Plum. One of my friends was so kind to share it with me, and the formula is really interesting. It's not pigmented, it's more like a sheer wash of color, which I find really intriguing, and it gives you this beautiful blurred wash of color on the lips. And especially with these darker shades, I feel like this formula looks so beautiful on the lips, and I appreciate that this is a unique product, but unfortunately mine does this. Did I break it when I was swatching it on my arm, swatching it on my lips? I'm not sure. Even though it broke, I think I still want to keep it for now at least, just because I'm intrigued and excited about this formula in a way. And all my other lip liners are like bam, pigmented, so this is kinda unique in my collection, and I just want to hold on to it and play with it and know this formula a little bit more, so it's staying. Okay, so here are all the lip liners that are staying, and here is everything that didn't make the cut. I feel very satisfied with this declutter, but now let's move on to my lipsticks. Surprisingly, this isn't the biggest category in my collection. I'm way more of a gloss or lip oil girl, or if I'm doing a lipstick, I want something that actually dries down and stays put, especially since I'm wearing Invisalign now. So that in between creamy satin lipstick formula, yeah, it's just not a huge part of my stash. These heirloom satin lipsticks from Colfi are absolutely beautiful. However, I never reach for them because, again, I feel like they are a little bit too hydrating and satin and creamy for me. I think you can tell how glossy and juicy these are on the lips. I'm gonna go ahead and keep one shade, Gazelle Glow, because I love a good pink shade, but all of these are getting decluttered. Then I have all these beautiful lipsticks from Armani Beauty. This is their Lip Power matte formula. I don't need all of them though, so let me just go through them and declutter. Here we have 111 shade, 112 shade, 116 shade, 207 shade, and how absolutely unique is this shade? All of these are staying. Then we have 400, and I feel like I'm ready to declutter this one. I just never reach for my red lipsticks. 405 is a really interesting warm tone shade, but I know myself I will never reach for it, so this one is also being decluttered. 407 is a little bit too fluorescent, and I don't like how this one looks on me. Getting rid of it. And finally I have 603, and I love a good deep berry shade. Definitely keeping this one. Okay, next I have this absolute beauty from La Perla. This is their matte silk lipstick, and I have mine in the shade Venetian Red. And even though I absolutely love this gorgeous sleepy, just look at it. I never reach for it because it's that very creamy, slightly glossy red, and I just know myself, I never reach for such formulas in these colors, so this one's gotta go. Definitely want to keep this Merit Signature Lip Lipstick. This is their matte formula, and this is their shade Power. This has such a beautiful finish on the lips. It looks a little bit powdery, and it's not too pigmented. As any Merit product, it contains a little bit of translucency, and I just love that. Definitely keeping this one. Then I have this absolute OG. This is from MAC. This is their Red Rock matte lipstick. Oh, mine is sweaty. Still smells fine and performs beautifully. I I just don't need this lippy. I have my red lipsticks that I reach for, and this one is getting really old, so I think it's time to say goodbye. Okay, this lipstick from Supergoop, it has never became a favorite for me. I love that it has SPF 30, but this shade, Lucky Me, it's just way too pink on me. Plus it has this terrible sunscreen smell and taste, and I just never reach for it, letting it go. I'm gonna go ahead and keep these two MAC lipsticks. This is Honey Love and Yash. These are just perfect nude shades on my complexion, and even though they've been in my collection for many years, they still perform fine, so they are staying. I don't really wear liquid lipsticks all that often, but I'm gonna make an exception for these red shades. Out of these two, I'm gonna go ahead and keep the Give Beauty one just because it's a little bit newer to my collection. It smells like vanilla cupcakes. I love that. And I'm gonna declutter this lippy from Smashbox. This is their always on liquid lipstick in the shade Bose. Then I have this Luxe matte lipstick from Bobbi Brown, and it's in the shade After Hours, and it's a beautiful warm tone red. I just don't need it. I never reach for it, and plus the shade is a little bit too dark for my liking. Getting rid of it. I've been absolutely loving my Dasique Cream de Rose tints. They smell like roses, which is not my absolute favorite. I would much rather them to smell like cupcakes or vanilla or maybe fruity even. This is the shade 09, and as you can tell, it goes on glossy. After some time, it just sets down a little bit, and eventually it dries down completely and wears like a liquid lipstick. It's not too dry and it's rather comfortable, and I just been reaching for these so much. So it definitely makes sense in my head to keep all the shades, especially since I want to do some type of content with them, maybe film a try on or I don't know, do something with them. So if you're interested, definitely let me know. But so far, all of them are staying. I love them. Okay, then I have these lipsticks from Lancome. These are their L'Absolu Rouge Intimate Soft Matte Lipsticks. I have 4 shades. Unspoken Feelings. First Kiss, I feel like it's a little bit more peachier than the Unspoken Feelings. Self-Revealing is a really light pink. And Lover's Whispers, which leans really peachy on me. These lipsticks feel really lightweight on the lips, and they have that silicone-y feel to them. I think I'm gonna go ahead and keep the shade Unspoken Feelings. I just reach for it so much, and it's definitely one of my favorites. I also want to keep this light baby pink because I'm just in my pink lips era. Yeah, keeping this one too. And these two will be decluttered. Crazy for You, and it's one of those that you click and it's basically like a glossy formula in a stick. Unfortunately, mine says that it expired in May of 2024. Wow, that's been a long time ago, so I'm gonna toss this one in the trash. And here's another one that I haven't reached for in quite a while. This is from Rare Beauty. This is their matte lipstick in Humble. I don't even remember how I feel about this formula, so I think it's a good sign to keep this one and play for it a little bit more and reevaluate a little bit later, but for now it's staying. Then I have these Melting Candy Bombs from Dasique, and it's basically your lip gloss in a stick, very glossy and hydrating. I think I have quite a bit of shades, so let me just find them and let's swatch them. Here are all of them swatched. I absolutely adore this formula. I think I'm gonna go ahead and declutter the shade Candy Soda. It's just a little bit too fluorescent for my liking. I just know myself, even though it's really fun, I like it in theory. In practice, I never reach for it, so this one's gotta go. And also, this shade doesn't do it for me. This is Lychee Cream, so this one's also going to be decluttered. And I'm keeping this 4. These Superstay ink crayons were one of my first lip products I've ever tried. I personally love this formula. It's a very long wearing one, and it gives you this beautiful satin matte finish. And yeah, the shades are absolutely gorgeous in this line. I just feel like I'm a little bit too tired of them. They've been in my collection for years and years and years. I want to keep this one, the Trust Your Gut shade, just because I'm working on it in my project pan. I'm trying to use this lippy completely up, but these two will be decluttered. This lipstick from Kosas is quite new to my collection. I have mine in the shade Turned On. I don't remember where I got it from. Oh, this one is also sweaty. But I think I got it in one of the BoxyCharms or something like that. I think I wore it maybe once or twice, so I don't even remember how I feel about this formula, but Judging by the swatch, it's not my kind of formula. It's quite satiny and creamy, and these are just the type of lipsticks that I usually don't reach for, so I feel really confident to let this one go. Okay, I just found out that I apparently have this melting candy balm from the stick. This is Gentle Peach shade. Never tried it, it was brand new. I think I'm gonna keep this one because in general I love this formula, so I think I'm gonna enjoy this shade too, so keeping it. Then I have this beautiful lipstick from LYS. I'm not sure what's the name of the lipstick, but the shade is Sincere, and it's this beautiful light pinky nude. I feel like I'm good on such kind of shades though, so this one will be decluttered. Ooh, these Petal Bush lipsticks from Violet, they just don't look great. I don't know if you can tell, but they are kind of all separated and gross. Let me just smell them. Yep, they both smell completely rancid, which is interesting because they haven't been in my collection for that long. And that's a shame actually, because I love this formula and these shades are absolutely beautiful. But yeah, I will be tossing them in the trash. I have a lippy from NARS. This is their Air Matte Lip Color, and I have mine in the shade Loose Control, and it's one of those perfect shades for fall. I absolutely love how that looks, and I remember loving wearing it, and now since I'm more into matte formulas, I think I'm gonna keep this one. Now let's go through my Hourglass Phantom Glossy lip balms, and it's one of my favorite formulas in my collection. We have Trace, Haze, and Crave, and I'm gonna go ahead and keep them. I just reach for them so much. Hourglass recently expanded this shade range, and they added 3 shades in more like a shimmery, glittery finish. So we have Wonder, Invite, and Secret. To be honest, you guys, I was not a fan of this new formula at all. It's a little bit more drier, it drags a little bit more on the lips, and it kind of accentuates lines and wrinkles. I've actually talked about them in my recent ranking video where I've tried 25 beauty products and I've ranked them as fails. So if you're curious to hear more thoughts on these, definitely go and check out that video. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and keep the lightest Wonder shade, just because it's the lightest and it's the most flattering on me. These two, they are going to be decluttered. I absolutely love my YSL lippies and I wear them so much. This is their Candy Glaze in shade 2, and it's basically just clear. Love this format, and it's just perfect to throw on for a little bit of hydration throughout the day, so this one is staying. We have Candy Glaze in 15. This is Showcasing Nude, and I absolutely love this one. It's one of my favorites right now. This one is going nowhere. This is shade 44, and I love how milky and baby pink this shade is. Keeping this one too. This is the shade 44, and it has sparkles in it, but I feel like it's really smooth on the lips and not gritty at all. It was limited edition winter collection from YSL, and I can't with this packaging. It's absolutely stunning. I'm keeping this one. Then we have 150. This is a beautiful warm tone shade with lots and lots of golden sparkles, also keeping it. It's really one of my favorite formulas, so it's hard for me to declutter these ones, but I feel like I'm ready to declutter these 2 shades. First I have shade 182, and it's just a little bit too pink for me. I just never reach for this one, so I think I will be getting rid of it. And finally 209, and it's also from the limited edition collection, and it's this light berry shade, and it's full of pink and purple sparkles, and this one actually accentuated my lines a little bit more than I would like, so I just know myself, I would never reach for it again, so I'm gonna get rid of it. Then I have this Tekisu lip tint from Tatcha Beauty, and it's just such an interesting shade. These lipsticks contain SPF 25, and I just love how unique the shade is to my collection. It's this beautiful glossy yet slightly sheer deep berry shade. I love it and I'm keeping it. Okay, I feel like we're making some progress, but let's talk about this Love Swipe lippies from Kaja Beauty. They always put expiration date on them, and mine will expire in June of 2025, so we still have some time, but I definitely feel like I will never be able to go through all of them by June. So let's make some choices here. These are like your lip mousse formula. They give you this beautiful soft matte finish, and they're also buildable. These are really beautiful, but I feel like swatching them, it makes it even harder to decide because I just want to keep all of them. But I'll just go ahead and pick one shade that I feel like I would wear the most, and I feel like this shade would be this one. This is Sweet Softy. So yeah, keeping this one, letting go of these four. I absolutely love my Hard Candy Instapout lip melts. These are very, very affordable, and they're like that shiny hybrid lipstick slash lip gloss. Think YSL lip is on a budget. Here are the shades that I have. I think I'm gonna go ahead and declutter these two bright shades just because I never reach for them. So these two are getting decluttered. Then I have lippies from this Korean brand. They are actually magnetized. I will not try to pronounce this brand, but the shades I have 1 and 11. I'm gonna keep the shade 1 because it just looks like a perfect everyday kind of lippy for me, and I'm gonna get rid of this shade because I just would never reach for such a shade. And then I have this fancy lipstick from Chantecaille. This is in the shade Honey Pot, and it's the Lip Veil formula. I don't mind this formula. It's really the shade that throws me off a little bit. It just doesn't look amazing on me, so even though the formula is really nice, glossy and hydrating, I never reach for it, so yeah, this one's gotta go too. I have these two lipsticks from Moira. This is their signature lipstick, and I have two shades. We have Peach Nude and Cherry Blossom. I'm gonna go ahead and keep the Cherry Blossom shade just because I can see myself wearing it much more than this one. I really enjoy how soft and sheer this formula from Pixie is. This is their lip glow, and I have mine in the shade Ruby. It just looks so beautiful on the lips, and it's not too much for everyday. Definitely keeping this one. This is newer in my collection. This is from Ilia, and it's their Lip Sketch Hydrating Crayon. And it's basically like a 2-in-1 product. You get the precision of a lip liner and a comfort of a creamy lipstick. I really enjoy the shade on me. It's really comfortable, and I feel like it's not overly pigmented. However, I just don't want to buy a sharpener for this one, and you have to if you want to keep using it. I don't know, I haven't figured it out yet. So far, I think I'm gonna keep this one, but we'll see in future. Then I have these two lippies from VDL. Unfortunately, I don't even have the name or the shade names. Here are the shades. So we have more of a matte formula and more of your satin type of formula. I would definitely be open to keeping the matte one, but the shade is not something I'd reach for. So I feel like, yeah, I think I'm gonna declutter them both. Next, I have this Superstay Matte Ink Lippy from Maybelline. I have mine in the shade Pathfinder. Unfortunately, this formula is just way too intense for me. It's also a little bit sticky on me and way drying. Not my favorite. I know so many people love this one, but I feel like I am ready to let go of it. Then I have these two Love Blur lip balms from Kaja. And as you can tell, mine are still sealed, so definitely keeping them. Hopefully now that I have more space in my collection, I will be able to see them and use them. I was so impressed by these Butterglow Hydrating Lip Balms from Lancome. I have mine in the shade $60 Million Berry. It's such a nice, luxurious hydrating formula. The shade is absolutely beautiful. It's like a wearable neutral Merlot Burgundy. And the packaging just feels so nice. Definitely keeping this one. I have this mini from Charlotte Tilbury. This is their famous Pillow Talk. I actually don't really love this pink shade on me, so I think I'm gonna get rid of it. I think I'm in minority here, but I absolutely love this Velvet Blurs from Semi Haze Beauty. I have mine in the shade Windburn. Absolutely obsessed with how it wears and how it looks on me. I reach for it quite a lot, so keeping this one. I also will keep this Pillow Talk medium shade from Charlotte Tilbury. It's just slightly newer to my collection, and I want to know this formula a little bit more because it's a matte formula and I love matte formulas apparently now, so gonna keep this one. So I've got the chance to try these marker tints from Etude House, and they actually surprised me. They look just like a marker, but they leave this beautiful tint on your lips. The shades are okay. I just would never reach for this over my other lipsticks. I don't know what it is about them. In fact, I think I will pass them on to my daughter and she will have so much fun with them. But yeah, they are leaving my collection. Then I have this Diamond Cherry Balm Shell from Bubble, and it's one of the most beautiful lipsticks I've ever seen. It actually gives you this like beautiful glossy finish that a lip balm would, and it's very comfortable to wear, and I feel like it's a perfect wearable red, so I'm definitely gonna keep this one. Oh, this one doesn't even have a sticker, but this is Velvet Teddy from MAC, and of course it doesn't need any introduction. I finished one of the full sizes before, and yeah, I have this mini. Here's the thing, I just don't wear or reach for my minis. I don't know what it is. I just completely ignore them, so I think it's better for me to let go of this, especially since I have so many beautiful nude shades right now. I don't need this one. Then I have this balm stick from Lawless, and it's in the shade Sweetie, and I wasn't a big fan of these before, but I feel like they reformulated them or did something, because previously they were really dry and kind of would drag onto your lips, but look at how this one swatches. Bam! It's like a taupey shade that's full of purple and pink shimmer. It's actually one of the very few metallic-like lipsticks that I enjoy, so I'm gonna keep this one for sure. Then I have this lip stain from Jen Iredale, and it says that it's in the shade Forever Red, but you guys, how is this red? Please tell me. I don't know, to me it looks like orange, but this is what happens when I swatch it. Still looks kind of orange. I don't know, I haven't even tried on, so I'll keep it for now, even though I'm not big on orange lipsticks. It's just that the shade name Forever Red kind of throws me off, so I don't know, maybe it will turn into pinkish reddish shade on my lips. I'm not sure, keeping it for now. And finally, I have this Nude Versal Lip Duo from Citizen Cosmetics, and it comes with lipstick on one side, and then on the other you have your lip gloss. And here is this duo swatch. Please ignore all the other stains from the lippies. This is Fess, and this is what it looks like. I wore it maybe once or twice, and I remember it was an okay. The gloss is a little bit on the thicker side, not my favorite. There's something about it being 2-in-1 just doesn't appeal to me as much, and I feel like I will not be reaching for it a lot, so I just gotta be honest with myself, and I feel like, yeah, I will be letting this go too. Alright, we made it through the lipstick round. Here's what's staying, the ones that I actually reach for, love, and can't live without. And here's what's leaving, the ones I never wear, the formulas I never reach for, or the colors that just don't vibe with me anymore. We're not done yet. Next up, we're diving into my lip glosses, which, let's be real, is probably where things are gonna get a little bit dangerous, because I love a good lip gloss, so wish me luck. Now onto lip glosses. Now I love me a good lip gloss, and I see so many favorites here, but I also see a couple that I haven't reached for in quite a while, so let's go through all of them and let's Marie Kondo this situation out. I have these 3 shades of Armani Prisma glosses, and they are absolutely beautiful. As you can tell, this one is my favorite. I have the shades 2, 4, and 3, and here they are swatched on my hand. They are very, very lightweight. They almost feel like lip balm on your lips. Honestly, I want to keep them all. I just love this formula. I don't want to let them go. They are staying. For some odd reason, I'm just not a clear gloss type of girl. I just rather wear something with a little bit of a tint to it, like a light pink or something with a subtle shimmer. So these 4 are being decluttered. We have Color Luxe High Impact Lip Glaze from Jen Iredale. This is in the shade Crystal. Faux Filter from Huda Beauty in the shade Glassy. Avi Clear Lip Gloss from Colored Rain. Rest in peace, Colored Rain. And Lip Jelly from Tower 28 in Chill. Let's continue with my Tower 28 lip glosses collection, shall we? We have these 4 shades. We have Chestnut, Ice Pistachio, Sesame, and XOXO. These feel incredibly lightweight on, and I really enjoy this formula overall, but their products tend to go bad quite quickly. This one looks quite funny already in the tube, but it doesn't smell bad, so I'm gonna keep this one. As for Chestnut, I just feel like it's a little bit closer to the Armani shade that I've saved. Let me show you. They are quite similar. Of course, they're not absolute dupe. The Tower 28 is a little bit deeper and warmer. Let me just swatch them side by side. Here. Okay, so it turns out Armani is a little bit peachier in tone. Of course, I want to keep all of the Tower 28 glosses, but I just know it would not be a smart idea. So yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of the chestnut. I just would rather reach for the Armani in this particular shade. So this one is getting decluttered. Here's the one that I never reach for. This is from Cali Ray, and it's the glazed and infused plumping glassy lip trip. Wow, in Likely Story. This is an okay formula. I just feel that it's a little bit too thick for my liking, and yeah, it just doesn't do it for me. I never reach for it. I also don't really enjoy this packaging for some reason, so it's time to say goodbye. These Color Lux High Impact Lip Glazes from Jen Ardell are really good. They are super hydrating. They feel really nourishing on the lips, like a lip balm would. They have this lightweight gel texture. They are pretty pigmented, but I would say that the pigment is buildable, so you can go subtle with one swipe or layer up for a full, bolder look. I feel like I can safely declutter this Juicy shade. I just would never wear this type of shade. And also this shade Nectar is a little bit too meh for me. Getting rid of this one too and keeping these 4 beauties. Then I have these 2 lip products from Fenty Beauty. We have Gloss Bomb Heat in the Fenty Glow Heat, and we have the OG Gloss Bomb in Fenty Glow. Absolutely cannot do anything hurting, plumping on my lips, so I'm gonna get rid of the Heat version and I'm gonna keep this baby. Okay, here's the product that I would never reach for. This is Glowy Lip Gloss from The Seek. There's no shade name on this one, and it has this very interesting applicator. It's like a flat silicone type of applicator. This one is really milky on the lips and it's kind of thick, but it gives me butthole lips, so I never reach for this one. It's gotta go. Here are all of my Lawless glosses. I love this formula so much. Will I be able to declutter any of them? I highly doubt it, but let me just go through them quickly. Never mind, I lied. I will declutter this Rosy Outlook shade just because I have it in full size and I'd rather keep this one. So this one is being decluttered. Here I swatched these 3 pink shades from the Lawless line. We have Daisy Pink, Juicy Watermelon, and Daisette. I'm gonna keep all of them. I just love a good pink lip right now, so these are going nowhere. Another 4 shades we have from left to right: Nudie, Velvet, Maple Sugar, and Candy Sky. I love the first 3. They are going absolutely nowhere, especially Maple Sugar. Mocha lips anyone, but this last shade, Candy Sky, it's just a little bit too metallic for me. I'm just not into this type of shades, so gonna get rid of this one. I'm really proud of myself. And then I have these 2, both in Cherry Vanilla, but something told me go ahead and swatch them. And you guys, am I tripping or are they a little bit different? This Cherry Vanilla is a little bit more pink than this one. Am I tripping? Yeah, I feel like to me they are a little bit different, so this will be my justification to keep both. I was pleasantly surprised by these Confidence in the Serum glosses from IT Cosmetics. I have 3 shades. Here I swatched them on the back of my hand. We have this one, I'm not sure what is the name, but it's basically like a clear with iridescent pink sparkle. The shimmer is really finely milled. However, I do not care for it, so I'm gonna declutter this one. This shade is really pretty, but I feel like I've kept so many of these like nude variable shades, so I feel pretty confident to let this one go too. And this one is called Self-Determined, and I actually don't have these shades, like berry shades, left, so I really enjoy this one. It's a very unique to my collection shade. It's not too pigmented, and again, the formula is so nice, so I'm gonna go ahead and keep this one. Then we have this Sun Boss Gloss Broad Spectrum SPF 25 from e.l.f. Cosmetics, and I have mine in the shade Peachy Queen, and this formula is okay. It's a little bit thicker, plus there's that sunscreen smell and taste that I dread. I love seeing SPF added to lip products. I just hate that scent they have, and therefore I never reach for it. So unfortunately, This one has been decluttered. Here's another one that I never reach for. This is Sweet Street, the Candy Paint Shimmer Lip Gloss. I have mine in the shade Comet. It's really beautiful. It's like beautiful nude shade filled with silver sparkle. My issue with that is when I wear it, I can feel the sparkle on my lips kind of rubbing, and it kind of irritates my lips. So I never reach for that reason. So, time to say goodbye. This is Milky Gloss from NYX Cosmetics. I have mine in the shade Mango Lassie, and I feel like this formula is kinda underrated. They feel super lightweight on the lips. They're very silky smooth. They are not overly pigmented and not overly sheer. They smell amazing. This shade is perfect wearable orange shade. I've actually been reaching for it quite a lot recently. This is like my rediscovered old forgotten favorite, so I'm gonna keep this one. Now let's go through these Butter Bliss lip balms from Moira Cosmetics. They are a little bit on the thicker side and they feel really cushiony on the lips, and I love that. However, there are definitely like inconsistencies in this formula. There are different finishes and types of formula here. For example, we have sparkly ones. We also have like really pigmented milky ones. Or we have really sheer ones. So let me just assess the situation and think what I can get rid of. I'm gonna get rid of the Pout Perfection shade just because it's that really pigmented milky shade, and I find that this formula transfers onto my Invisalign, unfortunately, and yeah, for that reason I just never reach for it. Plus I'm gonna wear my Invisalign for at least 1 year and this will just sit untouched and go to waste, so I just rather get rid of it right now. I'm gonna go ahead and keep the clear one just because it's more cushiony on the lips and really hydrating, so I'm gonna keep the clear one in this line because I really enjoy this one. I'm also gonna keep the Poppy shade because it's just so stunning to me, this sheer one. I'm gonna get rid of the Petal Pop. I just feel like I have something similar to this shade. I don't need it. I'm gonna keep this one BB Call Me shade just because it's a beautiful wearable brown shade and I love the little sparkles it has. Summer Fling is a little bit too golden metallic for my liking. Getting rid of this one. Everything Nice is a stunning mauvey brownish shade. It's kind of unique to my collection. I'm gonna keep this one. Forget Me Not is a little bit too pigmented and it transfers to my Invisalign. This one's gotta go. Even though this Heartbreaker shade is absolutely stunning, I just feel like I'm good on these clear red glosses, so gotta get rid of this one too. I personally love this formula from Clarins. This is their Lip Perfectors and they feel so incredible on the lips. Really thin, super lightweight. There's zero stickiness. They are not the most glossiest out there. It almost feels like you've applied your, like a regular lip balm, but it had a little bit of a tint to it. That's how they feel. Here are they swatched. This red one looks super intense, but it doesn't look as intense on my lips at least. As you can tell, I reach for this one the most, so this one is staying. I'm also going to keep the red one because it doesn't transfer to my Invisalign. This one is really unique, the shade 25, but it just doesn't look cute on me at all. So unfortunately, yeah, this is just a shade preference, so this one will be decluttered. This one is quite new to my collection. This is from Refi and this is the tinted lip gloss in the shade Plum. I love that it has this metal applicator. The shade is very versatile. You can layer it or you can wear it kind of sheer as a wash of color. Plus it was a gift from my friends, so I'm gonna keep this one. I'm gonna keep my lip butter balm from Summer Fridays. I have mine in the shade Pink Sugar and basically it's like clear. Maybe there's like a slight pink tint to it. I just love how comfortable it feels, how hydrating it is on the lips, and it's just so easy to reapply throughout the day, so I will keep this one. This Glass Shot from Kaja Beauty, I have mine in the shade Pink Drink. It's completely abandoned in my collection. It will expire in 4 months, but yeah, for some reason I just never reach for it. Oh, I don't know if you can tell. The applicator looks kind of suspicious to me. It's kind of green or yellow. Yeah, I think I just need to throw this in the trash. Then I have this Lip Softy Tinted Lip Treatment from Tower 28 and it has this rounded plastic applicator and here's what the shade looks like. This is Dulce de Leche and it smells just like the dessert. It's absolutely amazing. looks a little bit too milky on my lips if I over apply, but overall I have been reaching for this a lot recently. It just feels like a lip treatment, like a lip balm, very comfortable, not heavy whatsoever, zero stickiness. Yeah, pretty happy with this one, gonna keep this one. Then I have these two lip glosses from Pat McGrath. These are their last glosses, and I have mine in the shade Pale Nectar and Earth Angel. And they are basically clear bases with lots and lots of sparkle in it. Pink Fire Nectar is your pink base, and this one is more yellow. I used to love them and I used to wear them so much, but I just don't enjoy wearing them anymore. They look weird on me. They almost don't have any base color to them, and it's just all sparkle. And I don't know if you can tell if it reads on camera, but there's also lots and lots of blue sparkle in them. And that's what mainly I get when wearing them. My lips look blue and sparkly when I wear this. And that's just not the vibe that I'm going, at least these days. So even though it hurts me because I'm obsessed with Pat McGrath, but I just never reach for this, so they gotta go. I have this shade Miracle from the Lancome Juicy Tubes, and I've been reaching for it lately quite a lot. They are a little bit more on the thicker side, but again, if you don't over apply, they feel pretty comfortable on the lips. They give you that really cushiony effect. They also feel really hydrating, and I love that the sparkle is not gritty whatsoever. So I actually want to keep this one. Oopsie, this one got here by mistake. This is lip stain. I will talk about my lip stains a little bit later, so let me just put it in the correct pile. Then I have this mini of Last Lip Gloss from Pat McGrath, and it's in the shade Flash 6. And I absolutely love this copperish red shade. It has these beautiful warm undertones and this shiny cream finish. It's a little bit too pigmented for my liking, but it's just so smooth and comfortable to wear without being heavy or sticky. It's getting really old, but it still performs fine and smells fine, and I just love this lippy in fall time, so I'm gonna keep it. Okay, here's what's staying in my lip gloss collection. I feel so amazing about all the choices I've made today. I see so many of my favorite formulas and shades, but let me show you what didn't make the cut. Here's everything that I'm getting rid of. I feel so good about this declutter. If you guys consider decluttering your collection, please do it. It feels amazing to let go of things that you just don't use anyway. But now let's move on to my lip oils and lip tints. This one is also going to be hard for me because I have quite a bit of collection of those, but let's jump in. Okay, here we have all of the lip oils I have in my collection right now. I love a good lip oil. It's probably my #1 product of choice, lip product of choice right now, so this is gonna be really hard for me. But I just know I cannot wear all of these, so let me just go ahead and try to do my best to declutter. We'll see. Starting with these Juicy Glass Lip Oils from Kaja. These are basically your lip glosses in disguise. They feel hydrating and nice on the lips. They're non-sticky and they give you that slight cooling feeling on the lips. I don't need all 4 shades though, because I feel like they are all pretty sheer. I think I'm gonna keep these two, Rose Hip Spritz and Raspberry Refresher, and these two will be decluttered. We have Grape Glowtini and Plum Paloma. This Plump Lip Serum from Bobbi Brown is such a nice formula. I have mine in the shade Bare Lilac, and basically it gives just a little bit of a milkiness to the lips. I've actually used up one of these before, just in a different shade, so I'm gonna go ahead and keep this one because I love how hydrating it feels on the lips. It basically feels like you're wearing a liquid lip balm, so love that and gonna keep it. Love my Fruit Fetish lip oils from Milani. I actually have one more of these. It must be somewhere in my bag. It's like a pinky shade, but this formula is absolutely amazing. It's so soft, smooth, non-sticky. They smell amazing too. I'm gonna go ahead and declutter this Black Cherry Vanilla shade just because it's not really flattering on me. It's a little bit too pigmented for my liking. I actually did a comparison of it with the Clarins lip oil, and I definitely prefer the Clarins one, so I'm gonna go ahead and declutter this one. I'm keeping the Blackberry Agave shade. I love wearing it in fall, and of course I'm keeping the pink one. That one is actually my favorite. I have this mini well, I'm not sure if it's mini, but this is Glow Easy Nourishing Vitamin C Lip Oil from iDucare. It does look like a mini. I actually really enjoy this one. I've used it as kind of my last step in my skincare routine. It's one of those pH activating things where it gives you a little bit of a pink tint to your lips. I didn't mind that at all, but unfortunately this one is expired, so I'm gonna go ahead and toss it in the trash. I absolutely adore my tier lip oils. If you guys looking for a true lightweight lip oil that actually feels like water on your lips, but it doesn't also migrate, like it stays put and looks like a lip gloss, this is your formula. Of course I want to keep all of them, but I really want to be a little bit more cutthroat today, so let me just think for a moment. Okay, this one I absolutely cannot declutter. I use it all the time. This is their rosy lip oil. So basically this one smells like roses, and I don't know, I'm usually not into floral scents in my lip products, but this one I love it. Plus I find that it gives it's the most tinted out of them all. Keeping this one, I love this one. I'm not a clear gloss lip oil kind of person, but this one in honey, it actually smells like honey. It's just so warm and comforting. Love the way it smells, so I'm gonna keep it. The mint one smells as a mint and it's really cooling on the lips. I would reach for it so much in summer. I know it, so I'm gonna keep this one too. This one in lavender is a really cute purple lip oil. It doesn't look purple on my lips. It's very sheer. And I wish it would had a stronger lavender scent to it. I cannot almost smell anything, to be honest. It's really pretty. I'm really struggling over here. I want to keep it because I just love this formula so much, but I just see so many lip oils, so I'm gonna be a good girl today and I'm gonna declutter this one. This lip retreat oil from Wonder Beauty is a little bit newer to my collection. This one is really pretty because it's a clear one, but it has pink and blue sparkles in it and it's really pretty on the lips. This one is in Oasis Glow. I wore it maybe once or twice and it doesn't feel like a lip oil to me. It's like a thicker, more cushiony gloss, which I don't mind those formulas. I think I'm gonna keep this one. I like this one. Speaking of more thicker, cushiony formulas, we have these lip treatment oils from Amicale. These feel so nice on the lips. They are a little bit on the thicker side, but it's nothing uncomfortable or sticky. They just hug your lips in the best way possible. I've actually finished one of these shades before, the shade Bliss. Here I swatched all the shades on the back of my hand except the clear one. I'm actually gonna go ahead and declutter this one. I don't feel the need to have the clear one in this formula. I'm also going to get rid of this shade. It just doesn't look great on my skin tone. Unfortunately, I don't have the shade name here, so yeah. But I'm definitely keeping these three. I love them. I have these 4 shades of Glow Reviver lip oils. I love that they are affordable and this formula overall is really nice. I will say that to me it feels like a lighter lip gloss formula, but I still enjoy wearing it and often reach for them. Here are all 4 shades swatched from left to right. We have Honey Talks, Rose Envy, Gem Session, and this one is in Crystal Bollard. They just recently came out with glimmer finishes. Just recently got my hands on this one. I just recently bought this one and I've been wearing it and trying to form my opinion on it. This will be in my February rankings, so definitely stay tuned for that. I love them all. I honestly don't feel like decluttering any of these. So yeah, all of them are staying. These lip slide creamy lip oils from Her Candy feel like a true lip oils for me. They are super lightweight on the lips. There are basically no stickiness and you don't even feel them on the lips. That's how lightweight these are. I would describe this as like a pigment dispensed in a super light creamy formula. We have Play Pink and Sugar Spin. Really enjoy wearing them because they are again so lightweight on the lips and so easy to wear. Plus this packaging is absolutely adorable. Keeping them. I really wanted to love this Glow and Go lip oil from Naked Sundays. I bought it myself. This is SPF 50 and I've been on the hunt for a good lip product with an SPF in it. Unfortunately, this one is not for me. I don't know if you can see, but it's leaking like crazy. It's been leaking in my bag, ruining my bag, and yeah, it's just a mess. But I also don't enjoy this applicator. The shade is really cute. It's like a warm tone base with lots and lots of sparkle in it, but the applicator is, I don't know, too long and too bendy. It's just such a nightmare to apply it with, and I don't know, did they test it right? Was it enough of testing? Doesn't look like to me. Plus it does have that horrendous chemical sunscreen smell and taste. They did try to add lots and lots of fragrance to mask it. Still, I can still feel it. It's still very much there. I never reach for it because of all the reasons I've mentioned. If you guys have a really good recommendations for lip products with SPF, leave them down below, but this one unfortunately is gotta go. Then I have this Luxe lip oils from Yenza Beauty, and this is such a nice formula. They are very thin. They actually remind me of the hard candy ones, but these are a little bit more thicker in texture. Remember, they have this watermelon scent to it. These are the shades that I have. We have the clear one with lots of sparkle in it. It's called Clear Pass. Then we have this beautiful Rising Ruby shade, and finally we have Modern Nude. The clear one is okay, but I don't need it. I'm gonna get rid of it. The Rising Ruby is so beautiful, but unfortunately it transfers all over my Invisalign, so for that reason I never reach for it. So this one's gotta go too. And I'm gonna keep the Modern Nude. It's a beautiful warm tone brown shade, and I love how it looks on me, so this one is staying. I think it's pretty safe to say that I enjoy lip glazes from In Beauty Project. This formula to me is a perfect cross between lip oil and lip gloss, where they are not too thin and feel like nothing on your lips, but they are also not thick or heavy at all, but they're still hydrating and just feel so amazing on. I definitely don't need all of the shades. For example, this one, Pina Colada, it just looks a little bit too metallic for my liking. I keep it thinking that maybe one day in summer, when I have a little bit of a tan on and I feel like a golden goddess, I will wear it. And that day never comes, so I gotta be realistic with myself. I never reach for this one, so it's gotta go. This Vanilla Mint smells exactly like that, sweet and minty. It looks so pretty on. It has lots and lots of pink and golden sparkles. It's stunning. I'm gonna keep it. Candy Apple is probably one of my favorites. It just gives you this perfect flush of color. It's not too much at all. It just makes your lips look a little bit more healthy and more juicier. Plus it smells so fruity and so good. Keeping this one. Oh, and it's actually in my project pan, so this one is going nowhere. Also gonna keep this cinnamon bun. I love the way it smells, plus this shade is absolutely gorgeous. It's like this milky light brown. It's my perfect nude shade. Keeping this one. Then I have this extra glaze lip oil in Glazed Donut. It's full of beautiful sparkles. It's gorgeous. It's like a less sparkly version of that elf lip oil we talked about. Keeping this one too. Then we have this Cranberry Fizz shade, and it was in collaboration with Poppy Drinks, and it's a perfect wearable orange shade for me, so I'm gonna also keep this one. Wow, you guys are probably like, wow, she sucks at decluttering. I just love my lip oils, there's nothing I can do. We have Candy Cane one. I feel like it's really similar to the Vanilla Mint one. Here are they swatched side by side. They are very similar. I feel like the Candy Cane one has a little bit more sparkle maybe. They're definitely too close, so I'm gonna get rid of the Candy Cane one. I tend to never reach for this Fruit Punch shade. I just feel like I'm not into orange lips on me, so bye-bye to this one. And this Merlot shade is absolutely stunning for fall. It's like a beautiful wearable berry shade. Unfortunately, I broke the cap. Like I twisted too hard, so definitely don't do that. So now it just comes off like that. I probably could still glue it back, but it's perfectly usable, so I'm keeping this shade. As you can tell, Clarins lip oils is another huge favorite in my collection. Absolutely love how they feel on the lips. They are so comfortable, non-sticky, really thin, and have that little hint of pigment in them. They are not the most long wearing, but personally I don't mind that. I actually enjoy reapplying my lip products. So let's go through them, because I definitely feel like I can get rid of couple of shades. I'm definitely keeping my Pitaya shade. I feel like it's such a classic shade. I've actually finished one of these in full size recently, so proud of myself. But this is one of those pH activating thingies, and it gives you this slight pinkish tint to your lips. It's not overpowering, it's not too much, it's really pretty. I enjoyed this one so much, keeping it. These two were their limited edition release. I feel like they are so fun. I love this packaging. However, this white one is just a clear one with a little bit of silver sparkle in it. I don't feel like I need it. I'm good on such shades. I'm gonna get rid of it. The black one, however, is a little bit more unique to my collection. It's actually not black. It has a purple undertone to it, and it's one of those pH reactive formulas. Plus, it has beautiful golden sparkle in it, and I reach for this a lot more than the white one. I reach for it when I want a deeper, darker lip, but still very wearable. So mainly in winter and fall, so I'm gonna keep this one. They came out with these 3 brighter shades. I'm gonna keep the pink one because it's just such a beautiful wearable pink on me. And also I feel like this orange would be amazing for summer, so this one is staying too. The yellow one, however, just doesn't do it for me. It adds a little bit of warmness to the lips, but so far that's it. So I think I'm gonna get rid of it. The honey one is basically clear one with a little bit of added warmness to it, and I usually don't keep clear lip oils or lip glosses, but this one, I just love this formula so much, and I actually go through them, so I'm gonna keep it. This plum shade is an absolute perfection. It's just such a gorgeous cooler tone berry, plus it leaves a beautiful stain. I love the shade. This one is going nowhere. For some reason I have 2 of these cherry shades, so I'm just gonna keep one and declutter this one. I have these 2 tinted lip oils from Catrice. I actually enjoy this formula a lot, and I recently finished one of these. I don't feel like I need 2 of them because they are both basically those pH activating lip glosses, and they both leave you with a pink tint. This one is a very soft pink tint, and this one is really intense and bright. I think I'm gonna get rid of this one just because I want to keep one of these pH activating ones in other formulas. So I'm gonna get rid of this one and gonna keep the shade Glossy Girl. This Lip Tide pH lip oil from Bioma is basically the same concept. It gives you that beautiful pink tint to it. I just recently got my hands on this formula, and I just want to keep it and play with it a little bit more. I love using these pH activating lip oils in the morning after I finish my skincare, so I think I will go ahead and put it in my bathroom where I do my skincare. But yeah, this one is staying. Next we have Fruit Lip Oil in Strawberry from the brand Lawrence. I think we got it in one of our Ipsy Boxy Charms. I'm gonna go ahead and declutter this one because I feel like I'm good on these pH activating lip products, so this one is getting decluttered. I have this Dream Lip Oil from Summer Fridays, and I have mine in the shade Blush Dreams, and overall it's a nice product. It feels really lightweight on the lips, non-sticky. I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily dying, crying, throwing up over it, but it's this beautiful pinky nude shade, and I reach for it quite a bit, so this one is staying. And finally we have Gizu Honey Infused Lip Oils. I absolutely love them. They are so beautiful to look at, and I enjoy this formula so much. I don't need all of them. Let me show you which ones I'm keeping. First we have the shade Watermelon Sugar, and it's this beautiful light pink shade with tons of silver sparkles in it. It's just so pretty, and I feel like I could use it instead of my lip balm, so this one is staying. Then we have the shade Mango Passion Punch, and it's really pretty. However, it's not for me. It's just a little bit too straightforward orange on me. I don't wear these shades. I'm gonna get rid of this one. I feel like I need to declutter one of these because they are slightly similar. Here we have Strawberry Sorbet and Cherry on the Cake, and as you can tell, they are both those cooler toned pinks, but Cherry on the Cake has slight shimmer in it, and it's so comfortable. It's not gritty at all. This is really hard. Maybe I should keep them and film like a comparison video. Maybe that would be a great idea. Will I do it though, realistically? I don't think so. Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of the Strawberry Sorbet shade. They're very similar. I don't need them both. Letting go of it. Here's all the formulas and shades that I'm keeping, and here's everything that I'm decluttering. I feel really happy with this. I feel really proud of myself. I love my lip oils so much. I reach for them all the time. I actually go through them. So this is very nice progress for me. But now let's go through my lip tints and see what we can declutter there. This is a pretty new category for me. I've been playing around with a few formulas here and there, but luckily I haven't gone overboard, at least yet. So this one should be easy. Let's get into it. I'll start with these pop tint lip stains from Hard Candy. They sent me 4 shades. These are all very bright poppy shades. They are inspired by fruit, so we have cherry splash, we have strawberry spritz, berry drops, and peach fizz. It's a really nice formula. They are quite comfortable, non-drying and non-sticky. I don't need all 4 shades though. I will go ahead and keep the shade Cherry Splash. I like this one on me the most. These Kaja lip stains have been in my collection for quite a while, and I wouldn't say that they're necessarily my absolute favorite formula. This is their Jelly Charms. Okay, these ones will expire in May of 2025. Let me just go ahead and swatch the shades. And here we have swatched Peach Fizz, Mocha Glaze, and Cherry Spritz. These are just okay. I don't actually remember last time when I used them, so this just tells me that it would be best for me to let them go. The Six sent me these 2 shades of their lip tints. I'm not sure what the name of the formula is, but I have shades 13 and 16, and they look really nice and juicy. These look so gorgeous. I haven't even tried them on. Even though I'm trying to trim my collection down a little bit, I think I'm gonna go ahead and keep them too, just because I love how they swatched. They are really sheer, and I love a good hydrating sheer lip product that leaves a tint. I'm intrigued. I'm keeping them. I have these 3 lip tints from Korean brand Hints. We have shades New Allure, Refined, and Gifted. These 2 look way too close to each other. I think I'm gonna go ahead and keep this one, the New Allure shade, and I'm gonna get rid of these 2. These Padding Glow tints from Korean brand Love Bee are so nice. I love the packaging. It's so much fun, and I love the formula. It's really non-sticky, hydrating, and I love the glossy finish it has. I have 3 shades. I swatched them here. Berry Red, Sunset Beige, and Ending Rose. And honestly, I'm gonna keep all of them. I just reach for them so much. Yeah, keeping them. Oh my gosh, my arm will be covered in stains by the end of this video. But now let's talk about these Tear lip stains. These are called the Waterism Glow Tint, and I have probably all of the shades. They were so kind and they sent all of them. This is an interesting formula. It's more creamier, plus it has a ton of sparkle in it. The sparkle is a little bit gritty, like I can feel it when I rub my lips together, but it's nothing too major or uncomfortable. Here I have the shade Salmon Syrup swatched, and I'm gonna go ahead and keep this one just because I don't have these lighter nude shades in lip tints formula, so keeping this one. Then we have Sand Mond, and I'm gonna keep this one. It's just a perfect everyday kind of neutral pink, so this one is staying. Fig Peach and Scotch Shot are pretty similar. Here I swatched them side by side. I think I'm gonna keep this one, the Scotch Shot. I wore it the other day and I really enjoyed how it looks on me. Plus I love that it's a little bit deeper than this shade, and it leans a little bit more red. Love that, so I'm gonna keep this one. Then we have Mauve Rose, and I'm just not inspired by such type of shade, so I'm gonna get rid of this one. And I want to keep this one. This is Honey Nut. I don't know, it looks absolutely gorgeous, so warm and delicious. Keeping this one. Then we have Mary Coral and Summer Pumpkin. I'm gonna go ahead and declutter both of them. They're just not inspiring me, so they gotta go. And finally we have Cassie's Plum. I love it in theory. In practice, I just know myself, I would never reach for this shade. So yeah, getting rid of it. And with this package, they also sent the Waterism Lip Plumper, and it has a very interesting silicone applicator. It has a lot of sparkles in it. It's really pretty. The formula is okay, it's quite liquidy, and I felt like it was getting everywhere, including in my mouth, and I didn't like that. Plus this one is really intense. It really burns. It's like a really nice lip plumper if you like those formulas. For me, I cannot do anything burning or hurting on my lips, so I'm excited to get rid of it. Alright, moving along to Benefit products, we have moisturizing matte lip tint. I have it in the shade French Toast. It has a very interesting applicator. It looks like a little shoe. Packaging is kind of unique and gives me retro vibes, but we also have the dewy lip tint, and I have mine in the shade Summer Fling. These both formulas were okay. I wouldn't say that I'm blown away by them. I've tried them maybe a couple of times and I never reached for them again, so I'm gonna go ahead and declutter both of these. I also have Benetint from Benefit. I'm gonna go ahead and keep this one. This formula is not my absolute favorite. It's a little bit liquidy and sometimes it applies patchy, but sometimes I create content for Benefit and I need to have the products on hand, so this one is staying. And I have this viral peel-off lip liner tattoo. This is from Sasha Beauty and I have mine in the shade Hazel. And I actually really enjoyed this formula. I didn't know what to expect. Is it overrated? Is it overhyped? But it actually worked really well. So you apply it to your lips and then you let it sit for about 5 minutes. You let it dry and then you kind of just peel it off. See, I'm a little bit impatient and was trying to remove it before it dried. So definitely give it some time to dry down before you peel it off. But as you can tell, it leaves a brown tint on the lips. I personally don't like the way this brown shade looks on my lips, so I'm gonna go ahead and declutter this one just because of shade preferences. I would be definitely open to getting one of these in a different shade. This is such a gorgeous lip tint. This is from Fenty Beauty and I have mine in the shade Fuchsia Wife. I bought it myself. I wore it maybe once or twice. The shade is not for me. I never reach for these fun bright fuchsia shades, so yeah, this one's gotta go. Then we have 4 shades of water lip stains from Clarins, and this formula is really interesting. They have this very liquidy consistency. If I would compare it to Benefit one is even more liquidy than these ones. They have a very interesting applicator. They remind me of a nail polish in a way. These are very interesting because they go on glossy, but they dry down matte. They apply pretty evenly for such a liquidy formula, and they give you this beautiful sheer wash of color on the lips. They are non-drying and non-sticky, and I really enjoy that. This is the shade Rose Water. I'm gonna keep this one. I wear this one the most. Oh, look at that pigment. This is the shade Orange Water. Let's blend it out a little bit because it's not how they look. They don't look this intense on the lips. Yeah, this shade, I would never reach for it, so I'm gonna get rid of the Orange Water. Then we're swatching Red Water. This is absolutely gorgeous. Gonna keep the Red Water. Finally, we have Violet Water. Let's give it a swatch. Okay, this is that fuchsia shade that I would never reach for. Yeah, this one is a pass for me. But just look at how these stained my fingers. Oh my gosh. Finally, we have a product from Cali Ray. This is their So-Called Super Bloom Lip and Cheek Hydrating Soft Stain. I have mine in the shade Dom Patrol. Here I swatched it. I really enjoy this formula, but the shade is not my absolute favorite. I would be open to trying a different shade from this line, but Dom Patrol is just not doing it for me, so getting rid of it. Alright, and here's the final rundown. These are the lip tints that I'm keeping, and these are the ones that gotta go. And that wraps up Declutter number 4 in my Declutter series we took on my entire lip collection. And let me tell you, it feels so good to clear out the clutter. If you watch this whole video, just know that you're a real one and I appreciate you. Next, we are going through my eye products, eyeliners, mascaras, single shadows, and of course, eyeshadow palettes. Pray for me. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to my channel, hit that notification bell, do all the good things, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye! Hey guys, so today we're doing the last part of my Ultimate Declutter series. We are going through my eye products, and this is going to be a big one. We will go through my eyeshadow sticks, my cream eyeshadows, my single eyeshadows, my eyeshadow palettes. I honestly have so many products, and even though I try to reach for my eye products here and there on a consistent basis, I just don't wear eye makeup like I used to. My makeup routine drastically changed over the last couple of years. I'm a mom of 2 now, and to be honest, I just don't have time or energy to sit down and do these complex eyeshadow looks, and yet my collection looks like I do. So today we're making some serious cuts. I woke up feeling feisty, so let's do this. Alright, let's start with my eyeshadow sticks. I like them for quick, easy looks, but I'll be honest, I don't reach for all of them. Plus, I think I'm more of a cream, one and done eyeshadow kind of girl. So let's go through them. Let's maybe swatch a few and see what still sparks joy and what's just taking up space. Okay, I see the all of the above weightless eyeshadow stick from Rare Beauty. This one is in the shade Integrity. These are not my favorite, to be honest. I think I have 2 more shades. Found them, so let's swatch. This is Integrity. Then we have Contentment. And we have Growth. Wow, they look really pretty, but this formula is so meh in my opinion. They just look a little bit dry on my eyelids. They accentuate all lines and wrinkles. I like that there's a built-in sharpener, but overall it's not the best product from Rare Beauty. So, getting rid of them. Then we have eyeshadow markers from Hard Candy, and I love Hard Candy. They make amazing products with amazing prices. We have 4 matte shades and 4 shimmers. Let's start with matte. This is Stoned. Lights Out. Wow, that glides on so easily. Next we have White Out. Look at that pigment. Wow. And Boy Blue. This one swatches a little bit drier. I think these shades are so unique, especially for drugstore. I personally don't see many brands doing this type of shades in eyeshadow sticks formula. If I would be more creative with my eye makeup, I think I would have kept them, but it just doesn't make sense for me to keep them. I know I will never reach for them, so I think it's better for me to declutter this. As for the shimmer shades, I actually reach for them quite a lot. I have quite a bit of eyeshadow sticks, as you can tell, but these are just such an amazing formula. Love that they are really high impact, because some eyeshadow sticks just don't give that impact as a regular eyeshadow would. Just look at this shade. How gorgeous. I reach for this one a lot. This is Bubbly. Definitely gonna keep this one. Next one is Cold Brew. Then we have Pony, and this is Pink Ink, and I feel like the formula is very much like the Bubbly one. Love Bubbly, so it's staying, and I think I'm gonna keep the Pink Ink. I love how impactful this one is, so these 2 are staying, and I'm gonna declutter these 2 shades. Jen Iredale was so kind, and they sent a whole range of their Color Lux eyeshadow sticks, and we also have matte and shimmers in this formula, so let me just go through them and see what can stay and what should go. Starting with Alabaster, I just know myself, I would never reach for such type of shade. Maybe you can use it as a eye base, but yeah, I'm getting rid of this one. Then we have another matte shade. This is Dove Gray. I just don't reach for gray eyeshadows, especially in the eyeshadow stick format, so this one is also getting decluttered. I think I'm gonna keep this shade. This is Saddle, and I love a good warm toned eyeshadow, and this formula is really long wearing, so this one is staying. I'm also gonna keep the Americano shade. It's such a gorgeous deep brown shade. I feel like I can use it as a liner, so this one is staying. And this shade is really unique. It's like a deep blue / deep gray shade. Very interesting. This is Midnight, but personally, I just know myself, I would never reach for it, so getting rid of it. Moving on to the shimmers. This is the shade Moonstone, and it's just okay. It's not really impactful. I would say it's more like a satin / even matte looking shade. So it's just not something that I would reach for. I would rather reach for the Hard Candy one. So this one is gotta go. Then we have the shade Gatsby, and again, it's just an okay shade. It's not really sparkly or anything special, so gonna get rid of it too. Then we have the shade Rosé, and I think I'm gonna keep this one. Just want to have at least 1 shade of the shimmers, and I think this is gonna be the one. This is the shade Bronze, and I don't know, these are really sheer and they don't build up too much. I much rather prefer the matte shades, so this shade Bronze is also being decluttered. I feel like this shade Ivy is a little bit more pigmented and has more of an opaque base. I like that. Will I realistically wear it? That's another question. No, declutter. Next, let's go through these Kaja eyeshadow sticks. These are interesting because on one side you have your eyeshadow stick and on another there's a glittery stamp. I remember these being okay, and the shades are kind of similar, very neutral, so Let me just go and find all of them. Here I swatched the shade Ice Illusion, and it's really pretty, especially the glittery side. I'm not quite loving the eyeshadow stick side, so if I'm not completely in love, it means it's gotta go. Next, let's swatch the shade Petal Prism. Swatches like butter. And here we have the glittery side. I don't know how I feel about the spongy applicator. I wish it was also an eyeshadow stick, more user-friendly. I don't know, I don't like this. Interesting, the eyeshadow part doesn't really set, it stays super creamy. I feel like I'm okay, I can let this one go. And finally we have Mauve Mirage. The glittery part on this is really pretty, but I feel like I'm gonna get rid of this one too. This formula just doesn't inspire me, I guess, so it's gotta go. Then I have these two dual-ended longwear cream shadow sticks from Bobbi Brown. I have two shades, and they come with a matte and shimmer side. So here we have the shade Pink Mercury and Nude Beach. I reach for them quite a bit just because I love the matte formula so much. The shimmers, they are okay. They are a little bit sheer and not as opaque as I would like my shimmers to be. But for the sake of mattes, I think I'm gonna keep them too, just because I reach for them so much. So both are staying. And I have another eyeshadow stick from Bobbi Brown. This one is in the shade Golden Bronze. I think I'm gonna keep this one too. It's such an easy throw on and go type of shade. So this one is staying. Next I have Caviar Stick Eye Color in Forbidden Rose from Laura Mercier. And it's a very nice formula, but unfortunately the shade is just not for me. It's a little bit too deep. I don't reach for it. So this one is gotta go. Alright, then we have another dual-ended eyeshadow sticks. This is from Citizen Cosmetics. So we have shimmer and matte side. So let's swatch them. I'm swatching the shade Soleil. Oh, I've tried to open the shimmer side, but I think the product is stuck there and I cannot twist it anymore. So I think I'm gonna get rid of this one. I absolutely hate when things like that happen, but we have another shade. This one is in Deep Soleil. So let's try swatching this one. Hopefully no casualties. So we have the matte shade and the shimmer just fell onto my carpet. So there must be something with this formula, but gonna get rid of this one too. And finally we have Stellar Glaze Shadow Sticks from Moira Cosmetics. I actually have a dedicated video on these, swatching and giving my full review, so go check it out if you're interested. But I definitely don't need to keep all of the shades, so let me just go through them. I love this formula and I definitely have my favorite shades. She's and Buzzard is one of them. It's like a warm toned shade, but doesn't lean too orange on the eyes, and it has the most gorgeous pink flip to it. Obsessed, keeping this one. Beauty Queen is a pink shade of my dreams. It's just so magical and sparkly on the eyes. Keeping this one. Just look at this shade. This is Bewitched. I love this one. It's like a taupey base, but it has so much sparkle in it, like silver sparkle. It's so pretty. I absolutely love this one. Also keeping the shade Ablaze. It's like a deeper brown, but it has so much golden sparkles in it, and it kind of looks like, gives off that antique gold vibes. I love this one. I wear this one so much, so keeping it. I'm also gonna keep the shade Risky Business. It's really hard to catch the flips, the color shifts on camera, I've noticed. But this one is a deeper brown with a strong, beautiful pink shift to it. And it also shifts gold. Gorgeous. I have a hard time decluttering any of these. Alright, I think I'm gonna declutter the On Your Mind shade. It's kind of similar to the Bewitched. They swatched very differently. This is the Bewitched. As you can tell, it's like a cooler taupe with silver sparkle in it. And this is the On Your Mind. I just would much rather reach for this one, so decluttering the On Your Mind. I'm gonna get rid of these three shades. Opal Essence, this is Frosty, and She's the One. I just never reach for these white base shades. They are gorgeous, but they are just not for me, so gonna get rid of them. Also gonna get rid of the shade Sun Golden. It's the only one in this collection that doesn't really have much sparkle or shift to it. It's more like your classic shimmer eyeshadow, so this one's gotta go. As for these two fun shades, we have Calypso Green and Temptress. Here I swatched them too. Can you see that shift? It's so strong on these two. They are very fun and so gorgeous, but I think I'm gonna keep the Calypso green. I just like it a little bit more because of the formula. It's a little bit more opaque and not as sheer as the blue one. So between them two, I will pick the Calypso green. Alright, and this is everything that's staying in my eyeshadow stick collection. This feels amazing. I feel so much lighter. I was definitely due for a good declutter. Oh my goodness, and this is everything that's leaving. I just counted them. I'm getting rid of 29 eyeshadow sticks. And I've kept 14 eyeshadow sticks, so this means that I've decluttered about 67% of my eyeshadow stick collection. This is major. Now let's move on to my cream eyeshadows. Let's keep this ball rolling. Alright, now let's go through my liquid eyeshadows. I wear this a little bit more than my eyeshadow sticks, but still not that much to keep all of these. So let me just go through them. I will start with Danessa Myricks. So this is basically her color fixes, and they come in many finishes. My absolute favorite is the matte finish in this formula. I have all the shades and I'm gonna keep all of them. I love them. The metallics formula is not for me. It kind of accentuates all my lines and doesn't really go on smooth. Plus this one is kind of getting separated over here, so I think I'm gonna pass on to these two. I also have the sparkles in the shade Flare, gorgeous shade, but again, this formula looks kind of bad on my eyes, so gonna get rid of this one too. My personal favorite is foils in this color fix family. Here I swatched the shade Milky Way and it's absolutely gorgeous. And here I have the shade Petals, so I'm gonna keep them too. And then I have these three and I swatched them here. We have Jewels, Nebula, and Rock Candy. They are absolutely gorgeous. I just don't think I need this one, Jewels. I have something similar in terms of the shade in my collection already, so I think I'm gonna declutter this one. And I'm gonna keep these two beauties. Then I have Liquid Metals formula, and this is in the shade Lilac Flame. And I haven't even tried this one, so I'm gonna keep it. And I also have Color Fix Glaze. This one is in the shade Pink Eyes, and I'm very confused on how to use it. It doesn't have a doe foot, so I'm not sure. It's not a lip gloss, so it's definitely like a lip gloss. Interesting. Do I need it? Even though it's really beautiful and I love the artistry of the Danessa Myricks, I just know myself, I have so many lip glosses, so this will probably get buried somewhere in my collection, so I just rather declutter it right now. I have two Twin Flames from the Danessa Myricks, and it's like a liquid eyeshadow in a multi-chrome finish. We have Love Spell and Soulmate. Wow, okay, these are absolutely insane. Look at that pink one. I'm gonna keep them, they're so fun. Then I have these fluid eye paints from About Face. We have Blue Monday, On Point, and Capulets. These are absolutely amazing. They are so easy to use, so pigmented, and just so blendable. I would highly recommend if you're looking for a good, affordable matte liquid eyeshadow. These two I would never reach for. I just don't create these fun, bright looks anymore. And as for this shade, I feel like I'm covered with matte shades from the Danessa Myricks line, so I think it's time to let them go. Now let's go through my Sydney Grace liquid eyeshadows. I think these are my first liquid eyeshadows that I've ever tried. I love them. I have quite a bit of them. I don't need all of them though, so let me just go through them. This is such a beautiful, smooth formula. They are so easy to work with. I love them so much. Unfortunately, I have no idea what shade that is, but I feel like I'm good on such shades. I can declutter this one. Then I have this shade, and unfortunately I cannot tell you the name. It's getting quite old, but still swatches like a dream, doesn't smell, no weird texture. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm gonna keep it. You see, this is my problem with Sydney Grace. When I start swatching them, I just cannot make up my mind because they are so beautiful. Are you kidding me? I know that I wear them mostly as a lid shade, so I don't need to keep the darker shades just because I would never wear them all over my lid. So I'm gonna declutter, even though it really hurts me, Divinity and Smoke and Mirrors. Gonna keep the shade Stolen Kiss just because it's a gorgeous pink shade with a strong golden shift to it. I think this is the shade I can get most use out of, so I'm keeping it. And final 3 shades, we have Cranberry Streusel, it's so hard to pronounce, but I feel like I would much rather reach for a powder eyeshadow in this shade, so letting it go. Then I have this beautiful Lavender Wish shade. I'm gonna keep it. It's swatched so smooth and it's just absolutely gorgeous. I feel like it would be a perfect shade to wear if I get the itch to wear a colorful eyeshadow, so I'm gonna keep this one. And finally we have Starry Night, and it's this gorgeous maroon based shade with a strong green shift to it. I think it's so unique. I don't have any duochromes from this line, so I'm gonna keep this one. It's so fun. Then I have this Painted Up Long Wear Mousse eyeshadow from Give Beauty. This one is in the shade Top Knot. I swatched it here. I don't know if you can tell, but it's kind of changed its texture a little bit. I wore it a couple of times, I remember, and it was just an okay. My powder eyeshadows would give me so much more impact, so I think it's time to let this one go. And finally, I have this liquid eyeshadow from Pure Cosmetics. This one is in the shade Cashmere. I swatched it here. I don't know if you can tell, but compared to Sydney Gray's ones, it's very subtle, and that's exactly how it looks on the eyes. It's like a barely there eyeshadow if you're into that. Personally, I just, again, would much rather reach for a powder eyeshadow, so I'm gonna get rid of this one too. Alright, here's everything that is staying and everything that is leaving my collection. This looks much better and more manageable. However, I have this itch. You know what? I think I'm going to declutter one of these. I have Exposed and Nude 8. They are a little bit too redundant for me. This one has a little bit more of a cool undertone, while this one is more warm toned. I think I'm gonna keep the Nude 8. It's a little bit more deeper, and I feel like I can use it as a liner and would get more use out of it, so I'm gonna keep it, and I'm gonna actually declutter the Exposed. And actually, I'm gonna get rid of the Rustic shade too. I feel like a working makeup artist would get so much use out of this one. I'm just not reaching for it consistently, so I feel like it's a good sign to declutter it too. Yes, now I'm much more satisfied with these matte shades. Right, this is where we finally landed. I'm keeping 14 liquid eyeshadows and I'm decluttering 16. I'm very proud of myself, but now let's move on to my cream pot eyeshadows. Okay, my shadow pots. I have 3 brands in my collection, and not gonna lie, this is gonna be really hard because I love them and I reach for them so much, but we have to make some decisions today, so let's just try to. First, we have Star Show shadow pots from Moira. I'm absolutely obsessed with them. I wear them all the time. They are so long wearing, even on my hooded eyelids. Here we have the shade Star Show, and I feel like it's my perfect one and done eyeshadow. This one is going nowhere. Then we have the shade Eureka. Let's give it a swatch. Oh, these are so creamy. Oh wow, this is like a brown maroon base with a strong silver shift to it. Keeping this one too. And finally, we have the shade Glaze. Okay, I feel like this will be the one that I will declutter. Yeah, you see, I would much rather reach for Showtime over the Glaze, so I'm gonna declutter this one, but I would be open to getting more shades in this formula, to be honest. I just love it so much, so if you guys have your favorites in this lineup, definitely let me know. Alright, moving on to my Coffee Zari Eyes eyeshadows. These are like your true cream eyeshadows, and you get a little bit of time to work with them to blend them out, and then they set down and they're not going anywhere. I absolutely love them. The only thing I will say that unfortunately they keep drying out. Not sure how to feel about that, but here we have the shade Sitara Sparkles. I actually have this one in my project pan, so I'm gonna keep this one. Oh man, my Bronze Brocade shade is also dried out, but I don't know, they still perform beautifully, so I feel like it's not a big issue. At least for now, I'm gonna keep this shade. I wear this one so much. I love this one. Then I have this absolutely stunning shade Sona Sona, and I got it quite recently, so it's still wet to the touch, but just look at how freaking gorgeous it is. Are you kidding me? I feel like if you're a neutral lover, you absolutely have to have this shade because it just adds so much impact to your eye look without much effort. I'm gonna keep it. Then I have this absolutely stunning shade Chamoncello. I love it. Unfortunately, I just don't reach for it as much as I should, so even though it hurts me a little bit, I'm gonna declutter this one. And finally, we have the shade Auburn Aura, a really gorgeous maroon shade with lots of golden sparkles in it. Unfortunately, I feel like the Citaro sparkles just my choice between them two, and I always would reach for this one, so there's just no reason for me to keep the Auburn Aura, so I'm gonna declutter it. Then I have my little collection of Flash Fluorescents from Fida Surgeons. These are absolutely amazing. They are very interesting formula. They look so dry in the pan, but they actually pick up with no issues with a brush or your finger. I'm gonna keep the shade Astral Atmosphere. I think this is my most used out of them all. Then I have this beautiful cool tone brown called Crystal Constellation. This is the one that I never reach for, so I'm gonna declutter this one. And then we have these two beauties right here. We have the shade Starlight Symphony, and this one is Lunar Lightwave. Love this one. I'm gonna keep the Lunar Lightwave. As for this one, I think I'm gonna declutter it. I don't really reach for it, so I think it's a good sign to let it go. Okay, these are all of the pot eyeshadows I'm keeping. I'm very happy with this little collection, and these are the ones I'm letting go. Very proud of this. Oopsie, I just found the Armani eye tints. They were hiding from me, but we have 3 shades, so let me just go ahead and swatch them. We have the shade 67S, and I guess S stands for Sparkle, because it's so beautiful. I'm gonna keep this one. I'm also gonna keep this 68 Sparkle, because even though it's a little bit darker than I wish, I feel like they pair so beautifully together. And it's Armani. I cannot declutter this one. I'm gonna keep it. Wow, interesting. This shade has almost no pigment. It's like a translucent lavender silver shade. Really pretty, but I just know I would never reach for this one. This is in the shade 32S. I'm gonna say goodbye to this one. Alright, and here's my little collection of loose glitters and pigments. I will be honest, I'm not the one who will reach for them, so let me just go through them and declutter. Starting with this loose glitter from Sydney Grace. This is in Earth and Sea, and apparently this is a biodegradable glitter. It's really beautiful and lovely, but again, I just never reach for them, so I don't want them to take up my precious space, so this one is gotta go. Same goes for the Elegant Lady Loose Glitter. Decluttering it also. Oh, now you see? You see why we don't keep glitters? Because they are messy. This is all in decluttering. And this one is in Fine Arts, and as you can tell, it's half empty. My daughter actually got a hold of this one and made some type of project with it, so I actually think this is how I will use them. I will give these loose glitters to her, for her to have fun. Okay, and then I have these 2 loose pigments from Sydney Grace. We have Kaleidoscope and Firelit Glow. These things are absolutely massive. This one is so gorgeous. It's like a duochrome one. Let me just go ahead and swatch them. Okay, this one is really chunky and kind of dry. I'm gonna get rid of this one. Wow, this one is so old. This is Pure Pigment eyeshadow in 119 from Inglot, and I've actually bought it back in Belarus. So this thing is like 7, maybe 8 years old. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's like a pink with a golden shift to it. I remember a lot of makeup artists recommending this one as a perfect wedding shade. I would completely agree with that, and can you tell I've used it actually quite a bit. I mean, it's been like 8 years since I have it, but I feel like it's time to let it go, so yeah, saying goodbye. And finally, I have these 2 Infinite Chrome Flakes from Danessa Myricks. I have the shade Confetti and Pride. Here we have the shade Confetti, and mine is almost completely dried out, but I was able to swatch it for you guys, and here it is. It's like a white base shade with strong blue and purple shift to it. It's really pretty. Unfortunately, it just doesn't look amazing on my textured, wrinkly eyelids. As you can tell, it gives a lot of texture to your eyelids. And of course, this is something that can be a major plus if you're looking to create that type of texture on your model during photo shoot or something like that. But for my day-to-day life, I will be honest, I would never want my eyelids to look like dragon skin, so I'm gonna get rid of this one. And the shade Bright is absolutely insane. How gorgeous. Look at those shifts. It's like pink and green and gold. It's stunning. Here it is swatched on my hand. You can see how it's much more smoother. I think I'm gonna keep it. I want to have some fun things in my collection too, and this is definitely that. So keeping this one. Alright, here's everything I'm decluttering from my loose pigments, glitters collection, and of course the Armani that snuck in. And I've only kept these flakes by Danessa Myricks, but what did we learn today, besties? Your makeup collection doesn't need every formula and finish to be complete. It's totally okay to love what you love and let go of what you're just not reaching for. For me, loose pigments and glitters just aren't my thing, and that's perfectly fine. Alright, now let's get into my eyeshadow palette, shall we? Alright, now let's move on to my eyeshadow palettes. I feel like I'm very much due for a good declutter. Nowadays, typically when I reach for my eyeshadow palette, I will use maybe 2-3 matte shades and 1 to 2 shades of shimmers. And that's mainly how I use my eyeshadow palette, so I definitely gravitate towards smaller eyeshadow palettes. As for colorful eyeshadow palettes, I still use them from time to time. I love a good pop of color, but of course I don't use them on a consistent basis, preferring my sad beiges and brown for my everyday looks. So let's start with my smaller eyeshadow palettes, and maybe let's start with this Kaja Beauty bentos. These are absolutely beautiful. I travel with them a lot. I love them. I think I have all of the shades because they were so kind and they sent me all of them. I definitely don't want to keep all of them, so let me just start looking through them. First we have the shade Velvet Dream, and it's a beautiful warm tone color story. I don't need it though. I feel like I have these shades over and over and over in my other eyeshadow palette, so I'm actually gonna give it to my friend. I think she will enjoy it a lot. Neutral Moment is the one that has the most boring browns. They look a little bit on a cooler side, and I haven't even used this one. I'm gonna keep it. It looks absolutely right up my alley right now, and it's small and compact. Love it, keeping it. I feel like Chocolate Dahlia is a little bit too similar to the Neutral Moment that I've kept. It comes with a shimmer, and then you have your 2 matte shades. I feel like I'm ready to pass this one along. And here's another one that looks, I don't know, identical to the Neutral Moment, but this is Forest Night. It has this amazing formula. It's like their newer formula. It's a little bit chunkier than their usual shimmers. Here's the shimmer, and we have this matte with sparkle. You know what? I'm gonna keep this one. I feel like they go together so well, and I can use them both together and get use out of them. Keeping them. I'm also gonna keep the Cold Brew, this word. I love this shimmer formula. It's really chunky and fun on the eyelids, so I'm gonna keep this one. Then we have these two. They're kind of purple leaning, Taro Bubble Tea and Mauve Bouquet. I feel like I can keep only one. I think I'm gonna keep the Taro Bubble Tea. I'm just inspired a little bit more by its color story. So this one, Mauve Bouquet, I will be getting rid of this one. Alright, now we have these 3 orange leaning color story. We have color Sunrise, Orange Blossom, and Peach Madeline. You know what? I just swatched the Orange Blossom, and the shimmers here are so subtle and so sheer. I feel like I'm ready to let this one go. So here I swatched the Peach Madeline. We have these 2 beautiful shimmers and a matte shade. And these 3 shades swatched are from Coral Sunrise. I feel like they are so similar. This one is just more intense than this one. I actually love Peach Madeline. I've traveled with it so much because usually when I travel I wear super light, no makeup looks, and that's how I got many usages out of this one. I'm honestly not sure what to do because I usually don't wear orange eyeshadows. It's just not the colors that I gravitate towards. This is actually hard. I kind of want to declutter them both, or if I decide to keep, then to keep them both. Just because I feel like they would work so good together. But do I really want to keep them both? You know what? I feel like I'm good on such shades. I feel like I have something similar in my bigger eyeshadow palettes. Look at me. I'm gonna declutter them both. Lastly, we have the trio in Rose Water, and here I swatched it. It's really gorgeous. I love that the shimmers are kind of subtle. I'm really into subtle eyeshadow right now. We don't have any mattes, as you can tell here, but I feel like it's not an issue for me. I can easily pair it with something like Neutral Moment or a pop of color, so I'm gonna keep this one too. Alright, moving along, let's go through my monochrome shadows from Hard Candy. These are super affordable, super fun, and they actually pack such a punch. I was so surprised at how pigmented these were. I remember using this one, the Hard, and it was amazing. I don't know how they did it at this price point. I don't need all of them, do I? They are absolutely amazing if you love a monochromatic look. I don't usually do a lot of colorful monochromatic looks, and I feel like I'm good on such shades. I definitely have these shades in my Sydney Grace palettes. So this one in Envy, I'm gonna declutter this one. This Hard Pink one, I just never reach for such punchy bright shades, so this one's gotta go. I love a good teal eyeshadow, and I'm gonna keep this Dope one. It looks incredible keeping it. I wore this Punk Color Story a couple of times, and I love purple eyeshadow, but this one, it was just a little bit matte, especially the matte shades. I feel like shimmers were better. They were just a little bit sheer and a little bit patchy, which purple eyeshadows, that's just the name of the game. But even though it looks hella pretty, especially this shimmer right here, I feel like I'm ready to get rid of it. I'm gonna keep this Burn one. I feel like I reach for it a lot, and it's actually perfect size orange eyeshadow palette that I need in my collection. I don't need more than this, so I'm gonna keep this one. I also wore this Buzz one quite a bit, but I feel like I have, again, something similar in my other eyeshadow palettes, particularly in one from Sydney Grace, so I'm gonna declutter this one. And this Wink Color Story is so cute, and I don't really wear such colorful pink shades, but something in me is not ready to let go of this one. I just want to have this option if I feel like wearing colorful eyeshadows. So yeah, I think I'm gonna keep this one because look at how cute and fun this one is. Then I have this palette from Pat McGrath. This is their mini eyeshadow palette in Midnight Voyage. I remember getting it and being so excited. I've used it quite a bit, as you can tell, but I feel like I'm ready to let go of it. It's just getting a little bit older and I never reach for it anymore, so it's time to say goodbye. Then I have this mini Night and Day eyeshadow palette from Liz. I think they are Canadian indie brand. I'm gonna keep this one. I feel like it's a perfect size to travel with, and it has your mattes and shimmers. We got it in our Ipsy or BoxyCharm, one of those. Keeping this one. We also got in BoxyCharm this one from Pat McGrath. Oh, here's the name. Divine Rose Luxe Squad Eternal Eden. This pink shade is not good. And the shimmers are stunning, especially this duochrome one. I just never reach for it, so I'm gonna get rid of it. Alright, then I have a couple of palettes from Dasik. They are Korean brand. They definitely feel like they are Korean makeup. They are made for that specific market. They are very sheer and not pigmented. This one in Peach Squeeze, I feel like I can let this one go. I'm also gonna get rid of this one in Romantic Blossom. This one in Sugar Brownie. I've actually been reaching for it so much. The shimmers here are absolutely gorgeous. They're super sparkly, so pretty, and I've been wearing it quite a lot because I love a sparkly neutral moment, so I'm gonna keep this one. Then I have these two gorgeous YSL mini clutch eyeshadow palettes, and I'm just one of those people who loves a good packaging. This one in Golden Lace was their holiday limited edition eyeshadow palette. I was blown away by how gorgeous this one is and how pigmented it is. I actually wore it quite a bit, so I'm gonna keep this one. Absolutely obsessed with the race packaging and cotton candy vibe it has, but this one was for their Valentine's Day. Don't know the name, just the number, but it's just okay. The mattes are a little bit sheer, but still workable. The shimmer is atrocious, not great at all, really sheer, dry, not something that you would expect for such an expensive eyeshadow palette. I am gonna still keep this one. I'm just gonna enjoy having this beautiful thing in my collection. I feel like there's nothing wrong in keeping things because you love the packaging or stuff like that. So I'm gonna keep it, I'm gonna enjoy it while it's still here, and next year we will revisit. Then we have Lash Step eyeshadow palette, and I think we got it in one of our boxy charms. It has all kinds of matte shades that you could possibly need, and I've actually used it, as you can tell, quite a bit. I really enjoy the quality of it, and I feel like it's a great eyeshadow to keep on hand. I just feel like it's a little bit too big for me and a little bit too redundant. I just don't need all these shades. Would have kept it if it would be a little bit concise and smaller. Yeah, this one is gotta go. Alright, then we have these two Natasha Denona palettes. First we have Fast palette, and it also came in one of our boxy charms. I don't mind this color story, I love a good contrast, but I just personally never reach for it because all I can think when looking at this palette is a pop of blue. It's a literally neutral palette with a pop of blue. I usually reach for those when I want to add a pop of blue to my lower lash line or something like that. So I don't know, it just doesn't inspire me in the slightest. It's really boring to me. I'm gonna get rid of this one. And we also got Rose and Wood palette from Natasha Denona in one of our boxy charms. And this one is just okay. The shimmers are beautiful and that matte shade is stunning. However, it has only one matte shade, and I feel like if only it would have one more, I would have kept this palette. But I just never reached for this one. I actually completely forgot I have it. So I feel like this is a great sign. It means it's time to let go. Lancome has sent me one of their Hypnose palettes. This is in one French nude, and to my big surprise, I've actually been loving this one. And this one just looks so natural and elegant on the eyes. I don't know how to describe it, but it's very beautiful, and I'm so shocked that I love Lancome eyeshadows now, but I've been actually traveling with this a lot. So yeah, I'm gonna keep this one. Let's continue with this drawer right here, and as you can tell, it's overflowing. It could definitely use some decluttering, so let's start with this eyeshadow palette. This is I Am a Woman, What's Your Superpower Volume 2. I think we got it in one of our boxy charms. It's a beautiful mauvey pink purple color story. I wore it a couple of times. It's just a little bit too big for a monochromatic color story. I feel like it's a little bit redundant for me to have such a big palette with so many similar shades, so I'm gonna get rid of this one. Same goes with this iconic London Booming and Gleaming eyeshadow palette. Again, we got it in one of our boxy charms. I love these neutral shades, but I just feel I have other neutral palettes that I would reach over this one. Plus, again, it's really big, so I don't need to keep this one. I'm gonna declutter it. Another palette that I've got in my boxy charm, this is Color Boss Master Palette. This one is in Treat Yourself, and it's from Il Makiage. This packaging feels really luxurious and heavy, and here is the color story. I actually really enjoy these shadows. The quality is absolutely amazing. You have 4 shimmers and 4 matte shades. I don't know, the shimmers feel so creamy. They almost feel like cream. And the mattes are very buildable and blend so nicely. However, this particular color story is just not for me. I know they have 2 more colors in this family. I would love to try those, but this particular one is just not perfect for me, so I'm gonna get rid of it. Then I have my little collection of What's Up Beauty eyeshadows. I absolutely love What's Up Beauty. Their eyeshadows are amazing. These shimmers are absolutely divine. This is their Dragon Eye palette, and it leans purple pinky with these beautiful pops of shimmers. They are these fun duochromes. Let's try to swatch. Wow, that was not a good swatch, but I'm definitely keeping this one. Then we have Guillots palette from them, and it's inspired by Precious Stones, but this one leans a little bit neutral and muted, and I love it for no makeup days. I'm gonna keep this one too. And finally, we have Desert Monsoon, and can I just say that I absolutely love the size of these palettes. They are not too big and overwhelming. This one just doesn't really inspire me, I guess. It's like your neutral palette with a pop of pink and blue, but I love the formula and I haven't played with it that much, so I'm gonna keep this one, play with it a little bit more, keeping it. Then we have this Disco Drip palette from Violet was I played with it maybe a couple of times. I created a green look with it. It's just an okay. The shimmers are kind of lackluster. I had to really build them up. It's not that bad, but it's just okay, and I don't want to keep an okay palettes. I want to keep palettes that really inspire me and the ones that I will be reaching for. This is just not one of them, so I'm gonna declutter this one. Then I have this beauty. This is Safari Rain from Colored Rain, and they are no longer a brand. Ooh, as you can tell, this palette is so well loved. We have a little pen in Jungle, and there's a big one in Toucan. I love this shade Lioness. I think this is my favorite shade from the palette. Oh, wow, still swatches like butter. Wow, I think I just made a huge mistake by swatching it, because now I just cannot bring myself to declutter it. And when I first opened it, I was like, this is the one I'm gonna declutter. But now I'm struggling over here. Even though it's absolutely beautiful and I have so many amazing memories associated with it, I feel like it's time to let it go. Alright, then I have all these 9 pans. These are from Sydney Grace. Sydney Grace makes my favorite eyeshadow formula. They are all blendable, pigmented and long wearing. I feel like the formula is very consistent across the brand. Let's just go through them and see if I can declutter any. I'm not sure I will be able to. Starting with the California Coast, this one is in light. They also have deep version, which I think is amazing. This one is neutral, leaning rosy color story. And here I swatched the shimmers from this palette. The shimmers are okay. They don't make super sparkly or any special shimmers. They are very reliable, smooth, beautiful shimmers that don't crease on me. This one stands out in my collection because it's not your typical warm tones. I love that it's a little bit rosier in tone, and I reach for this one quite a bit, so I'm gonna keep this one. Then we have the Raspberry Kiss palette from them, and this one leans more on your plummy pink side. Fun fact, this one was actually a bundle of shadows, and then they packaged it in a single palette. Love this one, gonna keep it. Then we have this Summer Days palette from them, and it doesn't really say on the packaging, but I think this one is also in light version, and this is basically your warm neutrals. Here I swatched some of the shades. Beautiful, but I feel like I'm good on neutral shades. I can pass this one along. Then I have one of my favorite eyeshadow palettes from Sydney Grace. This is Mountain Trail. This one also released once as a bundle of single shades, and I think it was doing so well that they released it in a palette form. This is your perfect olive toned greens and golds. I absolutely love this one. I'm gonna keep it. Then we have Thousand Spring palette from Sydney Grace, and this one is also in light, and this one is so gorgeous. It has these beautiful muted greens and pinks, and I really enjoy the contrast, and the looks are always so good with this one. I'm gonna keep it. Western Summer is my absolute favorite from this collection of theirs. This one is also in light, and just look at how gorgeous this one. Love this yellow shade. It's just perfect shade to brighten up the look. Love my green eyeshadows. Gonna keep it. Then we have Eastern Fall, and this one, it's a beautiful warm toned eyeshadow palette, but I just don't need it. I'm not really inspired looking at it. I'm gonna declutter this one. And finally we have Northern Winter, and this one is also in light. I think this is one of the most unique eyeshadow palettes in my collection. It features this cooler toned plums and browns and silvers. I don't know you guys, but for some reason I'm always so challenged when I use this one. I think it's absolutely beautiful, but it's just not the color story for me. I don't really gravitate towards these plums, and combined with these really deeper shades, I just know myself I will never reach for this one, so I'm gonna declutter it. Alright, then I see this Tartelette Juicy from Tarte Cosmetics. This one is the Amazonian Clay palette. We got this one in BoxyCharm, and it's this pink plum leaning color story. I've used it a couple of times. I've created both neutral looks and more pink leaning looks with it. I just feel like I'm good on such shades, and I would much rather use my Raspberry Kiss palette from Sydney Grace. I much rather prefer the quality. The shimmers are more impactful in this one for sure, so I'm gonna declutter this one. I was so excited and so grateful to release this Naked palette from Urban Decay. I didn't have the original, and recently they have re-released this. This one has only 1, 2, 3 matte shades, and that could be a huge deal breaker for someone, but again, for me, nowadays I usually do 1, 2 mattes and a shimmer all over my lid and call it a day. So personally for me, it just doesn't bother me that there are not a lot of mattes in here, as long as there are at least some. It does leave me pretty cool, so I don't reach for it quite consistently. I'm just on a regular, I'm a basic warm tone eyeshadow girl. But I still want to keep this one. I want to play with it because I've used it maybe 4 times and then I just forgot about it. So I wanna try it again and see how I feel about it. So I'm gonna keep this one. Wait a second, what is this? Luminous Light. Alright, so this is from Sydney Grace, but this is not an eyeshadow palette. This is their face palette. This one is also in light and it features their 2 blushes. I love the Sweet Pea. It's beautiful. Starlight, as you can tell, it always develops hard pan on me. And the highlighter, I'm gonna keep this one. I love this one. I will just put it in my face palette drawer. Alright, then I see my Groundwork Defining Neutrals from Danessa Myricks, and this one is very unique and very interesting because it features actually 2 formulas. You have your creams and corresponding matte shades. You can use it basically anywhere on your face. You can do your eyebrows, your contours with it, so it's very multi-purpose. And these shades are not pigmented, which I personally enjoy. Wait a minute. What? Let me guys zoom you in. Do you see that? I don't know if it reads on camera, but the shade Mirage, there's something growing there. This is so weird. I think it's growing legs or arms. Wow. Okay, I'm a little bit confused. This one hasn't been in my collection even for that long, so I'm very confused right now. This just doesn't look healthy and safe. Declutter. Wow, that was brutal, but let's move on. We have Wonder Beauty Trailblazer eyeshadow palette. This is also one of those that we received in BoxyCharm. And this is your neutral color story with a pop of greens. Wow, I actually hit pan on this one shade, Jen, but I wouldn't say that I've used it so much. It's just that the pans are really hollow. Is that the word I'm trying to look for? But this was an okay palette. It's not bad at all. The shimmers are beautiful. The mattes are okay. There's nothing wrong with it. I like it, but I just don't love it. And, you know, if I don't love something, I don't want to keep it in my collection. So it's time to declutter. All right, this one was in my collection for years and years and years. I have so many memories associated with it. This is Sugar Peel. This is their Fun Size Mini Color Palette. And it's a perfect, colorful eyeshadow palette. It's just the perfect size and the shades are such high quality. They performed beautifully. I've created so many looks with it and I've truly enjoyed this one, but I don't reach for it anymore. Not inspired by it anymore, which means it's time to let this one go. Then we have Queen of Hearts from Colored Rain. Oh, how freaking gorgeous is this packaging? I wanted it for the longest time. I know Temptalia, Christine, she doesn't really post about makeup anymore, but she was raving about this palette for so long. So of course I had to get it too. I haven't even touched this one. I actually just got this one quite recently. There was a huge pre-order happening. I've pre-ordered it and paid for it and waited for it. And it's finally here, and now Colored Rain has closed. I still want to keep this one. I will play with it. I will enjoy this one. I love the formula of Colored Rain. I hope they will come back as a brand in some shape or form, but keeping it. Okay, then I have this Destino palette from Alamar Cosmetics. I think we got it in one of our BoxyCharms. This one has a very interesting packaging where you like slide it and it opens. I don't know how I feel about this packaging, to be honest, but this is the color story. I gotta be honest with you guys, my brain freezes when I look at it. I don't know why, but I cannot see any color combos or see me wearing it. I guess I'm just not that creative, but here are the swatches of it. Just not loving this color story. It's not for me. I'm gonna declutter this one. Alright, moving along. This is from Laura Geller. This is the Seasonless Staples Wildflower Wishes eyeshadow palette. We've got it in our BoxyCharm and I've used it maybe 3 or 4 times and I've actually really enjoyed this one. I really enjoy the muted greens it has. And overall the vibe of this color story is very much me and I can see myself reaching for this one again, so I'm gonna keep it. Alright, let's move to Natasha Denona. I have this I Need a Nude palette and I absolutely adore this one. It's like your perfect neutral palette, but it leans a little bit peachy pink. Not pink, but rosy. But the shimmers here are so sparkly. If you want those smooth satin finish shimmers, do not get this palette because it's really sparkly in finishes. I personally love this one and I wear this one so much and I always feel gorgeous when I wear it, so I'm gonna keep this one. Then we have this I Need a Warm palette and I love this one. I've just recently got this one and I wore it so much already. I think it's a perfect neutral palette for me. Keeping this one. Also see Biba here, and while they are not dupes, they are both neutral. And this one is getting a little bit old in my collection, plus it's on the bigger side. I love this one, but I gotta be honest with myself, I would much rather reach for my I Need a Warm palette than this big Biba palette, so this is major for me, but I feel like I'm gonna declutter this one. Oh my gosh, yes, I'm decluttering. My Pretty Grunge palette from Huda Beauty is going absolutely nowhere. I love this one. It's just so glam to me. I feel fearless when I wear this one. There's like cream shade over here and I'll be honest, I will never touch this one, but the shimmers here are amazing and the mattes are so beautiful. I love Huda's formula. Fun fact, it was actually my first high-end palette brand that I've ever tried, so this is really special to me. I'm gonna keep this one. Then I have this mini mix palette in Unconditional. This is from Ofra Cosmetics and it was made in collaboration with Rhonda, aka Hot Mess Mama. I'm not really sure who she is, but she's absolutely stunning. And here's the color story. It's still brand new. I haven't even touched this one. We got this one in one of BoxyCharms. I feel like I'm good on it. I much rather pass it along to one of my friends for them to maybe have fun with their makeup. So yeah, this one is being decluttered. Pacifica Beauty sent me their magical eyeshadow palette and this one is really fun. It has so many color options. I don't mind this formula. I think it's a perfect intro level into eyeshadow world. If you're somebody new to makeup and you want to play and see what shades look best on you, like what shades you like, what you don't like, this is a really nice option to get. The mattes are a little bit sheer, they're not as pigmented as my other formulas, and it's just a little bit big and redundant for my particular collection, but overall I feel like this is an amazing option for a drugstore, but I'm just gonna get rid of this one because it just doesn't belong in my collection, so decluttering it. Then we have the Patrick Ta eyeshadow palette. This is his Major Dimension, I think it's Major Dimension 1, and just look at how beat my knob is. It comes with these two cream shades and I've been using them a lot for my freckles. Love this palette. I reach for it when I do like a simple everyday glam. This one is amazing. I've seen some people report that there's growing molds and stuff like that. No mold in mine. So yeah, I'm gonna keep it and enjoy it. I love this one. Another palette from Danessa Marcus. This is her Lightwork Volume 5 I Am palette. And can we just admire this beauty? Absolutely stunning. As you can tell, I haven't even used this one, so I'm gonna keep it. Plus, it's not growing any mold, so that's good. Keeping it. Then we have this palette Apology from Ace Beauty, and this one is so fun. It's a little bit bigger than I would prefer, but it has so many amazing bright fun shades. I don't really have colorful eyeshadow palettes left in my collection, so I'm fine with it being the one and being a little bit on the bigger side. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this one and I'm gonna try to do a couple of looks with it to see how I feel about this formula, so it's staying. Autumn Rain is one of my first palettes from Sydney Grace. I absolutely love this one. It's not available anymore though. Even though I like it still, I just never reach for it. I think I'm just a little bit tired of this color story and I just keep doing the same looks over and over again with it, so I feel like it's time to let this one go. Then I have this beautiful Enduring Love palette from Sydney Grace, and it's your neutral palette, leaning a little bit cooler toned, and it has your pops of blue, purples and greens. As you can tell, I've used this palette quite a bit. I used to really enjoy this one. A couple of shades have developed heartburn and I just don't reach for this one anymore. I have another neutral palette that I just prefer over this one, so I feel like it's time to let this one go. I also have Heaven on Earth from Sydney Grace, and this one is absolutely stunning if you're into your greens and blues. Mattes here are exceptional, the shimmers are gorgeous, and I just feel like a mermaid wearing this one. Now that I look at this color story, this mountain trail that I've saved, it kind of looks a little bit similar and redundant, and I just don't know if I want to keep them both. I think I'm going to declutter the mountain trail just because I feel like I have the shades here, very similar at least. So yeah, I'm gonna declutter the mountain trail and I'm gonna keep the Heaven on Earth. Next I have this Unbreakable Bond in a light from Sydney Grace. This one is also such a good color story. It has this neutral vibe, but the neutrals lean a little bit peachy pink. And we also have this section that leans a little bit cooler tone, and we have our pops of blue. I just feel like it's a little bit too big for my liking. I have these pinker tones in other palettes and I never reach for like matte blue, never. So even though it's stunning and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, it's just not perfect for my collection, and that's okay. I'm gonna let this one go. Then I have these two palettes from Sydney Grace. We have Unveiled, this one her collaboration with Kendra Matthias, and we also have Love's Journey. They are both pretty neutral, so let me just show you them side by side, and I feel like I can declutter one of them. Here we have the Unveiled and here is the Love's Journey. I feel like because of the background it's kind of hard to say that they are similar, but both of them have that last row of cooler tones. Then we have your classic neutrals, and the first row is the main difference because I feel like in Unveiled we have a little bit more of a rosy tones, while here we have more of your warm toned eyeshadows. Personally gravitating towards more the Unveiled, even though it has only 4 mattes, I'm okay with that. I feel like I would get more use out of this one than this one. So yeah, keeping the Unveiled. And even though this one is absolutely beautiful and I've used it quite a bit, I'm gonna get rid of the Love's Journey. I also have their Tiny Marvels palette, and this one was in collaboration with Mel Thompson. Rest in peace, Mel. This one is really interesting because it has some unexpected pops of colors. I'll be honest, I don't really reach for it, but it's quite new to my collection still, so I want to keep it, want to explore and maybe have fun with it a little bit more. So I'm gonna keep this one. And I also have Bless palette. It was in collaboration with Glitzy Fritzy. Also some really fun pops of color here and there, but otherwise it's pretty much neutral, and that's kind of my vibe these days. So I'm gonna keep this one too. I want to play with it, I want to have fun with it, keeping Blessed. And they also collabed with the Fancy Face. This is Tina's palette, Tropic Color. This one is so gorgeous. These blues are absolutely stunning. This one is quite colorful for me, plus it's on a bigger size, and I feel like that might be the reasons why I don't really reach for it, which is such a shame. But yeah, it's just laying in my drawers unattended, beautiful, and just so lonely. So I feel like even though it hurts my soul, I will get rid of this one. Wow. Dragon Fruit palette was in collaboration between Cleona and Emily Violet Marie. Unfortunately mine, I don't know how that happened, but it's completely broken. The lid completely came off, which is such a shame because I feel like that immediately turns me off from using it. It's full of these stunning sparkly shades. However, I know myself, I would never reach for these pinks here. I would love to save the effervescent shade. I would also keep these 2 greens and maybe bubbles and this one, but yeah, pinks one, I gotta go. So I'm not really sure what to do with it. Maybe I can try to depot this, but I'm so lazy. And I feel like I don't really know how to do it correctly with this kind of packaging. Do I have to heat it first? It just sounds a little bit dangerous. So even though I bought it with my own money and I spent a lot of money on this one, it's very unfortunate, but I'm gonna get rid of this one. Our final eyeshadow palette. Woohoo! This is Dominique Essential palette, and again we got it in one of our boxy charms. This one is really gorgeous. It's like neutral palette that leans a little bit more pinky, and it has this stunning shimmers. I think my favorite is the Que Linda. Look at me trying to speak Spanish, but let me just swatch this one for you. Wow, my hand is so stained. I don't know if it catches on camera, but this one actually like lips a little bit pink. And it looks kind of duochrome on the eyes, and I find that it's so beautiful. The pens are kind of unnecessarily big and it's kind of heavy and bulkier, but I've been reaching for this one quite a bit, so that just told me that I need to keep this one and play with it a little bit more, so it's staying. Right, you guys, there have been some developments over here, but turns out that this eyeshadow palette is actually... Sophia, can you say what it is?
Raspberry.
My daughter is actually here with me, helping me with this declutter, and she was like, Mom, you can just pop them out. So here's that. Okay, I'm just gonna swatch the shades and see the ones that bring me joy, and I'm gonna keep it and put it in my little magnetic palette. Yay! Here I swatched the first row. We have Bubbles. I'm gonna keep it. Then we have the shade, don't really know the name, it's completely rubbed off, but this pink, I'm not keeping it. Then we have Strawberry Pear, and I feel like this is such a unique shade for my collection. I'm gonna keep it. And finally Dragantini, because it flips green. So beautiful. I'm keeping that one. Okay, that went so smoothly. I was able to pop them out without any issues. Then we have the next row of shades, and I feel like I'm gonna keep only 2 shades. I'm gonna keep this one, this one. This is where we are. And for our last row, I'm gonna keep the Effervescent and Dragonfly, these 2 shades. This is everything that's left that I'm decluttering. And these are all the shades that we have saved, and I put them in this little magnetic palette from Sydney Grace. Really happy with how this looks. Thank you so much, my little angel, for saving my Cleona palette.
You're welcome.
Alright, you guys, so after going through my entire eyeshadow palette collection, I ended up keeping 34 eyeshadow palettes. This pile right here is everything I've decluttered. I ended up decluttering 38 eyeshadow palettes, which means I actually decluttered over half of my collection. This is insane. I'm honestly so happy with what I'm left with, but now I have to organize everything. That's definitely going to be a whole other video. This little pile right here is my single eyeshadow collection. I still need to go through it, so decluttering isn't over just yet. I'm actually so impressed. Alright, you guys, this is it. This is the final step of my big makeup declutter. Let's go through my single eyeshadow collection. Not gonna lie, this one is going to be brutal. And let's just talk for a second. I used to be obsessed with single eyeshadows. I had my full-on indie makeup lover era. I mainly keep my single eyeshadows in these 2 big magnetic palettes from Sydney Grace. I also have this Tarte palette, and I've put my saved Cleona shadows from the Dragon Fruit palette. And I also have this sleek and elegant looking Salt New York palette, and this is where I also store my singles from Sydney Grace. We also have this little random pile of eyeshadows here, but let's start with this neutral palette. I have some amazing brands here, mainly Sydney Grace. We also have a little bit of JD Glow, which not sure what's up with them these days. I think they're gone and no longer available, right? We also have a little bit of Cleona, I think, in that palette, and some Terra Moons sprinkled in. Reality is, I just don't use this anymore. Like, it's been at least a year, maybe more, since I've reached for them. Lately, my makeup style has completely changed. I keep things super simple these days. I do 1 or 2 matte shades, shimmer here and there, and I'm out the door. Plus, I prefer using smaller eyeshadow palettes over singles, so these just sit in my drawers. You know what? If something is just sitting there collecting dust, taking up space, and not bringing me joy, it's gotta go. So today, it's finally time to cut down my single eyeshadow collection drastically. All these mats are from Sydney Grace. I used to wear this one so much, Winter Wonder. Nothing's wrong with them. They are amazing quality. They are super blendable and pigmented. I just never reach for them. I would much rather reach for my eyeshadow palette, so all of them gotta go. Same story here. These are mostly Sydney Grays. I see these two bright shades. These are from Terra Moons, and this one is super old. This is actually from Colourpop, from their Yes Please palette. Do you guys remember that one? It was like super warm toned palette, and this shade is spoiled, and I actually depotted it from the palette. All of them are being decluttered. We have some shimmers left here. Alright, these are also mostly Sydney Grays. This one is from Cleona. I think it's honeycomb shade. Some of these are extra beautiful and special, like we have duochrome shades right here from Sydney Grays. Also, this Greatest Gift is super pretty. Is there anything I want to save here? I feel like this shade, Greatest Gift, is calling my name. Let me just swatch it. It's like a maroon base with a green shift to it. Oh, it's really gorgeous. I love that it's not too sparkly. These days I'm just into really simple makeup looks, but I feel like this shimmer is really smooth and not chunky and would be great to spice up the neutral look, so I'm gonna actually keep this one. We'll put all the shades I save in this Tarte palette. These are JD Glow Galaxy eyeshadows. They are absolutely iconic and gorgeous. I remember wearing Good God so much. I feel like I'm gonna get rid of them though, just because JD Glow has been one of the first brands that I've ever tried, and they've been in my collection for years and years and years, so I just don't feel comfortable putting them on my eyelids anymore. Plus, the pens are huge, they take up so much space, and I'm just trying to reel it down a little bit and keep my shadow collection a little bit more chill, so these are gotta go. We have this beautiful shade Phoenix from Terra Moons. Wow. Oh my gosh, look at that. I just cannot bring myself to decluttering this one. I'm gonna keep it. And then we have this chunky shade from Terra Moons. I feel like this one is getting a little bit dried out and flaky. I'm gonna declutter this one. Alright, we are done with palette number 1. Let's move on to this second palette. And as I've mentioned, this one contains my more colorful shades. It looks so fun. I'm gonna lie, this brings so many memories, but most of these shades haven't seen light in a long time, especially matte colorful shades. I just don't wear them anymore, so let me just go through them. If you love your colorful matte eyeshadows, Sydney Grace is an amazing brand for that. I highly recommend them. This yellow one is from Colourpop, the Yes Please palette again. This is Mischief. Yeah, I'm good on these shades. I'm gonna declutter all of them. Here we have more of JD Glow's Galaxy shadows. These are absolutely gorgeous. I wore Unexpected so much. It's such a fun neutral shade. I also wore a ton of this prismatic shade, and I love Peacock. Yeah, I don't need to keep them anymore though. I'm gonna declutter them. Clearly, your girl loves green eyeshadow, but these are mostly Sydney Grace with a little bit of Cleona here and there. I'm gonna get rid of all of them. I just don't need to keep them. I have my greens in my palettes. I'm good getting rid of them. I wore Euphoria from Terra Moon so much. I don't know if you can tell, it has a huge dip in it, like a sheer white base shade that has such a strong purple shift to it. It's really fun. I feel like I'm gonna keep this one. Out of this batch right here, I feel like I'm gonna save this one. This is from Terra Moons. This is their Stellar Apotheosis eyeshadow, and it's like a blue base with a strong golden shift to it. And surprisingly, this one is not as dry. Look at that. I feel like it's not overly colorful for me to wear, so I'm actually gonna keep this one. And finally, I have these 4 shades from Terra Moons. I switched them here. We have the shade Lineage. I switched it next to the Stellar Apotheosis from Terra Moons just to compare them, because I kind of want to keep them both. Do I need to keep them both though? You see, this one from Terra Moons shifts gold. Lineage from Cleona shifts pink, so they are really different, right? I'm gonna keep them both. The yellow one is thrown and I'm just not inspired by it, so I'm gonna get rid of this one. I forgot to swatch the spotlight. I don't really wear pink eyeshadow, but let's see. This one actually shifts blue. A little bit dry and dusty. I think it's drying out. I'm gonna get rid of this one. Aberration is stunning. It's again that maroon base with blue shift to it. I switched it here. I don't need to keep it though. I'm good. Wow, this is going amazing. One more magnetic palette is done. Now let's move on to this beauty right here, Salt New York palette. And I have mine Sydney Grace eyeshadows here. Gotta be honest with you guys, I absolutely love the way this bundle looks here. Like a perfect neutral palette that leans a little bit pinky purple. I feel like we can definitely get rid of some of the shades and size it down just a touch. So let me just go through the shades. Alright, so I was able to trim it down a little bit. These are the shades that I'm gonna be decluttering, and these are the shades that I'm keeping. So excited to use this bundle for a look. I've used it maybe twice or 3 times in the past, and I really enjoy every look that I've created with it. So excited to use it again. Finally, we have this little pile of single eyeshadows. These are mostly from drugstore. Not a lot, but I feel like we can definitely pare it down just a touch. I have these 2 Lucent Cream shadows from Moira. We have 2 shades, Infinity and Saturn. Infinity is like your taupey shade with a silver shift to it. Super pretty. I'm gonna keep it. And Saturn is like a taupey base with a green shift to it. I feel like I saved a couple of similar special shades, so I don't need to keep this one. I'm gonna declutter it. But I overall really enjoy this from Moira. They're so affordable and so fun. Love them. And then we have these 2 shade shifter duochrome eyeshadows from LA Girl. I have mine in the shade Topaz. By the way, these are magnetic and you can actually pop them out of the packaging. Here we have the shade Topaz. It's like a grayish black base that shifts purple and blue. Really stunning, and I love the formula on this. They don't crease on me or anything. I just would never wear such a shade, so I'm gonna declutter it. And we have Sunset, and it's absolutely gorgeous. It's also a gray-black base, and it shifts golden, green, and pink. Keeping this one so beautiful. Okay, you guys, update. I just tried to use my tweezers to kind of pop it out, and I was thinking maybe I should put it in my magnetic palette. It's glued in there, so it's not moving. So, interesting. Yes, I'm gonna keep it in its original packaging then. And finally, I have this fun little eyeshadow from LH Girl. I just loved those 2 so much that I went out and got this one. It's like a white base with glitter type of texture. Like, you see how chunky that is? And it shifts blue. So pretty. Like, that looks absolutely insane. Unfortunately, it's so bad on the eyes. The formula is just not great. It just doesn't want to really stick to your eyes. It gets everywhere. I really wanted to like it, but I would never recommend this one to you guys. Definitely go for these 2 instead. I'm really bummed about the formula being so bad. Yeah, this is getting decluttered. You guys, look at this. I really did that. Almost my entire collection is gone. This is everything that I'm keeping. So yeah, I decluttered almost my entire single eyeshadow collection. This palette was so heavy and full, and now they are empty. And actually, this is a huge wake-up call for me. This just proves that I do not reach for single eyeshadows anymore, so I don't want to keep buying things that are just going to sit in my drawer. So I'm making it official. No more single eyeshadows for me in 2025. If I ever think about buying one, I'm coming back to this video to remind myself that I literally decluttered dozens of them because I just don't use them. I feel like my makeup preferences has changed so much, and this declutter just confirmed that I don't need a ton of options. What I need is products I actually use. So, lesson learned. We are moving forward with a collection that actually fits my style. And that's it, you guys. We have officially reached the end of my declutter series. Honestly, I feel so lighter and so relieved now. We went through pretty much everything: my primers, my foundations, concealers, powders, bronzers, blushes, so many blushes. lipsticks, glosses, lip oils, and everything in between. I tried my best not to hold back, so if something didn't fit my makeup style anymore, it had to go. And you guys saw my single eyeshadow collection and my eyeshadow palette collection were probably two of the biggest shockers of all. I got rid of so much stuff, and that was honestly such a huge wake-up call to me. Now, let's be real here for a second. I'm still going to have more options than the normal makeup wearer, and I'm okay with that. What can I say? I love makeup, I love playing with makeup, I love wearing makeup, I love having all these options, and I don't mind having a bigger collection, and I will not feel shame about that. I want to be a little bit more consistent and a little bit more mindful about things I bring in, and only to have things that I'm truly excited to play with and to wear, because if not, what's the point? And honestly, I'm really proud of myself for doing this declutter, pat on the back. I haven't gone through my collection in what feels like forever, and honestly, it feels fresh and brand new to me now. Like, I can actually see what I have and everything makes sense to me. I feel like decluttering your collection is an interesting way to kinda fall back in love with it. So I just want to say a huge thank you to all of you guys who watched this series and just hung out with me. So if you enjoyed this series, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and also let me know, did you guys declutter anything from your collection this year? Alright, that's it for now. I love you guys all so much, and I will see you in my next one. Bye!